You're listening to After the Ending, Book 1 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 1 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more information about this series, links to our other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
After the Ending, the Ending series, Book 1. Written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Natalie Duke. Prologue. Friendship is unnecessary, like philosophy, like art. It has no survival value. Rather, it is one of those things which give value to survival. C.S. Lewis. March 15th, 1 AE, from the Journal of Danielle O'Connor. If someone had told me 3 months ago that 90% of the people in the world were about to die, I would have laughed. If someone had told me the survivors would develop unbelievable abilities, I would have called them crazy. If someone had told me I'd find love with the least likely person, I would have rolled my eyes. And if someone had told me that, after everything, the people I cared about most would be torn from my grasp, I would have walked away. I wish I could walk away now. December. Chapter 1. Danny. Cringing, I glared at the stinging red paper cut on the tip of my index finger and muttered, "Damn hand sanitizer." I'd always been a fan of good old-fashioned soap and water, and I was irked that my dissertation advisor had forced the slimy, astringent goop into my hands when I left his office. Unfortunately, this compulsory germ killing reminded me of Callie, my pathetically sick roommate. I'd driven her to the campus clinic first thing that morning. She'd been sitting on our couch in pajama bottoms and a purple pea coat, mumbling, "I'm going to the doctor right now. Just give me a second," and staring at the floor. I'd immediately hustled her out to the car and zipped her to the doctor. "It's just a bad case of the flu, I'm sure," the doctor had claimed, barely perceptible worry tightening her eyes. Callie's ashen coloring had been troubling, but not as much as the doctor's instruction to take her to the hospital if her condition worsened. Like the other sick students, dozens of them. I couldn't believe a flu outbreak was forcing so many healthy people into the hospital. It wasn't like we lived in a third world country or something. The handful of students missing from my morning study group only intensified my concern. A handful is a lot when there are only 11 students to begin with. As I cleared the last crosswalk on the way back home, being careful to avoid the puddles left by the morning rain, I wondered if the outbreak would end up being as deadly as the Spanish flu was nearly a century ago. I shook my head, dispelling my unusually grim thoughts. "It's just the flu," I told myself for the 100th time. "She'll be fine. They all will." As I entered my turn-of-the-century brick apartment building, I distracted myself with thoughts of how incongruous the classy exterior was with the 1980s remodeled interior. The decor was tragic. Pastel and gold foil abstract art hung on the walls, and the carpet was a tacky combination of mauve, coral pink, and faded turquoise. And that was just the beginning. The apartments themselves included worn blue carpet, no doubt covering handsome hardwood, stained linoleum, and appliances with chipped plastic. Such a waste. This place could be exquisite. But at least the rent's low. I walked to my ground floor apartment, unlocked the door, and shifted my computer bag to brace myself for the impending Happy Jack attack. Except when I opened the door, it didn't come. "Jack?" I called out, curious. Following his whimpered response, I found the 120-pound adolescent German shepherd staring forlornly at Callie's closed bedroom door. "Hey, sweet boy," I said, crouching down to scratch his shoulders and to let him sniffle my neck. "She probably just wants to sleep. Want a treat?" Jack wagged his way into the kitchen while I quickly peeked into my roommate's bedroom. Inside, Callie snored softly as she slept. She's fine. After rewarding Jack's amazing abilities to sit, shake hands, nice to meet you, and play dead, bang, I plopped down on my bed and opened my laptop. Jack hopped up and settled in next to me, causing a bedquake. Cam, my adorable boyfriend, wouldn't get home from work for another half hour. Rubbing Jack's velvety ear, I decided to write a nice long email to my best friend Zoe. She had neither answered when I'd called during my walk home, nor responded to my texts. The woman worked like crazy, and we hadn't chatted in days. Besides, writing to her would kill time and help me avoid doing anything productive on my birthday. Genius. Date, December 4th, 4:30 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, birthday heresy. Zoe, I can't believe we're apart on a birthday. It's practically heretical. Thank you so much for the amazing drawing. It's totally perfect. I can't believe how many details you remembered from that night. Cam was super impressed too. Anyway, how was your date with Mr. 58? Or was it Mr. 85? You promised to give me juicy details, but alas, I've heard nothing from my wayward Zoe. It's the blonde guy, right? Or was that the last one? God, I can't keep up. Give me an ooey gooey nitty gritty description of everything, please. On a totally different note, the flu is getting pretty bad over here. Is it bad in Salem too? This morning I took Callie to the doctor, and Zoe, I'm really worried about her. She's so pale and weak. Actually, she looks just like you did when you had that H1N1 virus a few years ago. Cam's been making soup for her. He's so sweet. Besides, his cooking is a gazillion times better than whatever I'd conjure up. My food might make her feel worse. So, I'm sure you want to know about tonight's birthday plans. Cam, sigh, drool, is taking me to his restaurant and then to that Irish pub. You know, the one where you had too many Long Islands and danced on the table. Anyway, Cam said he invited everyone we know to the pub. But considering that over half of Seattle seems to be sick, I'm guessing less than a dozen people will show. Whatever, I'm just excited to get out and have some fun. Oh, gotta go. Cam just got home and is harping on me to get changed for dinner. I guess soggy jeans aren't classy enough. I'll give you a recap tomorrow, assuming I'm not too hungover to open my eyes. Danny. We'd been at the pub for several hours when Jamie's pink designer stiletto jabbed my shin. Did you hear about that student who died today? She asked. My food and alcohol-induced semi-coma receded momentarily, allowing me to process her eager words. Always the drama queen, that Jamie. She never knew when to keep her mouth shut, so we constantly butted heads. Sighing, I grumbled, What are you talking about? Oh, so you don't know. Jamie's eyes narrowed with vindictive pleasure. Not for the first time that night, I mentally cursed Cam for inviting her. Evidently not, I replied dryly. Yeah. Her chest heaved with delight as she explained. Some undergrad died of the flu. You know, the one that everyone has right now. You do at least know about that, right? So now people are dying from it. Doesn't Callie have it too? Hateful bitch, I thought viciously. I'd never really liked Jamie, and my concern about Callie clouded my judgment, along with the 3 vodka tonics and the glass of champagne. You're a hateful bitch, I retorted. The statement earned shocked stares from several of the young Seattleites sitting around the corner booth, including Cam. But I wasn't done. For days I'd been worrying about Callie, and stupid Jamie had just implied the worst. She'll be okay. It's just the flu. With a sickly sweet smile, I cooed. Callie's doing much better, thanks for asking. But you, Jamie, you're looking quite pale. Are you sick? Or have you just had too much to drink? You do at least know about your reputation as a lush, right? A growing silence encompassed our table. As I opened my mouth to continue, Cam interceded.
"Let's get a drink, Dee,"
he said through gritted teeth. I was quickly ushered out of the booth by his firm grasp. His unusual forcefulness was more than a small turn-on, and suddenly I was really looking forward to returning home with him. By the time Cam and I left the pub, the confrontation with Jamie was nearly forgotten. We entered our apartment, eager to reach our bedroom, and noticed that Callie's bathroom light was on. When I went to turn it off, much to my shock, I found my roommate curled up on the linoleum floor. The air was thick with the rank smell of vomit. Oh my God. I fell to my knees beside Callie and turned her onto her back. She was burning hot and coated in sweat. Jack, curled up next to her, kept nuzzling her cheek and watching her face for a response. There was none. While we'd been out eating, drinking, and being generally merry, Callie had vomited what looked like all of her insides into the toilet. I stared at my friend's non-responsive form, unable to move, for several long seconds. And then I started panicking. Callie, wake up! I implored, nudging her gently. She didn't respond. I shook her harder, watching her sway like a rag doll. She looked so pale, so young. Cam, we have to take her to the hospital, I screeched. When I looked behind me for Cam's unfailing support, I found him on the phone. He was repeating our address. Oh, 911. I should have thought of that.
"Thanks,"
he said, ending the call.
"They'll be here in 15 or 20 minutes,
he told me. But she's... I began, but didn't know how to finish. Sick? Comatose? Dying?
"I know, Dee, but they said it's an unusually busy night,"
Cam told me, filling 2 glasses with water from the kitchen tap.
"They'll get here as fast as they can."
When the paramedics finally arrived, Cam had to pry me from my prostrate position beside my unconscious friend to give the emergency crew enough room to help her. We followed the ambulance to the hospital and watched as Callie was rushed through the emergency room and into a restricted area. Family only, read the sign taped to the door. All we could do was sit, wait. As I looked around, my mind returned to a mostly sober state. I wasn't in an emergency room waiting area, but a stifling, body-packed cage. People crowded in on all sides, milling, mumbling, mourning. They all looked sick, hundreds of them. Shouldn't the hospital be taking care of these people? What if they infect me? Infect us? Cam was sitting beside me, holding my hand. He looked just as ill as everybody else in the crowded room. What if he is sick? Like Callie? Oh God, like the guy who died. The air grew perceptibly hotter and viscous. Clammy chills consumed my body. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Hours passed, and then I saw her. I recognized the silky blonde hair and pink stilettos. Jamie. You're a hateful bitch. My words replayed in my head. I watched as they wheeled her through the stuffy room, unconscious, just like Callie. I'd been honest in my earlier assessment of her. She really had looked ill. You're a hateful bitch. Jamie disappeared through the same metal doors as Callie had. Family only. Medical staff and unconscious patients were the only people who'd passed through them. So far, only the medical staff had returned. Desperately, I looked at Cam, hoping he could somehow give me the air my lungs couldn't seem to capture, but he appeared ready to pass out, completely unaware of my emotional flailing. Zoe, I thought, I need you. 2 sent text messages. To Zoe. Callie's in the ER. She's in a coma. Cam and I came in with her a little after 2 a.m. Been here for hours, but the docs still haven't told us anything. Wish you were here. December 5th, 6 a.m. To Zoe. BTW, I'll call Grams in a bit to check on everyone back home. How are you feeling? Me? I'm freaking out. December 5th, 6:04 a.m.
Chapter 2. Zoe. Rushing into the small, outdated bungalow, I threw my messenger bag on the russet suede couch with excessive force. I was instantly irritated that Sarah, my roommate's closest friend, was there. Again, eating my food. Why am I not charging her rent? Where's Jordan? I snipped, unwinding my black cashmere scarf and charcoal knee-length peacoat and tossing them over the back of the couch. She's in the shower. You hungry? The curly-haired freeloader twirled noodles on her fork, utterly oblivious to my annoyance. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself before speaking. Thanks, but I'm rushing off to the bar for my night shift. I eyed the plate of spaghetti in front of her. Someone's got to buy the food around here, I added. Hurrying down the hallway to my bedroom, I slammed the door behind me. I barely had time to remove my sweater before my cell phone vibrated in my pocket. Sighing, I answered, "Hey, Dad."
"Hi, honey. How are you?"
He muffled a cough on the other end of the line. "Getting ready for work. Other than that, I'm fine." I unzipped my knee-high black calfskin boots and flung them into the corner. The brisk air was a reprieve, cooling my legs, which had been fermenting in their leather confines.
"I thought you just got off work."
Yeah, well, I'm always working. That's the joy of having 2 jobs.
"Oh, yeah, I forgot."
He cleared his throat. How could you forget? I've been working at the gallery and Earl's for, ever.
"Well, that's the joy of getting old."
He teased, but he sounded exhausted. You sound horrible, Dad. I pulled off my brown pencil skirt and laid it across the bed.
"Gee, thanks. You sure know how to make your old man feel good,"
he bantered. Yeah, well, someone's got to worry about you. Trying to lighten the conversation, I asked, what kind of mischief have you gotten into lately anyway? I haven't talked to you in a while, so don't tell me nothing, because we both know that's not true. He chuckled and sighed.
"Nothing, I promise. Well, there was..."
I laughed, interrupting his admission with feigned exasperation. I knew it. What'd you do now, Dad?
"I tried to re-landscape the backyard."
He was cut short by a coughing fit. I grimaced. Are you sure you're okay? You really do sound bad. I grabbed some jeans out of the closet and shook them out. His cough persisted, and I grew increasingly worried. Dad.
"It's fine. It's just a lingering cold. Charlene's sick, too. I probably caught it from her when I was helping weatherproof her windows last week."
I was immediately sidetracked by the knowledge that he was spending time with his beautiful, single neighbor. I wished, more than believed, he might be coming out of his shell. My dad hadn't dated much since my mom's death. According to my older brother, my dad had never really been the same in general. However, his scatterbrained lack of focus was all I'd ever known, and even at the age of 57, he still needed me to look out for him. At Charlene's, huh? How interesting.
"Oh, stop it. You know we're just friends."
Joking aside, his voice was agitated, as it normally was when I tried to encourage him to date. She's been after you for how many years now? I think it's time you gave her a break, Pops, I said, switching to speakerphone and tossing my cell onto the bed.
"I was just helping her out."
Oh, trust me. I know. I hopped around, tugging on my faded jeans and almost falling over.
"Knock it off, Zoe."
His fatherly voice always emerged when I goaded him in the areas of love and affection. You're right. She wouldn't know what to do with herself. Probably not a good idea, I said bitterly. He continued scolding me, and I tuned him out as I pulled a green Earl's t-shirt over my head and gazed into the mirror. Envisioning my usual gallery attire paired with the conservative hairstyle I still wore, I wasn't surprised I was habitually single. I look like an uptight schoolmarm, I observed regretfully. Pulling my dark hair from its bun, I watched it cascade past my shoulders and settle just above my waist, uncreased despite the twisted knot it had been in all day. I tried to imagine what I would look like with Danny's wild curls and rolled my eyes. Wondering was pointless. My hair was boring and straight, but at least it contrasted nicely with my light skin and blue-green eyes. My dad had blue eyes, but not quite the same color as mine. They were paler, and his hair was so much lighter. I must look more like Mom.
Zoe, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Anyway, it's nothing,
my dad said. It's been over 20 years, Dad. Are you going to be alone the rest of your life? His voice softened the way it always did when he was attempting to reassure me.
Don't worry about me, hun. I've got you kids.
He cleared his throat. I couldn't help but scoff at the idea of having us kids as suitable companions. He and Jason were still trying to rebuild their relationship, and I was on the other side of the country.
Speaking of you kids,
my dad's voice brightened.
Jason called me yesterday. He's doing well and likes Washington more than Colorado. Said he's moving up in rank real quick.
He paused for a second, and when I didn't say anything, he continued.
11 years as a Green Beret, and he's finally getting where he wants to be.
I didn't know he'd left Colorado, I said quietly. I couldn't believe my brother hadn't told me he was being reassigned, or whatever.
Oh, I'm sure he's been busy and doesn't have much time to talk. He probably assumed I'd fill you in.
My dad prattled on, but I was more focused on the realization that Jason and I had drifted even further apart. Sarah's sudden coughing fit in the living room pulled me from my thoughts. Upon hearing one gag after another, I promised myself I'd make time to get a flu shot soon. 1 sent text message. 2D. Tried calling you, but got your voicemail. Is Callie doing better? Dad's sick too. Can you ask Grams to check on him? I'll call you after work. December 5th, 5:15 p.m. Date, December 5th, 2:24 a.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, sad face. D. I tried calling you again, but you're probably asleep. I hope Callie's doing better. I'm sorry it took so long to get back to you. I've been super busy covering shifts at the gallery and at Earl's. I hadn't realized how many people were sick until last night. One of my coworkers died. Can you believe it? Maxine was so healthy and young. It's also scary. It feels like I was just joking around with her yesterday, and now she's gone. Speaking of gone, you should probably know Jason's apparently stationed over in Washington now. Of course, he didn't tell me himself. I had to find out from my dad. I bet Jason doesn't even know you're in Seattle. Oh, and of course, happy belated birthday. Did you even get to celebrate? Sorry I couldn't be there, but we'll make up for it when we see each other for Christmas. I promise. I'm going to get some sleep before I have to wake up and head to the gallery. Again. Happy late 26th. Hasta la vista, Zoe. After putting it off for a day and getting no sleep thanks to Jordan's fitful night of coughing and vomiting, I finally took the time to go to the doctor for a flu shot. Walking into the clinic, I felt like I was entering a prison. The walls were white and sterile, and fluorescent lighting illuminated the bland space. Glass barriers separated the sick from the healthy. Patients stood in zigzagged lines throughout the waiting room like inmates, their medical paperwork in hand instead of eating trays and handcuffs. Near the door, a security guard handed out surgical masks. Eyeing the mass of people, I groaned and grabbed a mask before getting in line. My attention was immediately captured by the 2 women in front of me. They were talking about the Center for Disease Control.
Well, last night the CDC finally addressed the issue nationally, said the red-haired woman.
She clearly thought their involvement was overdue.
It's about time.
Her brunette friend sounded relieved.
They aren't even sure if the vaccine works yet. The virus is spreading so quickly, it's like they can't keep up with it. I heard they think it's airborne. Not that it's surprising.
The redhead nodded.
I know, and they want us all to stay indoors. Real practical.
Her face soured in disgust as she surveyed the crowded room. I followed her eyes, taking in the number of people with pallid skin and runny noses. My skin crawled as I thought about the orgy of germs I'd walked into. The idea of being in a room swarming with the ill, breathing the same recycled air as the rest of the throng, made my stomach curdle. Great. Just as I was debating the quickest exit out to the open air, a platinum blonde shuffled through the door. Her skin was unnaturally tanned, her face caked with makeup, and she had bubblegum pink fingernails. Taking a second look, I noticed the heavy makeup was a desperate attempt to cover the cold sores around her mouth and the dark half-moons under her eyes. Blondie stopped dead in her tracks. She took one look at the line drawn out before her and started complaining.
This is ridiculous.
She spat and marched her way to the front of the line. Hey, you have to wait in line like the rest of us, a waiting patient called out. Miss, you need to get to the back of the line. There's no cutting. My eyes zeroed in on the guard touching the girl's shoulder. Shouldn't he be wearing gloves or something? His eyes widened as he listened to an announcement in his earpiece. Then he started speaking again. If you've had H1N1 before, form a line over here, please. He pointed to the far left wall. If you're showing any flu symptoms, please stay in the original line. I found myself smiling at his words. Thank God, I thought as I moved to the shorter line. Maybe I'll get to work on time after all.
Oh, that's me.
Blondie simpered and smiled at the guard. He eyed her closely as she hurried to my line. The exertion proved too strenuous, and she began wheezing almost immediately. My phone vibrated, distracting me from the commotion. It was Sarah. Hello?
Where are you?
She whimpered. At the clinic, attempting to get a flu shot. Why? I waited for a moment. The phone was silent, and then I realized Sarah was crying. What happened? My heart was racing, and I tasted blood on my tongue as I chewed the inside of my cheek.
Jordan's dead,
she sobbed.
I didn't know if you knew.
I didn't know. I hadn't even realized she was so sick. I'd never been close with Jordan. We'd worked together at Earl's and had been roommates for 2 years, but we'd always been too different to be good friends.
Did you hear me, Zoe? It's so loud there.
Yeah, I heard you. I stared blankly at the floor. Where are you?
I'm at your house. I took Jordan's key. Is that okay?
She asked timidly and sneezed into the phone. The question was trivial, but it was sweet that she'd asked all the same.
Zoe Cartwright?
Called a nurse. When I didn't respond to Sarah's question, she choked out.
Zoe, I'll leave if you want me to.
No, it's fine. I'll be home soon. I hung up and followed the nurse into the doctor's office. I had to wipe away a tear as I remembered the time one of the many douchebags I'd dated left me stranded at some dive bar at 2 o'clock in the morning. Jordan had come to my rescue, and we'd grabbed a late-night coffee before heading home. 1 sent text message. 2D. Jordan's dead. Date, December 6th, 8:45 p.m.
Chapter 3. Danny. Zoe's roommate is dead. With a shuddering sigh, I leaned back against Cam, his arms wrapped reassuringly around me, interlocking just under my breasts. If only there was something sexual in his touch. If only we had the energy for such distractions. His body burned against mine, like he'd spent hours sitting too close to a fireplace. Staring out the wide living room window into the grim winter drizzle, I watched as our combined body heat slowly fogged up the glass.
Dee, let's go to bed.
Cam's too hot breath brushed my neck as he spoke, worrying me. You go ahead, I said, meeting his reflected gaze. I'll be in soon. I just need to do a few things first. Exhaling heavily, he held me more tightly. I patted one of his hands and murmured reassurances. I'll be quick, I promise. Cam kissed the top of my head, breathing deeply.
Dee, how do you still smell so good?
He took another deep breath.
Even after 2 days, you smell, more like you. If I weren't so tired.
He trailed off with a husky chuckle. The distinct threat of desire wasn't enough to push either of us into action. He released me and moved away.
Don't blame me if I'm already dead asleep by the time you crawl under the covers.
Dead asleep. Ha ha. I looked at him over my shoulder and gave my least amused, most withering expression. He laughed as he retreated to our bedroom. I examined my reflection in the night-darkened glass and, studying my diminutive height and build, pale skin, and long crimson curls, gave myself the same death stare. Nope, not scary at all. My flushed cheeks and feverishly glowing eyes, however, were a little unsettling. I felt like crap and looked like it. With a sigh, I plucked my phone from the windowsill and called my grandma.
Hello?
The elderly Irish woman greeted with her usual musical lilt. I let out an unexpected sigh of relief. Hi, Grams. It's me.
Oh, Danny girl. I've been meaning to call you to see how the rest of your birthday went, but one thing after another kept popping up, especially with all the sick folks. So, how are you, girl? How's that boy of yours? Did you have a good time on your birthday?
Her raspy voice eased some of my anxiety, but there was just too much sickness and death to settle my nerves completely. We're both fine, and my birthday was lovely, I lied. How are you?
Oh, don't you be worrying about me. These old bones have weathered worse storms. Did you get the package I sent you? I overnighted it yesterday.
I don't know. I'll check the mailroom tomorrow. What's in it?
Medicines and herbs. Things to keep you healthy.
She paused for a moment.
Mind you, fetch that package first thing in the morning. You hear?
Her steely tone welcomed zero argument, making me cringe. Things must be bad down there. Yes, Grams, I replied. Do you think you could check on Tom? Zoe said he's sick. I think she's really worried.
Of course.
Thanks. Zoe will be relieved knowing you're looking out for him. Grams breathed deeply before saying,
Now, I'm sorry, but I really must cut this short. Promise me you'll take extra special care over the next few days. You hear?
Yes, Grams, I promise. You'd better do the same. You hear? I mimicked, receiving a gravelly laugh in response.
I do love ya, Danny girl,
she stated earnestly, nearly turning my sudden good humor to tears. I love you too, Grams. After the goodbyes, a heavy weight settled on my shoulders, like all of my anxiety and fear had solidified and were threatening to crush me. I thought I might understand what Atlas felt like. Just a little. I quickly scrolled to Zoe's name and pressed call. While I listened to 5 rings without an answer, I stared at the black Celtic knot tattooed on my wrist, knowing Zoe had the same on her hip. Her recorded voice greeted me after the 6th ring.
You've reached Zoe Cartwright. Please leave me a message and I'll call you back. Maybe.
Sighing, I waited for the beep and said, Zoe, I need to talk to you, like now. Call me. I ended the call and quickly logged onto my computer, pondering the email I was about to write. How much should I tell her? Should I tell her that Callie's going to die like Jordan? Or that Cam and I are definitely sick? Should I lie to her like I did with Grams? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Callie will make it. Maybe Cam and I aren't really sick. Maybe none of it's real. A twisted version of myself added, maybe telling her will make it real. Date, December 6th, 9:30 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, what the hell is going on? Zoe, I just spoke to Grams. She said she'd head over to your dad's soon. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Don't worry about my birthday. It's really not important right now. There's too much other crap going on for it to matter. I'm so sorry about Jordan. I don't even know what to say. Only that I'm sorry. Was it the flu? I just assumed. Cam and I just got home from visiting Callie in the hospital again. One of our pseudo friends, Jamie Jinx, I think you met her, also died this morning. I said some stuff to her, bad stuff, at the pub the other night. Sometimes it's like I just lose control of my mouth, and now she's dead. At least Callie is only in a coma. The doctor isn't sure if she'll come out of it. I called her parents, and they're on their way. Her dad said the government is trying to blockade all of the state borders for quarantine or something. Not that it matters, everyone already has the damn virus. And Jason is stationed near me? No, I don't care. Seriously, I'm just surprised I didn't already know we were living in the same state. Whatever. Is he coming home for the holidays? I sort of hope not. Every time I even mention your brother around Cam, he gets his sour, jealous face. I can't blame him. I sometimes wonder if it's just a natural male reaction to Jason. He's just too, I don't know, everything. Whatever. But honestly, I feel pretty crappy, so I'm off to bed. Don't worry, I'm probably just feeling the after effects from the big night out and from spending too much time in hospital waiting rooms. I'll let you know about your dad as soon as I hear back from Grams. Danny. Callie's dad cleared his throat for the 10th time before saying,
It happened early this morning, and, well, we know how close you two were. We just thought you should know.
The horrible, wrenching strain in his voice pulverized my heart just a little bit more. The 2-bedroom apartment suddenly felt vacuous without Callie's bright energy. She'd always filled the rooms with singing and excitement. Her touches were everywhere, from the spicy orange scent of her favorite candles to the photos of the Seattle skyline she'd taken over the years and had placed on the living room and hallway walls. It was her sun-faded couch that I currently sat on, and her olive green Angora throw that was currently warming my legs. All of these things were hers, or had been, but I didn't want any of them. I just wanted to see Callie again. Thank you for telling me. I sounded hollow. How can she be gone? You're welcome to stay in her room if you'd like, if it's not too hard. I mean, I'm so sorry. Mr. Roberts coughed.
Thank you, but no, that won't be needed. We're staying at the hospital, unfortunately. We're not feeling well.
Oh, no. Okay, Mr. Roberts, feel better. Just let me know when you'd like to come get her things. He choked out.
Of course.
The call ended with mutual well wishes. I tossed my phone on the cushion next to me and hoisted my aching body off the couch. I felt like I'd been trampled by a herd of wild horses. As I hobbled over to kneel beside Jack at Callie's bedroom door, I wondered how my joints weren't creaking audibly. When we'd returned home from the hospital the previous night, I'd closed off Callie's room. Jack kept sitting at her door, trying to lean his furry body through the hollow fake wood. Except it suddenly felt like the heavy stone entrance to an undisturbed tomb. Steeling myself, I opened the door, finally letting Jack into the room containing the last vestiges of one of his best friends. I hung back in the doorway, and Callie's scent washed over me, sustaining and suffocating. She's never coming back. Some strange urge drove me further in, forcing me to stare around at all of her belongings, things she would never use again. She's never coming back. Standing still, I focused on a blank spot on the wall in an attempt to stop the room from spinning. I was losing it. Emotional control was slipping through my fingers like desert sand. Why isn't Callie here right now? I collapsed on the floor on hands and knees, fighting back sudden nausea. She's never coming back. Jack stopped his sniffling exploration and rushed to my side, licking the backs of my hands. I wrapped my arms around him, clinging to his warmth, his vitality. "Hey, Jack," I breathed after a few minutes. "I'm okay, sweet boy." It was a lie, but it didn't really matter. I unclenched my fingers from his scruff and stood on shaky legs. "Let's get out of here." Jack leaned against my right leg as I rushed out of the room and eased the door closed. Click. I can't go in there again. Date, December 7th, 9 a.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, losing hope. Zoe, Callie's gone. This is so surreal. I can't think about it anymore, but I can't not think about it either. What happens now? When I talked to Graham, she told me she hadn't been able to find your dad, but she promised to search around town. She also told me she wasn't feeling well. Sorry, wish I had better news. Yeah, so it looks like Cam and I have the flu too. Cam's been throwing up in the bathroom most of the day. We'd go to the hospital, but there isn't any point. The emergency broadcast said to stay away from all hospitals and doctors' offices. I honestly don't know what to do. Too much emotional crap. I need to go pass out now. Danny. I woke with a jolt, immediately feeling like I'd taken a dozen shots of rum. I crawled over Cam's sweaty body and barely made it to the bathroom before vomiting. Jack settled on the linoleum beside me, his head resting on his front paws while he watched me. The bloody, violent heaves seemed to last forever and left me a shaking, cavernous husk. My insides were raw, like I'd swallowed lighter fluid, lit a match on my tongue, and let the flames scorch my body from the inside out. Though I'd attempted to drink a few sips of water before rejoining Cam in bed, the most I could manage was to rinse out my mouth. When I finally returned to our bedroom, Cam was awake and curled up on his side, facing the doorway. "Dee, I woke up and you were gone. I'm so tired. Stay with me," he rasped. "Of course," I soothed as I unsteadily slid over his body and into bed. "Go to sleep, my Cam. I'll be right here. I love you," I whispered, snuggling behind him. But he was already in a deep sleep, and I was trying not to vomit again. Hours later, the world resumed its lurching motion and forced me to return to my worship of the toilet. My stomach muscles heaved and contracted endlessly, nearly making me pass out from exhaustion. Using the wall for support, I eventually made it back to the bed. As I dragged my worthless limbs across Cam's body, I became aware of Jack's incessant whining and froze. Beneath me, Cam wasn't breathing. "Cam? Cam? No! Wake up, Cam!" I begged, rolling him onto his back and sitting astride his limp form. "Come on, baby, wake up, please." I touched his face tenderly, kissed his lips, his eyes, his cheeks. I could smell him, so I knew he must still be there. This isn't happening. You can't do this to me. You can't leave me. Please, baby, just wake up, please. But every part of him was limp, lifeless. Damn it, Cam! I screeched, banging on his chest with my weak limbs. You have to wake up. You can't leave me like this. You promised me. You said we'd grow old together. You promised. I gave one last scream before collapsing on top of him. All of my sounds turned to sobs. Please, Cam, wake up. I croaked. He's dead. While I lay on his body, my mind flashed through all of the things we should have shared. We'd planned to share. We'd wanted to share. I saw Grams acting as my father and mother walking me down the aisle toward Cam. I saw our children, a little boy and baby girl, both with dark red hair. I saw family vacations with Zoe and her shadowed husband and child. I saw our children grow up and marry and have babies of their own. I saw myself grow old and wrinkly with Cam after a life filled with love and companionship, like he'd promised. And I watched him die as an old man. All of my future hopes faded away as, in my mind, his aged, lifeless body transformed into the Cam growing cold beneath me. Young Cam. My Cam. He's dead. Slowly, I became aware of Jack whining and tugging on my pajama pants. I felt like a sleepwalker as he led me off the bed and out of the room. I didn't look back at Cam's body as I shut the door. He was gone. Dead. Jack nudged, pushed, and tugged me into the living room, where he stared at me with pleading black eyes, willing me to do something. I collapsed onto the couch with arms and legs sprawled haphazardly. I gladly would have passed out, except something was jabbing into my thigh. As I moved the offending lump, I realized it was my laptop. I needed to talk to someone, but I couldn't go back into the bedroom to get my phone. Cam's body was in there. Definitely not. Can't. I also couldn't just stay on the couch and die, however appealing giving up sounded. Staring at the computer on my lap, I decided I could handle emailing Zoe, drinking a glass of water, falling asleep on the couch, and, depending on my luck, maybe dying. I trudged into the kitchen with Jack close behind me. The water burned like whiskey at first, but transformed into liquid heaven after the 5th sip. I had to remind myself not to drink too quickly. I set my refilled glass on the counter before dragging a giant bag of dog food from the pantry. Too weak to pick it up, I tore it open and let the contents spill onto the linoleum. Jack wagged his whole body in excitement at the mountain of food. There you go, sweet boy. Just in case I don't make it, I told him, scratching his neck. My throat clenched, but I was too exhausted for tears. Jack wagged and whimpered, unable to decide on the appropriate response. Sitting back on the couch, I stared at the wall and sipped water as I waited for my computer to boot up. I begged my mind to stay empty. Date, December 9th, 8:30 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, no subject. Cam's gone. He stopped breathing. He just stopped being. I mean, 1 minute I left him sleeping in our bedroom, and the next minute he was just gone. He's dead, and I loved him. He's lying in our bed, dead, and I still love him. But shouldn't I not want to face a world without him? Shouldn't I want to die? I don't know how I feel right now. I feel nothing. I'm sorry. I haven't read any emails or answered any calls for days.
I haven't even spoken with Grams. I've just been passed out. I'm really tired, so I'm going to lie down on the couch and hope I wake up. I miss you. I miss you so much that it makes me feel something. Love you, Zoe. Danny.
Chapter 4. Zoe. On any given night, the idea of getting into bed with my perfectly worn flannel sheets would have been welcomed. I would wrap myself in blankets and bake in the divine, sweltering heat. But I couldn't. Though I could feel the monstrous chill closing in around me, nipping at my ears, nose, and neck, the covers were suffocating. They were too warm, too tight. I couldn't get comfortable. Only moments after slipping under the covers, I threw them off. I'm fine. Everything's fine, I lied to myself. Just get a glass of water and go back to sleep. It's just a fever. It'll be gone tomorrow. I struggled to get up. My head throbbed, my body ached, and my sweats felt like sandpaper against sunburn, abrasive and raw. I loved my pajamas, yet I couldn't tear them off fast enough. Naked, I welcomed the chill of the night on my unshielded body. Suddenly, the cool air felt like shards of glass cutting me. Shit, what the hell's wrong with me? My body was too sensitive. My skin felt like heavy leather being pulled as I moved, stiff and unable to mold to the form of my body. I have to do something. It was below freezing outside, and I was lying in bed, naked and sweating. I tried not to think about Jordan's death, but I couldn't help but wonder, am I dying? My mouth started watering, and I attempted to swallow the bile rising up in my throat, but it wouldn't stay down. Lurching over the edge of the bed, I reached for the trash can as my stomach convulsed. I vomited until I felt hollow. Eventually, even the dry heaves ceased, and I wiped my sweaty brow with the back of my hand. Shaking, I stared at everything I'd puked up and waited for my breathing to steady. I hobbled to the bathroom and locked the disgusting trash can inside. Retrieving a large mixing bowl from the kitchen, I settled on the couch and turned on the television. Although its luminescence burned my eyes, Bob Ross's calm, soothing voice talking about happy little trees and whatever your heart desires made me think about painting instead of pain, at least for a little while. 1 sent text message to D. Why aren't you picking up your phone? Are you okay? Stupid question, I know. I can't believe what happened to Cam. I'm so sorry, D. Please just call me. December 10th, 11:45 a.m. Danny's email riddled me with fear. Every hair on my body stood on end as a sense of despair took root deep inside me. The panic and alarm I'd hidden away in the crevices of my mind finally escaped their restraints. I couldn't catch my breath as hysteria wrapped itself around my throat like a boa constrictor. She's not answering. She can't be dead. What about Jason, Dad, and Grams? I could hear Sarah retching in the bathroom. Of course I'd get sick too. Am I better? I'm feeling better, but... Remembering that my dad was alone and that Danny was worse off than I was, I used my rising conviction to levy my fear. I tossed my phone away in haste, completely forgetting that my ex, Dave, had texted me to make sure I was okay. I'd also forgotten that I had missed his call and that I was scheduled to work a gallery opening. Frantically, I shuffled through my room, snatching anything and everything lying around. My body still ached, but I ignored it. I put no thought into what I grabbed, filling my bag on autopilot. I have to stay in control, I told myself as I took a deep breath. Dad needs me. Danny needs me. I tried to change my flight home for Christmas, but I couldn't get through to the airline. I would have settled for driving across the country, but I didn't have a car. Damn it. Then I remembered. The bus station. Just needed to get there and buy a ticket. Then I could get to them. Hopefully it'll be soon enough. Date, December 10th, 11:35 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, freaking out. Where are you, Dee? Why haven't you contacted me? You'd better be alive. I'm trying to hold it together, but I can't do that if you're MIA. I went to the bus station to buy a ticket home. It's shut down. To make it worse, the airline's phones have been busy since yesterday. Things are pretty bad here. Everything's closed, including Earl's and the gallery. I haven't been able to get a hold of you or anyone else. The only people I've seen around Salem aren't particularly in the best frame of mind. Most are skittish, talking to themselves, or smelling like they haven't showered in a week. I even saw a blonde chick from the clinic. She was filthy and wandering aimlessly around downtown like she didn't know where she was. It's really bad. I'm beginning to feel trapped here in the middle of this frozen, crazed wasteland. Everything's falling apart, and there's nothing I can do about it. I've called you at least 7 times. I'm so worried about you, Danny. Please call or write when you can. I love you. Zoe. Folded into the overstuffed chair in my living room, I stared absent-mindedly out the picture window, mesmerized by the white flurries floating to the ground. My phone slid from my grasp, and my eyes followed it as it landed among the magazines and laundry strewn on the carpet. Jordan was always the tidy one. I shivered. Wearing only boxers and one of my dad's old t-shirts, I felt like my toes were ice cubes. I held a mug of cold tea and stroked the old, worn fabric of my shirt, wishing it still smelled like my dad. It had been a week since I'd heard from him, and Jason hadn't called me back either. Danny's last email had crumpled any hope I'd had left that things would get better. I'm losing everyone. You're cold. Sarah's voice was timid and quiet behind me. I'm always cold, I muttered. I often berated myself for making the stupid decision to move to the East Coast, forcing myself to endure the freezing winters. And now I'm far away from everyone I care about. Sarah cleared her throat. Momentarily removing myself from oblivion, I looked at her. She held out a burgundy fleece blanket, and I wondered how pathetic I must appear. Too exhausted to be stubborn, I accepted her offering and managed a weak smile. Thanks, Sarah. I set the blanket haphazardly on my lap, refocusing my gaze on the darkened world outside. Before I could slip back into the empty, paralyzing void, I felt Sarah's delicate hands on my lap, repositioning the blanket to cover me. The warmth of the thick fleece soothed me, and my eyes began to sting as the salty tears I'd been fighting finally emerged. Lacking the energy to hold them in, I let them fall. My chin trembled, and my chest was burdened with swells of loneliness as my doubts began to consume me. Wiping my cheeks, I looked at Sarah again. Her curls were wild and unbrushed, and her clothes were dirty. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her lips were chapped, a pet peeve that I would have done something about in another life. I'd forgotten she was sick too. And she's taking care of me. You don't have to do that. My voice was unintentionally distant and cold, but I lacked the will to do anything about it. Sarah stood abruptly. Her features were pinched with worry, and her eyes were red and swollen. Nostrils flaring, she tried to compose herself before speaking. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. She turned to leave, and hot guilt coursed through me. She's just being nice, don't be a bitch, I thought. I shook myself, trying to dispel the mental numbness, and grabbed Sarah's hand gently. She turned. Thank you for letting me stay here, Zoe. Her words were filled with emotion and gratitude. It means so much to me. I don't want to be alone. Her cracked voice broke my heart. I know you don't want me here, but Tears were streaming down her face faster than she could wipe them away. She sat down on the couch and began sobbing into her hands, her body shaking violently. Seeing Sarah's anguish was too much. I wanted to scream. Rising from my chair, I went to sit beside her. I pulled her into my arms and wrapped the blanket around us. She coughed, reminding me she was infected. But it didn't really matter anymore. "I'm glad you're here," I whispered to her and knew it was true. "At least I'm not utterly alone." After drifting in and out of sleep for what seemed like hours, Sarah and I were startled awake by the shrill ring of my cell phone. I jumped up and rushed to retrieve it from the floor, even though my joints were stiff from being curled up on the couch. "Please don't hang up." Fumbling with the phone, I was finally able to answer it with shaky fingers. "Dad?" I cried in a trembling voice.
"Zoe, I can't talk long."
"Damn it, Jason, where the hell have you been?" I shrieked. "Have you heard from Dad? I can't get a hold of him and—"
"Listen to me, Zoe. You need to get to Colorado. I need you to head to Peterson Air Force Base near Colorado Springs. It's safe there," he said between uneven breaths.
"How am I supposed to get to Colorado? I don't have a car. The bus station's closed."
"Zoe, focus. Find a way to get there and do it as soon as you can."
His words were rushed and clipped. Jason's scared.
"Answer me, Zoe," he snapped.
"Yes, I'll get there. I promise. I'll find a way." The garbled sound of movement on the other end told me I had only a second before Jason ended our conversation. "Wait! What about Dad and Danny?" It was silent. "Jason? Are you there?"
"Danny's alive?"
His voice was grave. "I don't know. Can's dead, and she was really sick the last time I—"
"Where is she?"
he asked. "She's at her apartment in Seattle, but—"
"I'm headed there now. I'll check on her and meet you at Peterson. Do you understand?"
Yeah, I'll be there as soon as I can." My mind was whirling with questions. "Don't you need her
"Text it to me. I'll be in touch. Just pack what you need and go."
"Jason, But there was a click and the line went dead. My brother was gone. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, bringing me out of my stupor. Still sitting, Sarah stared up at me curiously. "What's going on? Who's Jason?" "My brother," I said distractedly. Pack and go was all I could think. I looked around in a frenzy, though it didn't take long. There weren't many places to look in the tiny 2-bedroom home. "Think, Zoe. What do we need?" "Zoe?" Sarah prompted. Running to my room, I tried to explain. He said there's a safe place for us to go, but it's in Colorado. We've got to figure out a way to get there." "But how?" Sarah was standing in my doorway, wide-eyed and expecting an explanation. "I don't know. We could steal a car." I dumped the contents of my already packed bag onto the bed. Sarah wrapped the blanket more tightly around her. "Do you know how to do that?" "I have no idea, but I'll figure something out. Who knows, maybe we'll find one with keys." Socks, iPod, phone charger, underwear, towel. I searched through my room, hoping I wouldn't forget anything important. In my haste, I didn't think about the house or what I was leaving behind. All I could think about was getting to Jason in Colorado. Before Sarah could question me any further, someone started pounding on the front door. Startled, we looked at each other. I brought my index finger to my lips and cautioned Sarah to stay quiet before I tiptoed to the living room. Upon hearing a dog whining on the front porch, I moved slowly toward the peephole and peered out. What the... 1 sent text message. 2D. Jason called. He's coming for you. Hang on, D. December 11th, 2:30 a.m. Chapter 5. Danny. "I can't breathe," I thought frantically. I was being constricted, pressed into something warm and hard and sort of lumpy, and I wasn't lying down anymore, and I thought I might die if I didn't get a drink of water. "Go make yourselves busy," a woman ordered.
I didn't recognize her voice. Now? The footsteps I heard sounded like a somber stampede. The front door opened and after several long seconds shut quietly. I still couldn't breathe. At my pathetic whimper, the squeezing instantly relented. Suddenly I was lying back down on the cushy couch, staring up into a man's angular, tear-streaked face. With its chiseled features and eyes like brilliant blue topaz, he could have been an ancient, grief-stricken warrior. Jason. I'm dead, I admitted. Jason never cries. He probably doesn't know how to cry. His eyes widened, showing more whites than usual, before he scooped me back up and crushed me against his camouflage parka. I sat limply in his arms as he held me like I was a little girl freshly awake from a nightmare. Jason, I grunted. I can't breathe.
Sorry.
He loosened his hold just enough to keep me from suffocating and murmured,
I thought, Danny, you didn't look alive.
With the newfound ability to breathe, I imagined sitting there forever. I was nestled safely in Jason's arms and listening to him whisper softly while I remembered what it was like to be alive. I'm not dead. Briefly, I tried to recall how I'd come to be on the couch, feeling like a decrepit corpse. The memories seemed trapped, guarded by a fragile sheet of ice. I prodded the mental block gently and recoiled at the turmoil that immediately burst to life in my chest. Thankfully, the pain faded as I shoved the memories back under the thin barrier. After a few minutes, Jason regained his composure. He picked me up and carried me into the bathroom with my dog trailing close behind.
Thanks. I can take it from here,
a blonde woman told him briskly as I was transferred to her deceptively strong arms. I'm Chris. She smiled, reassuring me like a mother to a sick child as she set me carefully on the tile floor. I'm going to help you wash up, she explained, already peeling off my soiled pajamas. You'll feel like a new woman when I'm done with you. The ruined clothes were promptly tossed into the wastebasket beside the toilet, and with equal efficiency, I was deposited into the steaming bathwater. Only after I was clean did I acknowledge the acrid stench coming from the wadded-up pajamas in the little garbage can. My pajamas. Oh, that's disgusting. Embarrassment washed over me. Jason had held me in those foul clothes. Not only had he smelled everything my body had expelled during the 2 days I'd spent passed out on the couch, but he probably had it all over him. Sometimes the smallest, least important thing could light the fuse leading to the mounds of emotional dynamite piled in my head. With mortification as the spark, waves of despair and horror exploded in my chest. Cam, he's dead. Sitting in the bath, I began to cry. Chris let me work through it, holding my hand as I poured out gallons of grief. She seemed to be pulling the gut-wrenching feelings out of me, cleansing my heart and mind just as she was cleansing my body. It felt like I cried for an eternity. Eventually, sporting fresh pajamas and damp hair, I was again settled in the living room, but this time on an unfamiliar couch. This isn't my couch, I said to no one in particular. I watched Jack as he stared forlornly at the clean kitchen floor. Someone had swept up the mountain of kibble and locked it away.
Yes, well, yours was unsuitable. We swapped it with one from an apartment down the hall. It's not like they'll be needing it anymore,
Chris explained, setting a glass of orange juice and a generous plate of breakfasty goodness on the coffee table in front of me. I stared at the food but didn't touch it, even though my stomach grumbled in need. Cam usually made me breakfast. What do you mean? Why won't they need it? Chris halted her efforts to arrange a fuzzy blanket around my legs and looked at me with sharp sky blue eyes. Her expression melted into sympathy before she spoke. Because they're dead, hon. Most people are. I thought you knew. I tried to speak, but my throat caught after the first sound. I shook my head. Satisfied that I was covered and warm, Chris moved to the other side of the coffee table to sit in a large recliner. another item from the furniture shopping spree in my neighbor's apartment.
It was that damn virus. We all had it. Weeks ago.
Chris said, gesturing around the room even though it was empty of anyone but us.
Several days back, everyone in the world seemed to be infected. Now, pretty much everyone's dead. The rest are like you and me, survivors. But as far as we can tell, we're in the extreme minority.
I don't understand, I said, confusion creasing my brow. This is impossible.
Not impossible, just improbable. And really, really awful.
She pointed to the plate of eggs and potatoes on the coffee table.
Eat up, hun. You've got to get your strength back before we leave.
Obediently, I moved the plate to my lap and asked, "Who's we? And where are we going?" I took a tentative bite of scrambled eggs and wondered if it was the best thing I'd ever eaten. Suddenly terrified of being left behind, I added, "Am I part of we? And what about Cam?" Chris opened her mouth to answer just as Jason stepped out from Callie's room and into the hallway leading to the living room. He gestured to the bedroom.
Why don't you get some rest in there, Johnson? It's been a long day.
It wasn't a question. Chris hesitated, shooting an anxious glance in my direction.
Don't worry about Danny,
he reassured her.
I'll take care of her.
A slight smile accompanied the warmth in his voice. Chris stood and stalked across the living room, pausing when she reached the beautiful, imposing man. She was surprisingly menacing for such a motherly woman. I busied myself with eating, but still paid close attention.
Don't try any of your usual shit with her,
Chris hissed.
She's been through hell. I know you're incapable of resisting a pretty girl, especially a vulnerable one, but I swear. What, you think you can take me?
He asked frostily. She glared at him for a long moment before stomping to the bedroom and slamming the door. Quietly, I finished the food. I attacked the glass of orange juice next, alternating between sipping through the neon green straw and staring at the floating flecks of pulp. Jason took Chris's seat, and I focused twice as hard on the juice.
Danny.
His voice was thick with concern. With the straw still between my lips, I responded, My heart froze when I glanced up, and the straw fell from my mouth. Every inch of Jason exuded wary remorse, like he'd done something horrible and was afraid to tell me, or was about to. "You're not taking me with you, are you? You're just going to leave me here," I accused with surprising steel.
What? Don't be ridiculous. Of course I'm taking you with me.
I released a relieved breath. "Oh, well, I just thought... I guess I don't really know what I thought. He's taking me with him. I won't be left alone." "Thanks, Jason."
Yeah, of course,
he said.
But the thing is, you need to know.
He hesitated, searching my eyes across the 3-foot distance between us.
You need to get some rest. You look exhausted.
I was confused, knowing he'd been about to say something entirely different. Regardless, I said, "I need to talk to Zoe."
The phones went down a little bit ago.
"I'll email her," I countered.
After you've rested.
He sounded like he was used to being obeyed. "I'll do it now."
No, later.
Impatiently, I set my empty glass on the table and tossed my arms up in exasperation. "Are you serious? Why are you being such a..." His eyes narrowed.
Such a... what?
"Nothing." I hastily changed tactics. "Please, Jason, I'll sleep so much better if I can just let her know that I'm alive."
She knows you're alive. I told her. Before the phones crapped out.
Closing my eyes, I took a deep, calming breath. "I am exhausted, but I'll rest better if I tell her I'm okay. I can't explain it. I just need to do this. It'll only take a few minutes, I promise. And then I'll behave like a nice, cooperative little patient."
Fine,
he said and broke our magnetic stare.
You have 10 minutes. Then you're resting, even if I have to hold you down.
I smiled at him, reveling in my victory. I wasn't going to let Jason order me around like one of his soldiers. "Thanks, Jason. And, thanks for coming here. I probably wouldn't have made it if, Examining his appearance, I noted the clean fatigues and missing coat. Hesitantly, I added, "And I'm sorry about getting you all dirty earlier." I looked away, embarrassment coloring everything above my shoulders. Jason reached across the table and placed his hand under my chin, turning my face toward him. He held my eyes and murmured,
"It doesn't matter."
Date, December 11th, 9:30 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, to my savior. I'm alive. Cam isn't. Jason's here. You probably saved my life by sending him to me. I'm feeling better, but I need to rest for about a year. I'll fill you in later. I can't even express how much of a difference it makes to have your brother here. Thanks, Zoe. Date, December 13th, 6 a.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, your brother's really bossy. Zoe, I'm still alive. Sorry it's taken me a few days to write. I slept for the past day and a half, literally. I just woke up an hour ago and had to barter with Jason over access to my computer. My computer! Anyway, your brother brought 12 other people with him from his base, but I've only met Chris so far. I guess the base was on lockdown when they left, so they had to grab some vehicles and go. They managed to take 2 Humvees. Jason said we're leaving tomorrow morning. We'll be heading down the coast to Bodega Bay to check on your dad and Grams, and some other people. But because we'll be stopping along the way to check on those other people, it'll take us a little while to get to BB. I'm not sure what the trip will be like. Is there gas? Do we use money? How many people are dead? How many are alive? Is it dangerous? I haven't had a chance to ask Jason or Chris any of this. Either have been asleep or they've been busy. After BB, we're heading toward that base in Colorado. There are a few more stops we have to make along the way, so I don't know how long it'll take to get there either. But I know I will see you there, Zoe. I'll send you a message with more details before we leave, assuming the internet still works. Our phones are useless, both landlines and cells, so don't even bother trying to reach us that way. We can't even Skype. The servers must be down or something. So, I'm not doing so hot with the Cam thing. The dreams. Crap, so every time I fall asleep, Cam is there. And he's always some grotesque version of dead. I'm getting to the point where I don't even want to close my eyes. I miss you like crazy and wish I could sob in your arms every time I wake from the nightmares. Soon. Be safe, Danny.
Chapter 6. Zoe. We spoke in hushed tones as we packed food for our trip. Sarah was asleep in the adjacent room, and we didn't want to wake her. Dave's arrival had brought a sense of relief to the house. I hadn't seen him for nearly 6 months, since our breakup, but his presence was unexpectedly reassuring. From my conversation with Jason a couple days earlier, I knew we needed to head west if I ever wanted to see my brother or Danny again. Knowing they were still alive was enough to reestablish the hope I'd felt so despondent without. Dave was with me, and we had a plan. Everything seemed to be working out, except Sarah was still sick, and I tried not to think about what would happen if she got any worse. Searching through the cupboards, I thought about the strangeness of it all. It's like I can feel her pain and fear all of a sudden. "Zoe?" I started and looked at Dave. My eyes refocused as I took in Dave's concerned expression. It was easy enough to read with his loose curls hiding beneath his backward cap. His hand brushed my shoulder gently, and I instantly felt a rush of unease. "Did you hear me?" he asked. My mind was a muddled mix of emotions. I didn't understand what I was suddenly feeling or why. Dave's eyes were tired and shadowed, and I felt overwhelmed under his touch. He smiled and brushed a strand of hair from my face. "I asked if you wanted me to pack the stash of chocolate I found in the pantry. I'm assuming so, unless you're no longer a chocolate fiend and I didn't get the memo." He flashed a cocky, lopsided grin. "Oh," I breathed raggedly. "Yeah, of course. Thanks." The moment he removed his hand from my skin, I felt lighter. Bewildered, I exhaled and continued packing. I focused on the good news. Danny was alive and with Jason, and Dave was driving Sarah and me to the base in Colorado.
I'd see my best friend and brother in a few days. And hopefully my dad, too.
Zoe?
I jumped when Dave's hand touched the small of my back. Why is he touching me so much? I wanted to scream. His fingers lingered on the thin cotton of my t-shirt, and a sudden sense of apprehension nagged the back of my mind. Uncertainty washed over me, though I had no idea where it had come from.
Did you hear anything I said?
I stared at him, unsure of the feelings fluttering around inside me.
Zoe!
Dave's brow was furrowed, his confident air dissipating. Sorry, I stammered, glancing down at my shaking hands. Am I getting sick again? Dave squeezed my shoulder tightly. What's wrong? Fear and anxiety pulsed through me, dizzying and disorienting. Sammy, Dave's chocolate lab, licked my hand, the contact shaking me from my confusion. I petted him absent-mindedly as I tried to wade through the intense feelings. No, I refuse to be sick. I'm just tired. What were you saying?
Are you sure you're feeling okay?
I'm fine. Like I said, just tired. Annoyed at his persistence, I stepped away and eyed him warily.
How about you? Are you feeling okay?
He rubbed his face and sighed in exhaustion. Yeah,
I'm feeling better. I was pretty sick there for a while.
I watched his lethargic movements as he pulled cans of chili from the cupboard. You should get some rest, Dave. I can finish packing up. He looked over at me and smirked.
Are you sure?
Only if you don't snore, I amended playfully. Dave wandered over to the couch, and I wondered if I'd ever seen him without Sammy, who was prancing after him. He heaved his body down and took a deep breath.
Ugh, this feels so good,
he sighed. Laughing, I took the blanket from the back of the couch and spread it over him. Although his forwardness often rubbed me the wrong way, I had missed his quirky charm. My hand grazed his arm, and I felt an unexpected wave of desire swell inside me. I froze. Dave caught my hand and peered up through his dark, blinking lashes.
Want to join me? I'll make room.
His husky voice and coaxing gaze warned me of his intentions. Smiling, I pulled my hand out of his grasp and finished tucking the blanket around him. Maybe in a bit.
Definitely not a good idea.
Date, December 13th, 11:25 a.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, headed for Colorado.
Hey, Dee. I'm so glad you're alive and that Jason's with you. Thank God you're okay. Dave's here. He showed up a few days ago with his dog, Sammy.
I feel better having him here because things are starting to get crazy around Salem. Like, really scary. We've heard 2 gunshots in the last 24 hours. And last night we watched a group of looters running through the street and lighting things on fire. Obviously there are survivors, but most of them are just crazy. Other than Dave's Louisville Slugger and my Maglite, we have no weapons. So I'm ready to get the hell out of here. I'm wishing Jason would have taught me a thing or two so I'd have some idea how to defend myself. But when all else fails, go for the groin, right? Let's hope no one gets close enough to have to worry about that. Dave heard a radio broadcast about a colony in Colorado. They have food and supplies and are encouraging survivors to head that way. I wonder if it's the same place we're going. Anyway, Peterson is a few days worth of driving away, so we'll have to stop once or twice to rest along the way, but we'll be there as soon as we can. Will you make sure Jason keeps me posted on Dad when you get home? I want to know what you find, no matter how bad it is. Miss you. Hasta la vista, Zoe. Chapter 7, Danny. I gripped the doorknob and, not knowing what to expect inside the bedroom, felt my palms slicken with sweat. Questions circled in my mind like crazed vultures. Will it smell like Cam? Will it smell like death? Will it smell like rotting meat? Has he been decomposing over the past 5 days, melting into our bed? What will he look like? Turning my wrist, I let the door creak open. I instantly focused on the bed, the empty bed. I stood in the doorway for a few minutes, staring dumbly as my mind reconciled the placid blank scene with the horrors I'd imagined. Where is he? Get it together, Danny, I mumbled. I was in the damn room for 2 reasons, to pack and to say goodbye. Cam might not have been there to do the latter, but I could still gather some things together. I forced myself into motion, gliding around the room to collect certain indispensable belongings, clothes, cell phone, journal, small photo album. I tossed the priceless items on the exposed mattress, and when I added Zoe's recent birthday present, a beautifully sketched depiction of a man in a chef's coat kissing the hand of a seated curly-haired woman, I nearly collapsed into tears. She had perfectly captured the first time Cam and I had met. The only thing preventing a torrential emotional flood was the violent anger simmering in my blood. Where the hell is Cam? Obviously, Jason had moved Cam's body, and he'd done it without telling me, without letting me say goodbye. Fury boiled within me as I snatched a duffel bag out of the closet. Damn it, Jason! I shoved everything into the bag, clothes and mementos alike, and hastily zipped it shut. You had no right! With a grunt, I dragged the deformed bag into the hallway, slamming the bedroom door behind me. Seething, I stalked around the rest of the 2-bedroom apartment in search of Jason. There weren't many places to look. I'd barely seen him since the day he arrived, so I wasn't surprised to find him absent. Jack whined and scratched at the front door, capturing my attention. Where's Jason? Next door? In a flash, I passed through the doorway, sprinted down the hall, and burst into the nearest neighboring apartment. 4 men, each decked in tan and gray-green camouflage fatigues, rose from their seats at an oblong table and pointed guns in my direction. I barely noticed and hardly cared. Jason! I hissed. Where's Jason? Jack augmented the question with a menacing growl. All but 1 gun was lowered, the remaining aimed at Jack by a youthful, brown-haired man.
Should have killed the mangy fuck when he went after Cece,
he proclaimed, clicking the safety back in place. The only one of the men I'd previously met, Kai, nodded toward the bedrooms down the hallway, and one of the others bellowed, Jason! Seconds later, the farthest bedroom door banged open, expelling an irritated, shirtless Jason. He pulled a gray t-shirt over his head and, sounding completely annoyed, said, I thought I told you dumb shits to leave us, alone. His voice softened when he noticed me.
Danny, what's wrong?
Behind him, a small, voluptuous woman emerged from the same doorway. A smirk danced across her exotic face as she sauntered toward me, her dark, disheveled hair swaying with each step. You must be Danny. I'm Cecilia, but everyone calls me Cece. Her warm tone competed with the icy chill in her eyes. Jason and I were just... A pleasure, I interrupted and brushed past her. Had I been a cat, my tail would have been lashing. As I neared Jason, he stiffly stood in place, his expression blank. Stopping within arm's reach, I asked, my words thick with venom, Where's Cam? Jason answered without hesitation.
We moved his body out while you were getting cleaned up.
He watched me cautiously like I was an injured animal. But I wasn't hurt. I was pissed. My mind snapped back to our conversation 3 days earlier, to my confusion at his abrupt change of subject. This is what he was going to tell me, that he'd disposed of Cam's body without my permission. You should have asked. You should have told me, I said through gritted teeth and swung my arm without thinking. Jason's eyes closed as my hand smacked against his clenched jaw. When they reopened, his eyes glowed with fierce determination.
You shouldn't have to remember him like that. If we left him in there for 3 more days...
He's right, damn it, I thought, recalling the horrifying images I'd imagined. But I was still furious. He should have asked. I tried to ignore the small, bitter part of me that knew my rage should have been directed inward. I should have been with Cam when he died. He asked me to stay with him. The world around us seemed to fade out of existence as Jason and I stared at each other. His aquamarine eyes pulled me in, their fierce intensity refusing to release me. That he had the audacity to stand before me with those stunning eyes, set in that achingly handsome face, only fueled my anger. My pulse sped, breath coming faster, and I knew we were building to something unforgivable. I breathed in and opened my mouth. "You, Danny?" Chris asked, penetrating the haze of my fury. Her arm wrapped protectively around my narrow shoulders.
"Let's get you some breakfast before we leave,
She turned me away from Jason, breaking our eye contact along with the building tension, and guided me back toward the front door. With each step, my anger dissipated and reason returned. As Chris walked me through the apartment's entrance, I looked back at Jason, my chin trembling and eyes pleading for forgiveness. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. The door swung shut. Date, December 14th, 8:30 a.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, the plan. Zoe, I'm just about to leave my apartment, possibly forever. I wonder if leaving this place will help heal the gaping wound in my heart. Or will I forget bits and pieces of Cam little by little until I only have the barest memory? I just hope something changes. This feeling is unbearable. We're not exactly setting out on our grand, note the sarcasm, journey into the changed, shitty world yet. We still have to gather a ton of supplies. The group has cleaned out a bunch of the packaged and canned foods from the apartments in my building, but there are other things we'll need. There's another big problem. All of the gas stations are out of fuel. One team spent the entire day yesterday in a borrowed car checking gas stations all over Seattle. They were all dry. It's like people hung on long enough to use up all the fuel before they keeled over. Dicks. We have some fuel cans, which we're filling with gas siphoned from nearby cars, but we can only carry so much. Is the fuel situation the same over there? In a moment of sheer genius, I convinced Jason it would be worth it to stock up on camping supplies. I mean, if we get stranded in the middle of nowhere, that stuff will be super useful. So we're spending the morning at that huge REI in downtown Seattle, the one you dragged me to last summer. That's where we're going when we leave in, 5 minutes. I'm so freaking glad that Dave is with you and that you're leaving Salem. I don't like the sound of all the crazy people in your neighborhood. Maybe you guys should get some guns or something. Maybe not. Might be more dangerous with them. Dunno. Your call. Please, please, please update me as often as you can. I'll do the same. Okay, I have to go. Your brother is staring at me. Oh, and he says, hey. Ciao, Danny. Unsurprisingly, REI's doors had been locked. Surprisingly, none of the glass panes had been broken. I figured survivors were either moaning in their beds or still in the let's steal from grocery stores and shopping malls stage of the apocalypse. Recreational equipment must not have registered as a high priority. People are idiots, I thought caustically, but then I smiled. One woman's forsaken water filter is another's salvation.
Everyone needs to pair up,
Jason directed from the slightly raised platform in the entryway. When nobody moved, he barked.
Now.
Chris sidled up to me, and I watched Cece prowl across the polished cement. Her eyes were locked on Jason. He didn't notice her approach, focused as he was on making sure everyone found a partner. When I felt his attention linger on me, I ignored him, instead studying the small, tanned beauty. Reaching Jason, Cece beckoned, and he leaned down to let her whisper in his ear. His lips parted at her words, and his eyes narrowed with what looked like anticipation. I figured she must have suggested something particularly scandalous. When his eyes slid to mine, catching me staring, I hastily scanned the rest of the store, pretending to assess its offerings. From the heat in my cheeks, I knew I had blushed bright red. After confirming that everyone had paired off, Jason continued.
All right, here's the plan. Each of you needs to collect everything you need if you are on your own. Except for Danny, you've all had survival training. If you don't know what you need, you're a fucking idiot. Reconvene here in 1 hour and do not leave your partner alone.
As an afterthought, he added,
Keep your weapons ready. We don't know who else might be here.
As he finished, my mind replayed his whispered exchange with the skank. What did she say to him? Let's do it in a fitting room, or the bathroom, or maybe behind the checkout counter? Jason obviously hasn't changed, I thought bitterly. The disgusting possibilities swirled through my head as Chris and I found large hiking packs, sleeping bags, and tents. The thoughts receded as we filled our new packs with minuscule stoves and gas cans, water filters, matches, lighters, handheld GPS equipment, knives, and whatever else Chris deemed necessary for survival. When we couldn't squeeze anything else into the bag's bulging pockets, we dropped them off in the entryway. Grabbing a couple of large waterproof sacks, we headed to the clothing and shoe section. Now this is more like it. We'd stuffed both huge bags to the brim and were heading back to the entrance when a nearby rack of keychains fell over. Laughing, Chris teased, Wow, walk much? We watched, waiting for one of our companions to pop up looking amused or embarrassed, but nothing happened. Chris drew her handgun from her thigh holster and slipped me a black-bladed combat knife. I raised my eyebrows in a silent question. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Ignoring my expression, Chris held up her index finger to her lips and motioned for me to follow. A rustle and jingle led us to the man tangled in the fallen merchandise. He was small and stinky, wearing a forest green t-shirt with the store's logo.
Don't hurt me. I'm not here. Don't hurt me. I'm not here.
He repeated over and over. I half expected him to start scuttling around, hissing about his precious. Are you okay? I asked, slipping in front of Chris to crouch down near the terrified man. I was careful to keep the wicked-looking knife hidden behind my back, worried it would scare him further. He was so pathetic, yanking every compassionate string in my body. He stopped talking. Encouraged, I reassured him, We won't hurt you. But when I reached out to help untangle his ankle, he flinched. He scooted himself in the clanging rack back and resumed his earlier mantra.
Don't hurt me. I'm not here. Don't hurt me. I'm not here.
Chris hoisted me up by my arm and pulled me away from the clearly unstable man.
We can't do anything for him,
she told me gently. But...
No, hon, I'm sorry. Something's broken in him that can't be fixed.
Ashamed at how quickly I agreed, I followed her back to the store's entrance, dragging my sack of clothes and shoes behind me. Date, December 14th, 9 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, Longview, Washington. Zoe. So, I can't remember if I told you this already, but we're stopping several places along the way to BB. I don't know why we can't just drop people off and continue on home. This is ridiculous. I need to get down there to check on Grams and your dad. Oh, don't worry. I've argued plenty with Jason about this. I didn't win. For everyone in the group, we're devoting one full day to searching their chosen stop for survivors. Jason told me this was non-negotiable. He can be such an ass. Anyway, we're currently in Longview, Washington, which is only a few hours south of Seattle. We've traveled really far, huh? Yeah, I totally just rolled my eyes. We're here for Joey, by the way. He's one of those people who would make a perfect thief or assassin because he is just so unremarkable. Anyway, he's hoping to find I don't know who here. We're spending all of tomorrow searching. Our chosen Longview home is a gigantic riverfront house that looks more suited to a stormy ocean bluff in New England than a West Coast river. Internet and power are a few of its prized offerings. Also, the house is large enough that only a few people, there are 14 of us, have to share rooms, like me and Chris. The master bedroom, however, remains unoccupied. A couple of the guys found the house's previous occupants in their king-sized bed, bloated and oozing. I guess it was pretty gross, like spontaneous vomit gross. If I hadn't been sleeping in a building full of dead people for the past week, I'd be bothered by the idea of sharing a roof with the deceased Mr. and Mrs. whoever. But I'm not. I'm just tired. Surprisingly, we haven't seen that many living people. I guess Chris was right when she told me pretty much everyone was dead. But I suppose the other survivors could be hiding. You know what's weird? I think I've been so lost in my grief over Cam that I haven't really paid attention to the fact that the world pretty much ended. It's like an unending nightmare. I keep waiting to wake up. All right, so I promised Chris she could use my computer before bed. Let me know where you are as soon as you can. I worry about you all the time. So does Jason, even if he won't say it out loud. Ciao, Danny.
Chapter 8. Zoe. The air hummed with apprehension. From inside the truck, Sarah and I watched Dave's third attempt to refuel. I crossed my fingers. Please work. Nothing seemed to be happening. The seconds felt like minutes until finally Dave knocked on the driver's side window and gave us a thumbs up. Relieved, I smiled. Opening the door, I felt the brisk air sting my face. I pulled my hood up over my ears and zipped my jacket as far as it would go. Looking around apprehensively, I made my way toward the convenience store in hopes of finding a bathroom. The vacant world around me was eerily silent. All I could hear was the creaking of a giant wooden billboard being assaulted by the wind. How long has it been since anyone was here? Through the dark windows, I saw a bathroom sign that looked promising, but I couldn't bring myself to enter. I wonder if it's safe. As I stood outside of the store, I noticed a newspaper box still filled with papers. I leaned closer. The headline read, "Billions Dead," and the paper was dated December 9th, right before everything had started to shut down. I inserted a quarter and snatched out a paper. Scanning its contents, my mouth grew dry and my body stiffened. The H1N1 pandemic. Looting and riotous outbreaks everywhere. End of civilization as we know it. Survivors losing their minds. Governments can't control. The apocalypse. The newspaper slipped from between my fingers. Frozen in place, I was suffocated by the reality of our situation. This isn't going away. The fucking world ended. Thinking of the strange feelings I'd been experiencing, I once again questioned my own sanity. My thoughts were too loud to silence. My heart thudded, and I couldn't swallow the lump in my throat. Looking out into the abandoned world around me, I realized how alone we really were. I bent down to reclaim the paper and turned on my heel to head back toward the truck, completely awestruck as the words I'd read replayed in my mind. Each was a reminder that the only world I'd ever known had ended. Dave and Sarah watched me closely as I quietly climbed back into the truck. "You okay?" Sarah asked. Without saying a word, I reached back and let the newspaper fall from my grasp and into her lap. The paper crinkled in her hands as she picked it up, and she gasped. As she read the article aloud to Dave, I stared out the window and tried to tune her out. Snow was falling again. "We better get back on the road," I interrupted. Dave eyed me and cleared his throat before starting the truck. The engine rumbled in the winter wasteland, and an uneasiness settled in my stomach as the gas station's orange and blue 76 sign disappeared in the side mirror. How long before we find another working gas station? I closed my eyes, willing the troublesome thought away. I settled myself in the front seat and glanced at Sammy and Sarah, who were curled up in the back. I was comforted by the thought that I wasn't the only person left in the crazy world. Unexpectedly, Dave's soft hand settled over mine, encasing it in a protective shell.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
A rush of affection filled my senses, and my skin grew warm. I managed to smile and focused my eyes on the snow-covered buildings that zipped by the window, trying to ignore the unwelcome sensations. "I'm just glad I'm not alone," I said. "Why do you ask?"
"You always bite the inside of your cheek when you're worried."
He flashed me a conceited smile.
"You forget how well I know you."
My relationship with Dave was complicated. I was glad he was there. I'd missed being around him since our breakup. His smile calmed my nerves, and when we talked, it was with an ease I'd never felt with any other man. Dave was comfortable, but the way he'd been looking at me was problematic. He seemed to forget that we were better as friends than lovers. Dave's fingers tightened around mine, and a jumble of images, people and places, flashed through my mind. Before I could discern exactly what I was seeing, Dave slammed on the brakes and the truck skidded to a halt. Pulse hammering, I frantically glanced around, following his line of sight. Something ghosted toward us, unhurried through the lace curtain of snow beyond the window. "It's a person!" Sarah's hand flew to her mouth. I could barely make out the hunched-over form. With each step, the outline grew closer. "It's a woman," I whispered. The lady was gesturing emphatically and seemed to be mumbling to herself. Her hair was ratty and greasy, and she looked like she hadn't bathed in weeks. "What the hell?" Dave muttered. He hesitated before moving to take off his seatbelt. "Are you crazy?" I snapped, whipping my head in his direction. I reached out to him, clutching the sleeve of his green down jacket. We looked back to the woman. "She's unwell," I observed. "We can't risk it." I immediately sensed relief flooding the truck's cab. The sound of the automatic door locks latching echoed in our sudden silence. "We can't just leave her out there," Sarah said, a shrill panic ringing in her voice. "We don't have a choice," I retorted, my tone too harsh. I looked back at Sarah, whose wide brown eyes hid behind her hanging curls. "Do you want to jeopardize our lives for hers? She's obviously crazy. What if she tried to hurt us?" I asked, surprised at how well I had mimicked my brother's impatient tone. Sarah still looked desperate to help the woman. I softened my voice, trying to ease her worry. "Look at her, Sarah." We peered back out at the woman as she shuffled through the mounds of snow heaped along the side of the road. Her body was frail and her face was gaunt. She wore no jacket or shoes, seemingly unfazed by the freezing weather. "It's so sad," Sarah said, resolved to the woman's fate. We remained quiet as the stranger disappeared from view. In only a moment, fresh snow blanketed the ground, covering any trace of her ever having been there. Date: December 14th, 11:25 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject: Attention Kmart shoppers. Hey, Dee. It's strange trying to describe to you what's going on right now. If you would have told me yesterday I'd be sleeping in a giant Kmart, I would have laughed and said something like, "Why couldn't it be a Target?" But alas, here we are. We perused the store for a bit before calling it a night. We stocked up on things we needed. Art supplies and warm clothes for me in particular. Drawing is the only thing that's sort of kept me sane. Also, we took 2 solar generators from the Home Depot next door. Those should come in handy if the power starts failing. And I grabbed a shitload of batteries and candles, too. So you never know, right? We got tons of other supplies, but I won't bore you with the details. It hasn't been all fun and shopping today, though. We had some issues finding fuel, resulting in our behind scheduleness. Yes, I made up a word. We hope to make it to Dave's family's place in Ohio by tomorrow night, but the gas situation worries me. On top of that, I've been feeling strange around Dave lately. I'm not sure why or what to do about it either. It's like sometimes I can feel random, unwanted emotions when I'm around him. It's making me feel schizophrenic, but I'm sure it's nothing. I'm probably just tired, right? Speaking of tired, I should get some rest. I want to make sure we leave first thing in the morning. Night-night, Dee. Hasta la vista, Zoe.
Chapter 9. Danny. Date, December 15th, 8 a.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, Arg. Zoe. Wow. So I was one of the few people to think of bringing a laptop. Unbelievable. We developed a rotation. Just to be fair, you know. Whatever. It just means I have to make this short. I'm perma-partners with Jason on days we're searching for surviving family and friends. That's a new development as of this morning. It'll be interesting. Oh, and that was a great idea about the solar generators. I'm going to tell Jason we need to snag some too. That's pretty weird about the feelings you're having. Maybe you're just realizing that you love Dave, and it's unexpected. What do you think? I'm sure you're not schizo, but I'll love you even if you are. D. Please, please, please let Zoe make it to Colorado safely, and please don't let her be crazy. I squeezed my eyes shut as I begged every possible universal power to watch over my best friend. I can't do this without her. I was on the verge of tears.
Ready to go?
Jason asked from the doorway. Startled, I leapt from my perch on the edge of the bed, only to slip on the hardwood floor and nearly fall on my butt. I glared at the intruder who leaned casually against the doorframe. "Crap, Jason!" I snapped, turning to shove my feet into fur-lined winter boots. "Can't you make a noise or something?" Hustling around the room to gather my coat and gloves, I wondered how long he'd been watching me. Did he see my chin tremble? "Ready," I said, and heard Jack jump down from the bed and trot to my side. After a moment of hesitation, Jason nodded and straightened from his relaxed pose. He led the way out of the house and paused in the expansive driveway, letting the gentle drizzle of rain dampen us. Gesturing to a silver sedan, he said,
"Hop in."
"I thought we were walking, but I guess this makes more sense. Is it theirs?" I asked with a nod toward the house. A sarcastic laugh escaped from his throat.
Does it matter?
Does anything? I wondered and shrugged. On the short drive to downtown Longview, I took the opportunity to examine Jason from the passenger seat. He was different, harder and more closed off than the man I remembered. I'd been surprised when he announced that I would be his partner on search days, especially because I had the distinct impression that he was avoiding me. "You know," I said lightly, trying to break the ice, "since you found me, this is the first time I've seen you out of your clothes." Realizing what I just said, I blushed and stammered. "I mean, your army clothes. Obviously, you're not naked. I groaned inwardly, reminding myself that I was no longer the teenage girl with a heartbreaking crush on her best friend's older brother. That version of me was long gone. Jason's throaty chuckle was like lighter fluid on my burning cheeks. With a minimal half smile and a barely there dimple, he said,
"It's a little cold for that. And wet."
He parked the car in front of a long series of storefronts and stared ahead.
But then again, there's really only one good reason to strip down in a car, And that would more than make up for the cold. Don't you think, Red?
After assigning me a new nickname, he exited the car. Stunned, I gaped at the now empty driver's seat. Very vivid, very inappropriate images flashed through my mind. I was sure my whole body was blushing. Suddenly, my mind screamed, "What about Cam?" It took me a few moments to calm myself. When I finally exited the car, I tried my best to dismiss the meaningless flirtation. Jason flirted like other men breathed, easily and without thought. It meant nothing. We spent the next 7 hours searching the old brick apartment buildings and stores in the once adorable downtown area for signs of life. We found few living people, all too insane or afraid to communicate. That, combined with the plethora of dead bodies, made for an unsettling day. With the clinging scent of rotting flesh following me, I wondered if I'd ever be able to enjoy meat again. "Oh, can we check that place for dog stuff?" I asked, pointing to a little pet shop in an antiquated 2-story building across the street. Jason shrugged. His ever-watchful gaze looked everywhere at once as we crossed the empty street side by side. Once in the store, I followed our recently established routine and kept watch near the shattered glass doorway while Jason searched the building for potential dangers. He had just stepped through the only other doorway in the shop, a squeaky swinging door that led to the store's back area, when 4 men rounded the block outside. They weren't as dirty as the few other living people we'd seen, but they looked a hell of a lot meaner. I ducked into the shadows and whispered desperately toward the back door, "Jason!" Nothing. I tried again, a little louder, "Jason!" Still nothing. The scruffy survivors stalked in a direct path toward my hideout, and I stifled a curse. "Come on, Jack," I said softly, but my dog was nowhere in sight. Just as I turned to rush toward the back of the store in search of Jason, Jack backed through the swinging door. He was dragging a very annoyed Jason.
What the hell, Danny? Can't you keep him under control?
Jack's chest rumbled, his mouth still full of Jason's sleeve. I stepped toward them and tried to explain. "Jason, there's—"
Well, what do we have here?"
a gravelly voice interrupted from behind me. A chorus of deep, taunting laughs enhanced its menacing effect. I froze mid-step, terrified. Based on the sound in the man's voice, I estimated I was halfway between the strangers and Jason. I stared into Jason's furious eyes, feeling like a horde of monsters would seize me from behind if I even dared to breathe.
Come here, Danny.
Jason's voice was calm and soothing, completely incompatible with his aimed pistol and threatening stance. At first I thought his weapon was pointed at me, but I quickly realized it was fixed on the man behind me. Did I just hear a footstep? Is he moving closer?
Come on, Danny. Just come here.
Strain marbled Jason's calm tone, nearly fracturing it. They must be closer. Crap! But fear seemed to have cemented my feet to the speckled linoleum floor. Jack padded to me and, snarling ferociously at the intruders, leaned against the back of my frozen legs. I had to either step or fall. After the first stride, there was no stopping me until I was safely stowed behind both Jason and Jack.
"There's no need for that, son. We just want to have a little fun with the girl."
Irritation clouded the menace in the stranger's voice, making him sound, of all things, a little whiny. His cronies shuffled and puffed up, looking like they were spoiling for a brawl. Reaching around Jason into his unzipped coat, I pulled a handgun from his shoulder holster. I couldn't help but notice the extreme tension in his body. Each muscle was coiled like a viper preparing to strike. He was ready to take them all on, but there were 4 of them and only 1 Jason. I stepped up beside Jason and raised the gun, though we both knew it would prove useless if the confrontation actually erupted into physical violence. I didn't even know how to turn the safety off. Hell, I didn't know where to find the safety. But our aggressors didn't know that. Ominously, Jason warned.
Get the hell out of here. If I see you again, you're dead.
As a chilly afterthought, he added,
If you'd touched her, you'd already be dead. Leave. Now.
They did. I didn't lower the gun until the men were long gone. I just couldn't. Jason had to pry it from my shaking hands. I was still standing in the same spot, my arms hanging stiffly when he spoke.
That was smart thinking, Red. I don't think they'd have walked away like that if you hadn't pulled the hot little badass card.
Did he just call me hot? It worked as well as a slap, pulling me out of my frozen mind. Hints of concern tightened Jason's eyes as he hunched down to my eye level.
You okay?
Listening to Jack sniff the nearby items in the store, I nodded and whispered, No. Jason laughed.
Good answer. So how about that dog stuff? Find what you need. I'll keep watch.
I nodded again and wandered off in the direction of Jack's sniffing and tail thumping. I found him with his head stuck in a bucket half full of 2-foot-long, stretched and dried bull penises. That's my dog, I thought. Date, December 15th, 7:20 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor. To Zoe Cartwright. Subject, an interesting day. Zoe. Today wasn't quite what I thought it would be. We found lots of dead people in their homes, mostly in beds and bathrooms. They were also in some of the shops and in a bunch of the abandoned cars. And they definitely didn't all die from the flu. I saw some that were obvious suicides. Holy crap, can I just say that dead people are gross? It sounds stupid and, I don't know, flippant. But they are. It's hard to think that they were alive like us a few weeks ago. It's frightening to think about what the world might be like in another week, or a month, or a year. And the living, they're almost worse than the dead. Every person we found was crazy or violent, or both. Jason and I started calling them crazies. Seemed fitting. So, I need to vent about something. You know how I'm search partners with Jason? Well, there's this one Air Force chick. Everyone else is Army Special Forces, a.k.a. badass, who was super pissed when Jason announced the search partners. Something's going on between them. It's not surprising. She, Cece, looks like a perfect, curvy little Inca princess. Well, she would if she didn't have, I'm a perma-bitch, stamped on her face all the time. Whatever. The point is, I'm now on her shit list. Awesome. Want to hear something scary? Jason has decided I need to learn how to use a gun. This has disaster written all over it. He's waiting for me right now. I'll let you know how it goes when I write to you tomorrow. Ciao, Danny.
Chapter 10. Zoe. The graveyard of motionless, snow-capped cars made driving along the highway eerie. Where were they going? Home? The hospital? Did they know they were dying? The air was heavy with silence. We all knew many of the vehicles scattered along the road weren't abandoned. They were tombs for their unfortunate inhabitants. We're almost there. It's only another 20 miles or so, I think. Dave smiled back at us through the rearview mirror, patting his chocolate lab on the head with his spare hand. I watched him playfully tug on the dog's ears. Sammy's tail thumped excitedly. Thinking of my own situation, I grew apprehensive. The sporadic, unwanted emotions I'd been feeling around him had intensified, becoming incessant and overwhelming. I'd been trying to keep my distance. Why Dave? I wasn't sure why his presence seemed to affect me so much, but the foreign feelings seemed to fit his mood far better than my own. Are these his feelings? The thought was absurd. Does he know he's doing this? I wished I could ask him without sounding completely crazy. Zoe, are you okay? You seem fidgety. Sarah was looking at me with narrowed, very watchful eyes. She seemed to do that often, and I couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking. Sure, I just wish we were there already. I'm starting to feel claustrophobic, I said nonchalantly as I reached for the map in the seat pocket in front of her. Shrugging, Sarah started to open her book, but sneezed all over my arm in the process. Irritated, I looked at her. Really, Sarah?
I'm sorry.
She sniffled and wiped my sleeve with hers. Grossed out and annoyed, I pulled away from her, but she grabbed my wrist anyway. I hardly think... But before I could finish my sentence, I felt a surge of embarrassment warm my body, bringing a flush to my cheeks.
Nice one, Sarah.
She chided herself, but I barely heard her. I was lost in my own thoughts. It's not just Dave. I suddenly feel nauseated. It's me. Date, December 16th, 3:30 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, here at last. Hey, Dee. Sounds like there's a lot happening over there. Sorry you had to see all those disgusting, horrible things. I hope being with Jason makes you feel safe enough to get some rest. You've been through a lot this past week. I've been pretty lucky so far in terms of disgusting, horrible things. There's so much snow on the ground that it's hard to see much of anything. As much as I hate this weather, I'm grateful I've been spared seeing what's underneath. So that Air Force chick you mentioned sounds like a real gem. I guess personality isn't much of a priority for Jason. Surprise! I know it's probably hard, but try to ignore the bitchiness. It means nothing, I'm sure. We finally arrived at Dave's cabin today, thankfully. It's actually quite homey. It reminds me of summer camp back in the day. It's nothing fancy, just an old summer fishing spot his family used when they wanted to get out of the city. It's too stormy outside to see much other than the bare, frozen trees and the snow blanketing the ground. But inside the cabin is cozy. Hopefully we'll be able to rest and recuperate before heading out again. I'm assuming we'll leave tomorrow, but we haven't really talked about it yet. I'm not looking forward to the drive to Sarah's house. I think the close quarters worsen those feelings I've been experiencing. I felt them again today, but with Sarah this time. I have no idea what's going on. I'm wondering if I should say something to Sarah and Dave or if I should keep it to myself. I wouldn't even know where to start. What a mess. With the exception of the former occupants, it sounds like you're staying in a fancy vacation home. I'm a little jealous. It's snowing here. Everywhere. Still. It's always snowing. And you know I hate being cold. Doesn't help my mood much. I could really use some Danny time right about now. Maybe a few mixed drinks on the beach, too. Why is time suddenly going by so slowly? I'll let you know when we take off or when we even have a plan. Be safe. Asta, Zoe. Standing in the cabin's cramped bathroom, I looked in the mirror as I brushed my teeth and studied the heavily shadowed eyes that stared back at me. I look like shit. Zoe! Sarah screamed from the living room, and fear swept over me. Spitting the contents of my mouth into the sink, I threw open the bathroom door. My heart pounded against my chest. What is it? I rushed to her. Dave's out the... But before Sarah could finish, I heard Dave's cries for help. I grabbed the shotgun leaning against the wall and flung the front door open. I could barely hear Dave shouting through the angry howl of the wind. Running out into the frigid night, I headed in his direction. Lock the door! I yelled back to Sarah. My voice was muffled by the blizzard. The cold hit me like razor blades, cutting through my clothes and into my skin with every move. Dave! Where are you? I squinted to see through the dense snowfall. Sammy! Dave's voice broke through the violent storm. My muscles fatigued and my lungs burned as I struggled through the powdery snow, trying not to let it slow me down. I heard Dave's voice right before stumbling upon him. I was shocked to see the form of a large animal pacing nearby. Unsure what to do, I shot the gun into the darkness. Its recoil knocked me back, and I lost my balance. Squinting, I refocused my eyes just in time to see the creature running away, and Dave crawling towards Sammy's unmoving body. "Dave!" I ran to his side as he tried to move. He was wounded. Blood darkened the snow-covered ground beneath his body, and his legs dragged limply behind him. "Sammy!" Dave was crying and struggling to get to his dog. Helping him up was impossible. He hit my hands away, fighting against my efforts. "Dave, you have to get inside!" I shouted. My body was achy and numb. "Sammy!" he cried as he continued to fight against me. I snapped. I slapped him across the face, desperate for him to focus, and yelled with all the lung power my freezing body could afford. "Damn it, Dave! I've got to get you inside! I'll come back for Sammy!" He looked at me in horror. "I need you to help me. Try to stand up." I could barely feel my legs as I pulled his body toward mine. He stared back with wide eyes. I could feel his anguish coursing through me. "I'll come back for him. I promise." Date, December 17th, 4 a.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, no subject. D. There's so much to tell you, but I don't have much time. Dave and Sammy were attacked by a mountain lion last night. Sammy saved Dave's life, but didn't survive himself. Dave's got gashes all over his legs, and he's lost a lot of blood. I'm taking care of him the best I can, but he won't let me do much. He's drinking enough Jose Cuervo that I don't think he needs any pain meds at this point, though he may never stop bleeding. I wish you were here. You know what to say to him and what to do. Zoe.
Chapter 11. Danny.
Wow, nice find, Cece.
John said as he looked around the posh hotel lobby. On such a boyish face, his wide-eyed expression lent him a look of cherubic innocence. It was deceptive. The 21-year-old was about as innocent as Jason, but unlike Jason, John made sure everyone knew he was a devil in disguise. Cece simpered and hopped onto the lobby's ultra-modern granite front desk. Contemporary decor appeared to be the hotel's motif of choice, along with black and white everything. Crossing her legs and lounging back suggestively, Cece said, "Oh my God, I know, right? This is where my prom was. Isn't this place just sinful?" Her way too smoldering gaze lingered on Jason before sliding over to John in the center of the lobby. John seized the unspoken invitation and sidled up to her. Seriously, how obvious does she need to be? She might as well start stripping on the desk. Shocked, I watched Jason walk toward the front desk, toward Cece. He's falling for it? Jealousy, white-hot rage, guilt, and self-loathing flared within me. I'd been experiencing that specific tangle of emotions for several days, always around Jason. I wanted him, though I knew I shouldn't, and I hated Cece for having him. I also hated myself for desiring another man so soon after Cam's death, even if he was the guy I'd pined for since I was a little girl. Beside me, Chris snorted. I caught a faintly whispered, "Fool," but didn't know if it was in reference to Cece, John, or Jason. Maybe it was for all three. Fierce triumph filled Cece's face as Jason neared her perch. The expression remained for about 2 seconds until Jason did an about-face to address the rest of us. Sulking, Cece hopped down and joined the edge of the group. I couldn't hide my faint smirk.
"This place is huge. We need to set up base somewhere we can stay close together and easily defend ourselves, like the top floor suites. Kai,"
Jason directed his voice at the half-Japanese man.
"go see if the elevators work." "Yes, sir."
Kai looked to be around my age and followed the slightly older man's orders easily.
"They work,"
he called and jogged back.
Great. When we get to the suites, just drop your shit off. We'll search the place for food and anything else that might be useful. Keep an eye out for other people. And be ready.
The warning was unnecessary. Like Jason and me, many of the others had run into hostile crazies in Longview.
Kai, you're with me on this floor. Chris and Danny, pair up. You're on this floor too. The rest of you, stick with your usual partners and divide the remaining floors between you.
Cece glared smoldering daggers at Chris, Kai, and me, but I barely noticed. I'm supposed to be partners with Jason, not with Chris, I thought as rejection joined the tangle of emotions. My thoughts flickered back and forth between, he doesn't want me, and I shouldn't want him. Belatedly, I realized I was assigned the only floor with 2 teams, because I'm a worthless partner. Everyone else could take care of themselves with their special, I can kill someone a million different ways with my pinky, military training. I, on the other hand, could talk to any Italian, Russian, Gaelic, or Spanish-speaking people we happened upon. Somehow I didn't think my background in foreign languages would be a huge help traversing the devastated United States. Irritated, I huffed into the elevator, huffed while it sped upward, and huffed as I dropped my pack and duffel bag on the floor of the largest suite's living room. At that point, I had to stop huffing or risk hyperventilation. Jack, who'd been eagerly sniffing the sofa cushions, happily inhaling whatever had been left behind by other people's butts, followed as I wandered back to the elevators to wait for Chris. I have a gun, I thought. I can even use it now, sort of. It was holstered snugly under my coat, unfamiliar and heavy, making me feel lopsided. With crossed arms, I glared at my blurry reflection in the brushed metal door and wished there was something I could do, something I could contribute. And desperately, I wished that my inappropriate feelings for Jason would go away and that Cam's voice would stop haunting me. But I thought you loved me.
Shall we?
Chris asked behind me. Jason and Kai were just approaching as I faced the blonde woman. Why not? I grumbled. The guys exchanged guarded glances while we all waited for the elevator, but Chris just stared ahead, her expression bland. An electronic ding announced the arrival of the elevator. On the 9-floor ride down to the lobby, I stood in the elevator's center and stared at the crack between the doors. Behind me there was an intake of breath, immediately followed by a thump and a whispered, "Ow," from Jason.
Shut up,
Chris hissed.
Why? I was just going to ask.
Jason's words were cut off by another thump, louder this time. If he'd been about to ask what was bothering me, I was glad that Chris had silenced him, however painful her methods may have been.
I know. Shut up,
Chris told him. With another ding, the elevator signaled the imminent door opening, and I remained in the center, completely oblivious to my idiocy. I had experienced their super-coordinated elevator exiting protocol on the ride up, had even participated by pancaking my body against the side wall in anticipation of an ambush. It made sense. There's no way to know what the doors would reveal when they opened. But, distracted by my mental flogging, I stood in the dead center of the elevator and waited. A moment before the doors slid open, Jason yanked me behind him and held me against the wall. Around me, all my companions pressed themselves against the elevator's metallic walls with weapons at the ready. When the lobby was revealed and nobody attacked, they all relaxed. I'm such an idiot. Disgusted with my stupidity, I skittered away from Jason and grumbled. Come on, Chris. Let's go search for things. I can at least do that without screwing up. I marched out of the elevator with Jack growling at my side. Lately, he seemed to have developed the inexplicable ability to match his mood to my own. Good boy. After several dozen paces, I slowed and looked around at the deserted hotel. I needed a plan. The lobby, delightfully absent of dead people, was scattered with abandoned luggage racks that easily could have doubled as pieces of postmodern art. I grabbed one, casting it as a large shopping cart, and wandered into the open-plan lounge. The bar seemed like a great place to start. At the sound of another cart smoothly rolling closer, I quickly ducked behind the sleek black bar. It had to be Chris. She would make me talk now that we were away from the guys. Though I knew hiding wouldn't stop the determined woman, I couldn't bring myself to stand. The muffled scrape of chair legs on hardwood and the creak of leather told me she was sitting on one of the nearby bar stools.
What's wrong, Danny?
Nothing. I'm fine, I lied weakly.
Right. Try again, this time with the truth,
Chris suggested. Standing, I took a deep breath and answered, Well, I'm not really sure. As I spoke, I made my way around the bar to sit on the stool beside hers. It's like everything's been building up to this feeling of, I don't know, helplessness, or maybe uselessness. And now Jason doesn't want to be my partner. Not that I mind being with you. The relentless avalanche of words flowed out as I rubbed Jack's ears. He'd wedged himself between our bar stools. I can't do anything. Nothing useful to surviving this. I paused and gestured around wildly. I can't defend myself. I just end up being a distraction. And this? I pulled the gun from inside my coat. What good is this if someone's close to me? What if I can't even use it if I'm too afraid? I'm not surprised he doesn't want me as his partner anymore. Once was enough. Cam should have been the one to survive. He could have at least cooked for everyone. Hell, when I have food duty, I might accidentally poison everyone. With placating amusement, Chris said,
I'm sure you're not that bad.
No, I said adamantly. I am. And what's so frustrating is that you and Jason work so hard to keep me safe, nursing me back to health, protecting me. I mean, Jason faced off with a group of crazy men. And why? I don't contribute anything, and I'm a bad person. I have these feelings, these thoughts I really shouldn't be having. I really did love Cam, I swear it, but by the time I trailed off, my gestures had become as despondent as my tone, my hands finally settling on the bar.
Danny, listen to me.
Chris grasped my wrist firmly and captured my gaze.
You are not useless. You have great ideas. You thought of stocking up on the backpacking equipment. Getting all that stuff could end up saving our lives. And those feelings you're having are perfectly normal. Cam would want you to move on, to be happy. Things happen at a different pace in times like these. It doesn't make you a bad person. And, well, you do, I don't know, something to Jason. Something good.
I scoffed.
You do,
Chris urged.
You make him seem more human and less like, I don't know, like someone who believes in his own divinity. I chose to follow him off base because I knew he was a good man and a good leader. But I'd never seen him really laugh or get very angry or, God, cry until we found you. He's just different, better when you're around.
I searched Chris's clear blue eyes and found only truth, but I couldn't believe it. It's nothing like that, I dismissed, needing to diminish the effect her words were having on me. I just remind him of his past. Besides, he's always avoiding me. Always going off with Cece. Chris snorted.
Yeah, but that's just so he can get his rocks off.
I put on a wry grin, masking the sudden, wrenching pain. My unwanted jealousy was really starting to get on my nerves. Standing, I rounded the bar again, searching in earnest. A jar of maraschino cherries and several of blue cheese stuffed olives were my first finds. A couple bottles of Dom Perignon from the wine fridge were my second.
He'll be done with her soon enough,
Chris said, lingering on the nauseating topic.
Since I've known him, he's gone through dozens like her, none meaning more than the last.
I felt like a piece of my heart had been sliced off, seared, and chewed up. Dozens. I busied myself searching the cabinets. Chris quickly joined me behind the bar, and was selecting various bottles of high-end alcohol. For morale, she justified. Being the busybody mother hen that she was, Chris had found a way to secretly tell Jason about my desperate need to be able to defend myself. He'd thought giving me a gun and showing me how to use it would be enough. He'd been wrong. As a result, several of us were having an impromptu evening training session in the penthouse suite's living room. With the trendy burgundy, black, and gold furniture shoved up against the walls of windows, there was plenty of room for grappling. I was learning the basics of self-defense, specifically how to get out of an attacker's grasp. I was playing my usual role as the victim. And the attacker? Jason, of course. Humph! I grunted, thrusting my backside into Jason's unyielding thigh and pulling at the arm he had locked around my shoulders. I am not enjoying this, I told my misbehaving nerve endings. Jason's only response was a deep chuckle. Wedging closer against him, I heaved again and was surprised when his balance shifted. I'd been trying to loosen his hold on me. Instead, I'd placed the majority of his weight against my back. Ungracefully, we collapsed face first into the geometrically patterned carpet. Jason lay slightly askew atop me, well over 6 feet of heavy muscle shaking against the back of my body. Are you laughing? At me? I squealed in outrage. I squirmed and wiggled until, at the behest of my pointy elbows, he let up just enough for me to flip over. But he didn't move off me. He was laughing too hard. Get off me, you big turd! Jason raised himself on thickly corded arms just long enough to meet my eyes.
Big turd? Did you really just call me that?
He collapsed again, pinning me helplessly to the ground, and buried his face in my shoulder. My heartbeat grew increasingly erratic, my breathing ragged. I should not love this. Giddiness and guilt warred in my chest. I wanted to wrap my legs around him. I needed to get away. I'm glad you're finding me so amusing, I breathed. I'd been aiming for a more authoritative tone, but with his hard body flush against mine, a whisper was the best I could do. That's what I'm here for. Ha ha, that Danny, such a hoot. With the last word, I gave one huge, wiggly thrust in the hopes of creating enough room to scoot out from beneath him. Jason's convulsive laughter vanished, and I wondered if I'd hit a tender man part. As far as I knew, that resulted in more of a moaning, groaning, pretending to die display. But I figured it was possible. Practically jumping off me, Jason called,
Johnson!
Seconds later, Chris was standing next to him and staring down at me. Did you see? I asked her as I stood. Is this even worth it? I mean, I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Ha!
Chris barked.
Who wouldn't crumble under this beast?
She rolled her eyes in Jason's direction.
Nah, just blame him, hun. You're so small. It was pretty much a given you'd end up on the floor. Anyway, Johnson, I want you to help train her since you're slightly smaller than me.
Jason sounded dead serious, but the corner of his mouth threatened to quirk up in a smile.
Slightly smaller? You're such a dick.
With a huge grin at me, Chris said,
When I'm done with you, hun, you'll be able to take him down anytime you want.
Yeah, I boasted, poking Jason's abs through his t-shirt and bouncing from foot to foot. I'm going to take you down. Eventually. Wearing a cocky smirk, Jason watched me with glittering eyes.
We'll see, Red. We'll see.
Some of the others watched the exchange, grinning and chuckling. Cece, sitting in the far corner, wasn't one of them. Date, December 17th, 9 a.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, R.I.P. Sammy. Zoe, so much for writing to you yesterday. We searched and worked and trained for so long in our Portland home that I fell asleep before my allotted time at the computer. Damn it, I feel so helpless being so far away from you. I'm really sorry about Sammy. I hope Dave recovers. Did you have all the first aid supplies and whatnot you needed? Did you have to stitch him up? I suppose you could always pour booze over his wounds, but that might sting a bit. I know this will seem like small potatoes to you right now, but I forgot to tell you that Joey found some of his people. Back in Longview, I mean. They were holed up in one of the last houses we checked. He decided to stay with them. I'm happy for him, and it gives me hope for what awaits us in Bodega Bay. Today, I'm not searching Portland with the rest of the group. Instead, I'm on watch and food duty with Thomas. It's Thomas, not Tom. Thomas takes himself very seriously. He's not awesome enough to be a Tom anyway. Not like your dad. From what I can tell, he's the same rank as Jason, and it rankles him a bit that your brother has assumed leadership of our group. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm not out searching with Jason, my supposed partner. I'm getting to it. Portland is Cece's stop. Holy effing cow, she drives me insane. She's 19 and barely out of basic training. She's a horrid, sloppy flirt with every guy, especially your brother. And they all pay her a lot of attention. Oh, and she hates me. Anyway, we have an odd number now, so there has to be a 3-person group. Cece finagled her way into one that includes Jason. The thing is, he was going to stay here at the hotel, but Cece whined about how much safer she'd feel with him nearby. I'm sure his stupid puffed-up ego wouldn't let him refuse. And worse, I feel less safe without him nearby. Crap, I'm just as bad as Cece. Ugh. Okay, I should get to my unavoidably disastrous food duties. Thomas keeps throwing scornful glances my way. Stay safe and warm, Zoe. Sorry about the snow. My thoughts are with you, Dave and Sarah. Ciao, Danny.
Chapter 12. Zoe. I stared out into the blackness beyond the window pane. The storm hadn't let up. The wind whipped through the trees, making them moan and creak. I shivered as a chill crept up my spine. What are we going to do now? I wondered how long we'd have to stay in the cabin and if Dave's legs would heal properly. I wanted to get to Colorado, but I knew Dave was in no shape to discuss plans for leaving. He'd been drunk since the incident with Sammy and the mountain lion, fading in and out of consciousness and waking only for another drink before passing out again. Sarah had been lost in her own world of sadness since Sammy died in her arms. We'd wrapped him in a blanket. It had seemed like the right thing to do, before laying his lifeless body outside on the icy porch. Zoe. Dave interrupted my morose thoughts. He cleared his throat, his voice hoarse from lack of use. You're cold. I could feel his eyes on me. I looked back at him just as he brought his trusty friend, Mr. Jose Cuervo, up to his lips and took a gulp. I'm fine, I lied, walking over to his bed and removing a blanket to wrap around my shivering body. Why don't I get you something else to put in your stomach? Sarah made potato soup. Dave looked away and set the bottle down on the nightstand. I'm not hungry, he said thickly. He needs a distraction. Jose might be your friend tonight, but he'll be your enemy tomorrow, I warned with a grin, rearranging his comforter around him. He's worth it. A tiny smirk pulled at the corners of his mouth. Relieved by his Dave-like response, I smiled back, and before I realized what I was doing, I ran my fingers through his short brown curls. At least he's okay. In the dim lamplight, I saw a spark of something illuminate his eyes. He struggled to move his injured legs, making room for me in the bed. His eyes fixed on me as he patted the mattress beside him. You're cold and tired. I don't care what you say. Come on. Conceding that his words were true, I smiled sheepishly and climbed in bed beside him. I couldn't bring myself to deny him in his current state, and I didn't really want to. My body craved warmth, erasing any concern I had that we would find ourselves in a compromising situation. Taking a deep breath, I let myself relax on the soft mattress. I hadn't realized how exhausted I was until my head sank further into the pillow. Before I knew what was happening, I felt Dave's arousal zap through me like an electric jolt. Ignoring the fatigue and pain shooting through his lower body, he shifted and was suddenly on top of me. His hands grasped my arms with a surprising desperation. His lips were urgent and rough on mine. His breath smelled antiseptic and sour, and his skin was clammy from drunkenness. Without warning, my mind was invaded by thoughts and feelings that weren't my own. A succession of images flickered in my mind. It took only a moment to realize they were memories of me, but they weren't my memories. My silhouette standing in front of the cabin window just moments before, my breasts accentuated by my slight waist. My dark hair cascading over my blue-green eyes, me looking up at him. My naked body in his bed, my black hair trailing behind me on white sheets. My body undulating beneath his fingers lingering on the tattoo on my right hip. Dave's grip on me tightened, and his tongue explored my mouth as if he'd never tasted it before, sampling and probing. It wasn't sensual or intimate like it had once been, but instead it was desperate and hungry. My body quivering as his lips trailed down my stomach. The memories were suffocating. Dave's urgency frightened me, and the images of myself were too much to bear. His desire confused my own feelings of discomfort and unease. I panicked and struggled to push him off me. "I need air," I gasped. "God, I want you, Zoe." His voice was guttural, and I could feel how badly he yearned for me. He knotted his hands in my hair. Tugging too hard, he jerked my head back and caused my body to arch into his. Misinterpreting my reaction, he slid his hands down to the waistband of my sweats. "Dave, stop it! I can't breathe!" Pushing with all my might, I tried to shove his body off me. He stilled, hovering. His shaking arms straddled my torso while our chests heaved in unison. I attempted to catch my breath as I peered up at him, unsure what to say as my mind replayed the images I'd seen. They looped like a broken record. I put my hand over my eyes and licked my stinging lips. My heart pounded like a drum, reverberating through my entire being. What the hell was that? Knowing I'd somehow witnessed his private thoughts, I tried to overlook my stewing mortification and disgust, but I couldn't ignore how dirty and objectified I felt. Uneasiness settled inside me like vines tangling in my stomach. Dave's eyes narrowed and then widened as he registered the revulsion on my face. Rolling onto his back, he looked up at the ceiling. He was embarrassed. I could feel him simmering in it, thick and sticky like his breath. "Sorry, I thought you still had feelings for me, or something crazy like that," he said bitterly. "Dave, it's just that I can read your mind." "It's complicated," I muttered. Running my hands through my hair, I hoped to pull the tension away from the sudden headache pounding in my skull. "I get it," he grumbled, reaching to grab the booze from the nightstand. I could tell his ego was as wounded as his legs. "I just wasn't expecting that, okay?" My voice rose slightly as I tried to control my impatience. "I'm not well." I'd surprised myself with the admission, but Dave sulked and ignored me while he took another swig. "I should get some rest," he said between drinks. "You should probably go check on Sarah or something." And just like that, Dave was gone. He'd completely shut me out. Trying not to lash out at him, I reminded myself that he was brokenhearted by the loss of his best friend, was in a lot of physical pain, was sexually frustrated, and was drunk. I took a deep breath to gather my few remaining bits of patience. "Go away, Zoe," he ordered. At his words, all my sympathy instantly vanished. Fine, asshole! With a rush of anger, I threw the covers off me, grabbed my blanket, and stalked out of the room. I made sure to slam the door behind me. So much for not lashing out. Date, December 18th, 2 a.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, Dave's an asshole and I'm losing my mind. Hey, D. I know it's late, or early, but I can't sleep. Too much shit's happened in the last 24 hours and it's polluting my mind. With Dave's injuries and the whole situation with Sammy, I haven't gotten any sleep. But oh wait, there's more. Tonight was really unnerving. I'm not even sure how to describe it. You know how I've been having those strange sensations? Well, I know this will sound really crazy, but it just got worse. I thought maybe I was losing my mind, but now I know I am. Either way, it's screwing everything up. Dave came on to me, like full-on tongue down my throat, rocking hip action, and it didn't turn out well. He was drunk, which didn't help, but I also saw these jumbled images of myself flash in my mind. In some, I was lying naked in bed beneath him. Why were they in my mind? I know this sounds impossible, trust me, but I think they were his memories of us, from when we were together. I felt completely overwhelmed and violated, so I pushed him away. Needless to say, his ego is totally wounded. He won't even talk to me. Just thinking about seeing myself that way makes me sick to my stomach. I feel objectified. I want to rip him a new one and tell him to stop thinking about me like that. But what do I say? I saw your memories and I don't appreciate them, so stop it? I knew Dave still had feelings for me. I've been sensing them since he showed up at my door last week. But I guess it's just shocking to actually see how real his feelings are. Now he's being such an asshole that I'm not sure what to do. Keeping my distance is probably the best thing. But I feel like I need to fix this. I also need his truck, and for that, I need him. I know it's selfish of me, but my main concern is getting to Colorado. I feel like I should tell him why I pushed him away, but I don't want him to have another reason to shut me out. He's in such a bad space. I'm not sure what his reaction would be if I told him I could feel what he's feeling and see what he's remembering. This is way outside of my shit I can handle comfort zone. Thanks for the update on your travels. It sounds like that Cece girl is more of a super skank than I thought. Sorry you have to deal with her. Hopefully Jason will get tired of her soon. He generally has a low tolerance for stupid people. I'm surprised and a little upset with Jason's strategic planning during your trip. He's taking his sweet-ass time getting to Bodega Bay. Why isn't he making Dad a priority? Did he give you a good reason? If it were me, I would have been there already. I understand he wants to help everyone find their families, but why can't he break people off into teams? Anyway, I should probably go. It's really late and I need to decide what I'm going to do about Dave. I worry about you. I hope you're doing okay. You'd let me know if you weren't, right? Asta, Zoe. The sun barely shone in the gray sky. The air was bitter cold and burned my lungs as I stood under the frozen trees. The storm clouds lingered, but the snow had ceased falling and the wind had died down earlier in the morning. I was grateful for the reprieve. It was the first time the snow had stopped since we'd arrived at the cabin. I took the opportunity to escape Dave in the close quarters I'd been trapped within. The snow crunched beneath my feet as I made my way around the back of the house and toward the barn. I'd noticed the structure when we arrived a few days earlier. I spotted an old shed next to the barn and approached it. Its metal door barely hung on its crooked hinges. With glove-padded fingers, I pulled the creaking door open, exposing the shed's inhabitants. A leaf blower, a rake, and a hedge trimmer looked lonely hanging on the rusted metal wall. Something bright and red situated in the corner beside the lawnmower caught my attention. A gas can. I picked up the can, listening as its liquid contents sloshed around inside.
It was half full of the precious fluid we so desperately relied upon. A triumphant smile spread across my face. A small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Holding the can away from my body, I left the shed and walked toward the barn. I was trying to keep the dirty container as far away from my white jacket as possible. It's brand new, I rationalized, realizing my silliness. As I neared the barn's red doors, I noticed icicles hanging from the corners of the roof. I set the gas can down and took a deep breath before entering. Although it was dark inside, I could make out a go-kart tucked away in the back, a chainsaw hanging on the wall, and a small snowplow parked in the corner. Assuming there would be much more snowfall before we left, I knew the plow might come in handy. Unfortunately, all the fuel tanks were empty, so I walked back out into the cold December afternoon. A crow cawed above me as I closed the barn door. I spotted the black, iridescent bird on a nearby tree branch, its head cocked to the right and then to the left as it examined me through its binocular vision. A chill raced through me, and for once it wasn't from the frigid air. I thought of the mountain lion attack and wondered what had provoked it. I tried to recall any other animals I'd seen acting strangely. Other than Sammy and the big cat, the lone bird was the first animal I'd noticed since arriving at the cabin. My imagination ran away from me, and I began to feel uneasy standing outside alone. I suddenly felt miles away from the safety of the cabin. Staring up at the bird, I wondered if it had been changed by the virus too. Just as I decided the thought was probably ridiculous, I laughed, and the bird leapt from the flimsy branch and flew away. Its caw disturbed the still, crisp afternoon air. Following the bird's departure, my gaze fell upon a tire swing hanging from another barren tree branch. The seemingly insignificant sight broke something inside me. My heart seemed to seize as memories I'd kept buried for days came flooding to the surface of my mind, unhinging my composed facade. My father stood beside me. His eyes seemed lifeless, but he smiled down at me as he pushed on my brother's old tire swing. "Is he mad that I'm on here?" I cried as Dad pushed me gently back and forth. "No, he's not mad. He hasn't used it in years, and besides, he can share." "Then why is he being so mean to me? He's always so mean." I held on to the inside of the tire more tightly. "It's not you, sweetie. Don't cry. He isn't having a very good day, that's all." "He never has a good day." I felt something warm on my cheek, but couldn't break my train of thought. "Another scrape, sweetie?" Dad's scruff had grayed, but his eyes were the same dull, muted blue. "I fell," I whined and pointed to my scraped knee. He smiled at me and brushed my hair out of my damp face. "Don't cry. It's not that bad." "It's ugly," I countered. He kissed my knobby knee and whispered the words I would never forget. "Every scar is a memory, Zoe, and a reminder of how strong you are. That's all. Besides, this one will go away, I promise." "But what if it doesn't?"
"If it doesn't, then it'll just be a reminder that you'll get hurt, but you'll get better too. Scars remind us we can live life without fear, because no matter what happens, we'll heal, we'll get better."
Dad's eyes watered as he stood and walked away. While I wished to see my father again, I feared I never would. Dad stood in the corner of the tattoo parlor, ignoring the scene taking place before him.
"Are you sure you don't want to watch, Dad?" I teased. "Definitely not. I can't control what you do to your body now that you're an adult, but that doesn't mean I have to watch it."
He didn't look up from the magazine he was pretending to read. I glanced over at Danny and smiled. "This is so awesome." We giggled and whined as we got our matching tattoos. Dad only participated out of guilt for forgetting my 18th birthday, as he had other birthdays. I took less offense as the years passed, knowing he was a royal mess when it came to Mom, whose birthday was the day before mine. The memories disintegrated into anger,
sorrow, fear, and loneliness that gripped my heart and tugged on it as though they were trying to remove it from my chest completely. I dropped to my knees in the snow and gasped for air as my heart fractured. The tears I'd been fighting for days broke free, searing down my cold cheeks. I was exhausted and alone, left with no other option than to face the harsh reality that my dad was likely gone. Would he ever again utter words of wisdom to me, or shake his head disapprovingly? Would he ever again touch my face, stroke my hair, or tell me how beautiful I was and how much I reminded him of the mother I'd never really known? Would I ever again feel the strength of his arms around me, or hear his deep voice rumbling when he scolded me or told me to stop being so dramatic? If I ever loved a man or had children, would they ever know the person who had raised me had loved me in his own way and had done everything he could to take care of me on his own? Would my dad ever see the woman I would become? I feared I would never see my father again, and the thought shattered my heart into 1,000 pieces. My world shrank, becoming small and empty as my fears seemed more and more like reality. I wished Jason were with me to tell me it would be okay, but even he wouldn't know what to say. He never did. December 18th, 1 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, checking in. Hey, Dee. We heard the man on the radio again today. He sounded very serious, but I guess with recent news, I'd sound like that too. He said that at least 87% of Americans are dead, and that the rate is still climbing. How does he know this? And how exactly are we alive again? I mean, I know they say it's because most of us have already had the H1N1 virus, but seriously, what are the odds? And what about the rest of the world? He said 845 people are alive and well at the colony, and more are arriving every day. All sane people are welcome. Dave still isn't really talking to me, but I'm hoping to leave within the next couple of days. I figure we can head to Sarah's house in St. Louis as long as we have enough fuel. I hope we don't run into any crazies, as you called them. And I hope you're finding a lot of survivors. Sane ones. I'd better go. Dave keeps hollering that there are strange noises coming from outside, but I don't hear anything. Now that I'm wearing the pants around here, I guess I get to go check it out. Yay. Zoe.
Chapter 13. Danny. Cam's tacky fingers tangled in my hair, forcing me closer to him. Usually I would have found the experience enjoyable, but his extreme and evident deadness combined with his uncommon aggression marred the interaction a lot. "No, Cam!" I screamed and beat against his decaying chest. "You're dead! Cam! Please!" He pulled me closer, threatening to assault me with his melting lips, and I screamed. It was the same blood-curdling scream I'd voiced in my nightmares every night since his death. Abruptly, Cam was gone. In fact, all of my surroundings had changed. I was now immersed in a vast, misty grayness. A tall man's silhouette was visible a dozen feet away, the only distinct thing in the all-encompassing gray fog. "Who are you?" I asked. I'd never before been a lucid dreamer, but I seemed to be developing a knack for it. The mysterious guy startled me by answering,
I'm sorry. I don't think you're ready yet.
He sounded so sincere. Drenched in cold sweat, I started awake. I sat up, my heart beating rapidly. I could feel Jack's head resting on my ankle and could see the faint glint from his eyes in the darkness. Chris, tangled in the sheets next to me, groaned with frustration.
Do you have another one?
She croaked. "Yeah," I said hoarsely. "Sorry, it's just so real. Why is this happening? Why is he always... Why do I keep... Why... I trailed off into heaving, silent sobs. Jack whined and scooted further up the bed until he was cuddled next to my hip. Chris's hand began the increasingly familiar, slow back rub. "Hush now, hun. Hush," she soothed, her voice and touch noticeably easing my turmoil. Sometimes, especially when she was comforting me, her Midwestern upbringing truly shone. I was certain she contained some sort of emotion-drawing, mind-cleansing magic. Eventually, sleep reclaimed me. The following morning, after consecutive nights of poor sleep, I was feeling restless and ornery. We'd finally arrived at our destination, a winery, and the estate's huge white Victorian farmhouse loomed ahead. I hopped out of the Humvee, grateful the lengthy drive from Longview to some podunk Oregon town was over, and looking around, I stretched my legs. Along with the dense woods surrounding the manicured grounds, the house oozed the potential for ghosts and creepiness. Or crazies. It's not like I've been sleeping well anyway, I thought, glaring at the beautifully maintained building.
"So, isn't this place great?"
John eagerly asked Cece. He'd suggested we stay at the winery, claiming it was the coolest place in Gold Hill. I rolled my eyes as I stretched, sickened by John's desire for Cece. In fact, anyone's desire for the petite but impossibly curvy woman made me want to vomit, repeatedly. Studying John, I wondered if I was judging him too harshly. It was entirely possible that he sincerely cared for Cece and wanted to comfort her. Her search group had found her sister's body in Portland the previous afternoon. Casey obviously hadn't died of the virus. According to Jason, she'd been inhumanly sliced up. Strangely, seeing her sister's mutilated corpse hadn't seemed to affect Cece. She was still throwing herself at Jason, John, and anyone else with a penis. I had tried to express my condolences, but I'd been worse than shut down. I'd been ignored. Jason exited the same vehicle as Cece and ordered a security search. Kai, along with Hunter and Dalton, two of the Army Rangers, immediately headed for the house with weapons at the ready. Instantly and irrationally peeved, I closed the distance to Jason. "If there are people in there, you know they now have no option other than being hostile," I stated quietly. I hesitated, uncomfortable going against Jason's judgment, then continued. "I mean, they might be regular people like us, not crazies or violent on their own, but with our guns in their faces." He stared back with eyes that could have been carved from an iceberg. "Come on, Jason, you can't believe everyone is trying to kill us. We can't just go around threatening to hurt every person we come across." Running my fingers through my slightly tangled curls, I glared up at him. "I won't let you make us into them, into those crazy people," I hissed, standing on tiptoes to get closer to his stony expression. "I won't let you hurt good people who are just trying to survive." At first, Jason's only response was a slight flare of his nostrils. A tiny twitch at the corner of his mouth followed a moment later.
"And what will you do to me, Red, if I don't change my evil ways?"
I poked his annoyingly firm chest as I stuttered for an adequate threat. I'll... His arrogant, almost smile spurred me on. "I'll spit in your food, but only sometimes so you won't know. And I'll put my dirty socks in your bed." I toed his boot with my own to make the threat sink in. With utter seriousness, he said,
"That's disgusting. Although..."
His response was cut short by the approach of the recently dispatched scouting trio. Jason leaned down and whispered near my ear,
"If those socks are still on your feet."
He held my gaze as he stepped back a few paces.
"I'll keep your suggestion in mind."
I looked down to hide my suddenly burning face. Damn him.
"All clear,"
Kai reported. He looked like he was trying really hard to not focus on Jason and me. A difficult task considering he was talking to Jason. After shooting me one last frustrated look, Jason addressed the whole group.
All right, listen up. Grab your shit and find a roommate and a room. You have until tomorrow morning to yourselves. Just stay within sight and sound of the house.
I held back, waiting for the clustered bodies to clear away from the trunk before grabbing my pack and duffel bag. Chris waited slightly off to the side with our things. "Roomies?" I asked her once I'd retrieved my bags. She snorted.
As if I'd sentence anyone else to your pointy elbows.
Offended, I rubbed my left elbow with my free hand. It wasn't that pointy. "At least I don't tear the blankets away from you. You practically mummify yourself every night."
I do not,
Chris exclaimed. She pointed to Cece, who was hurrying toward the red barn-shaped winery.
"Maybe you'd rather room with her?"
We shared a speculative look, watched Cece stalk away, and exploded in uncontrollable laughter. The idea was just too ridiculous. Wiping happy tears from my eyes, I repositioned my bags and elbowed Chris gently. "Come on, let's grab a room before all the good ones are taken." Calling Jack to join us, we hustled into the house. 15 minutes later, I was exploring the winery with my dog. Huge steel tanks, presumably filled with liquid happiness, occupied the cavernous space. I passed them by, hoping to find where the bottled wines were stored so I could bring an armful of them up to share with Chris. And maybe Jason, if he was nice. Jack scurried around the nearby alcoves, sniffing everything his nose could reach. All I could smell was wine and oak. Entering a smaller, darker room, I heard a muffled noise, a scuffle of shoes, a rustle of clothing. I paused in the open doorway, but Jack didn't. He stalked into a room that reminded me of a library, but instead of shelves filled with books, there were towering rows of oak barrels on metal racks. As Jack stalked down the main aisle, silent as a wolf, he abruptly halted, and his ears perked up. He was staring into one of the dark recesses on the right. Too curious to resist, I quietly followed his path, stopping beside him to peer into the shadows. I'd found the cause of the noise. Cece was there. And Jason. Barely 10 feet away, he stood with his back against the wall, his face tilted up slightly. His expression, with closed eyes and parted lips, turned my insides molten. In front of him, Cece's mouth was latched onto his neck like she was an oversized leech, and she was murmuring and moaning. Her arm was working methodically, and I didn't need to be any closer to know which of Jason's appendages she grasped in her hand. I squelched my churning emotions, an extremely uncomfortable mixture of arousal and disgust, but couldn't tear myself from the scene. Like watching a car crash, I stood by, stared, and felt despicable. To my unmitigated horror, a deep, menacing rumble began in Jack's chest. Like lightning, Jason's eyes were open and boring intensely into mine. He inhaled sharply and seized Cece's arm with one hand, the back of her neck with the other, immobilizing her. Seeing his eyes open and focused on me, I froze for the briefest of moments. Then I fled. I sprinted back out the way I'd come in, not stopping until I was in my shared bedroom. Panting, I leaned against the door. I really need some wine. Like, right now, I told a startled Chris between breaths. She shrugged. Sounds good to me. She set aside the laptop and hustled from the room. Minutes later, she returned with 4 different bottles of wine and 2 enormous glasses.
Well, hon, what'll it be?
She asked, displaying her spoils like she was hawking fake designer bags on a street corner. Is there a red? A really big, really fat red. Once I had a generously filled wine glass, I proceeded to describe the whole sickening encounter in the winery. If I held back my inappropriate voyeuristic response, well, Some things are just too embarrassing to admit out loud. Date, December 18th, 3 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, eyeball vomit. Zoe, Pervy Dave is lucky that Jason wasn't sitting near me reading your email over my shoulder. He's been known to try the nosy slime ball. But Dave stopped, right? He didn't try to force you or anything, did he? I'm learning how to fight, so I could kick his ass for you if he did. Holy crap, you're like a member of the X-Men. You see people's memories? Seriously, Zoe, you're like a goddess. It's kind of awesome, except for the part where Dave is such a pervert and has creepy sexual memories playing through his head. But they are his memories. I mean, I have lusty imaginings I wouldn't want anyone else to see either. But now Dave's being a baby, he's just pissed at you for denying him. I think you should do 2 things. 1, hide or throw away all of the booze. I'd vote for hiding it. And 2, tell him about your amazing new talent. Maybe knowing what really happens will make him act like less of an uber douche dickhead. If he really cares about you, which you seem to know because of your superpower, then he shouldn't react too badly, right? Besides, the longer you wait to tell him, the worse of a betrayal he'll feel. He'll think back, and based on your reactions, he'll know that you were seeing into his innermost thoughts and feelings. I really think that if you ever want him to know, you should tell him, and probably Sarah, as soon as possible. So, we're over halfway to Bodega Bay. Yay! We're actually in Gold Hill, a 1 gas station town in Oregon. Unfortunately, we're staying here for 3 nights and 2 whole search days because it's the hometown of John and Hunter. Apparently, they've been friends for ever. At least we have a neat place to stay, a winery. I have a feeling that tonight is going to be pretty wild, especially since we've barely been here for an hour and most of us are already nursing open wine bottles. Notice my use of us. I'm currently working on my 2nd large glass of Merlot and feeling quite happy about it. To answer your question about Jason's strategy, he really does have a good reason for the slow pace. I guess he made an agreement with everyone who came along, thinking numbers would bring safety. He doesn't want to split us up. He says we'd all be too vulnerable then, especially at night. At least that's his reasoning. On a totally different subject, I keep dreaming of Cam. Maybe nightmaring is a better word. He's always dead, and he's always rotting, but he's still talking to me, still touching me. It's horrible. He forces me to kiss him and asks why I don't want to be with him, why I left him. But last night it was weird. There was another man. He was tall, but that was all I could see because he was sort of hidden. The thing is, when he showed up, Cam disappeared. Crazy, huh? Oh, gotta go. I'll continue later if I can. Danny. I inched down the creaky stairs. Twice the sound of shattering glass gave me pause during the descent. Jack's taut body leaned against my leg, and he whined softly with each step. 3 voices grew discernible from the room at the bottom of the stairs. Jason, Hunter, and Cece. She needs to leave. She's a hazard. This is our group, and she's not one of us. Cece stated heatedly. Hunter reasoned,
Come on, Cece, you can't really blame her for...
Of course I can, she interrupted, her outburst slurred. Can't you see it? She ruined everything. A day earlier and Casey'd still be alive. Danny, my name was spat out like a curse, made us wait. She made us too late. She killed my sister. Jason's even voice came next.
Cece, calm the fuck down. You chose...
Jason, I interrupted, exiting the stairwell with my dog. Jason held my gaze with unexpected emotion, worry, and guilt. It took minimal consideration to understand that he hadn't wanted me to overhear the exchange. He'd have kept the incident from me completely if he'd had his way. I wished he'd stop sheltering me like the little girl he'd once known. she was long gone. If you have a problem with me, talk to me, I told Cece, who looked smug, not to mention a little unsteady on her feet. Talk to you? Fine, Cece seethed. You are the reason my sister was murdered. If we'd gotten to Portland a day sooner, she'd still be alive with me. But you killed her because you're weak. You couldn't get over your stupid dead boyfriend, so we all had to stay and wait for poor little you to get better. Well, guess what? Your stupid fucking weakness killed my sister. You killed her, and I'd give anything for you to be dead instead. Stunned, I let my fiery Irish side kick in and forfeited control of my mouth. At least I mourned my dead. You really looked like the grieving sister while you had your hand down Jason's pants out in the winery. I might be weak, but at least I'm not a slut. Your sister dies, and all you can think about is the next guy you're gonna bang. You disgust me. Cece took several steps closer and hissed, "Bitch," right before she slapped me across the face. Hard. I covered my stinging cheek with one hand as Jason maneuvered between us, attempting to block the irate woman from reaching me again. I worked my jaw slowly, surprised by how badly it hurt. "Back the fuck off," Jason growled at Cece, his voice slicing through the tense atmosphere like a blade. She backed up and continued her tirade. "You know what? Everyone else will blame you too. Know why? Because it's your faults. All the murders and suicides, we could have saved them if we'd been quicker, if we hadn't waited for you. You should just leave." I stepped out from Jason's protective barrier. "I'm sure you're used to getting whatever you want," I told Cece. Like Jason, I thought, and glanced angrily at the man trying to protect me. "You think I'll just bow out and let you walk all over me? Well, you can go to hell. I'm sure you're expected." Straight-backed and only a little hurried, I ascended the stairs to my room. Once I was alone, shielded by the closed door, I began to cry. Date, December 18th, 4:30 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject: Am I a murderer? Zoe, sorry I had to end that last email so abruptly. There was an incident downstairs. Cece was raging about how I needed to leave the group because I caused the death of her sister. You see, everyone had to stay in Seattle longer than planned. Because of me, because it took me a few days to recuperate. And Cece's sister was murdered only a day or two before we found her. Jason said it was brutal, almost impossible to look at. If they hadn't waited around for me to regain my strength, Cece might have made it to her sister in time to prevent the murder. So now I sit here, writing to you and watching Jack's worried doggy face as he whimpers at me. Oddly, I feel like he's telling me, bite, attack, kill. Not, I feel sad. Now why would I think that? I feel like crap. I'm going to finish this bottle of wine and then try to fall asleep. Hopefully I won't dream for once. Danny.
Chapter 14. Zoe. Still shaking from the cold, I wrapped the army green wool blanket more tightly around me. As I watched our new military acquaintances settle in for the evening, I leaned against the arm of the shabby apple-red love seat and soaked up heat from the fire. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders, a weight I hadn't realized I'd been carrying. We were no longer alone. Since their arrival, the group of three had transformed our kitchen into a makeshift command post. They hustled around like bees, readying the hive for a queen, rattling off commands and acronyms I didn't understand. They seemed capable and in control, a facade I struggled to maintain. "This signal's too spotty. I can't hold a connection," Biggs announced as he searched for a specific radio frequency. He shifted from one computer screen to another fluidly, like he was performing a dance he'd practiced 1,000 times. I envied him. He had a sense of purpose, a duty to uphold, and he did so without hesitation. They all did.
Hopefully it's just the storm. We'll have to wait until it passes. Keep it on this channel. If someone tries to communicate from Fort Knox again, I want to know about it,"
Lieutenant Sanchez said, her voice calm and collected. She was busy jotting down notes, sketching on maps, and strategizing for their departure in only a day's time. Big's fingers pecked at a keyboard efficiently. "I'll check the satellite again. Maybe the storm will pass sooner than we thought." "Here," a pleasant, confident voice said, pulling me from my thoughts. I looked up to see Harper's outreached hand, offering me a cup of tea. He smelled of rubbing alcohol and mint. "Here," I nodded at him gratefully and accepted the steaming cup with numb hands. The hot ceramic stung my frozen fingers, but the smell of chamomile tea conjured thoughts of Grams, making my discomfort bearable. "Are you warming up?" Harper's smile was kind and sincere as he stood across from me and sipped from his own mug. Shaking his head, he sat down on the edge of the couch opposite mine. "I still can't believe you heard us outside." "I didn't hear you. Dave did, miraculously." I scoffed, thinking of Dave's drunken state. I sipped the scalding liquid. It burned when it touched my lips, but I welcomed the heat as it warmed my body from the inside out. "I was surprised to see you outside with so little on." Harper's eyes surveyed my now blanket-covered body. "We thought you were crazy at first." He winked and leaned back, relaxing for the first time since their arrival. My heart skipped a beat as I considered the strange sensations I'd been experiencing. If you only knew. "Yeah, well, I guess I wasn't thinking clearly, but I'm getting warm now, finally." I closed my eyes, appreciating the heat that licked up the side of my face from the fire. The chill in my bones was smothered for the time being, only to be replaced with exhaustion. Sarah loudly repositioned herself on the couch as she realized Harper was sitting beside her. "You're a fast reader," Harper observed, looking at a stack of books on the coffee table. A smirk formed on his face as he read the titles, one love story after another. "Yeah," she smiled, but didn't look away from her novel. "Thanks for the great dinner, by the way. I can't remember the last time I had ravioli." Harper was trying to strike up a conversation with Sarah, but she continued reading with a dismissive nod. "It's her 6th book this week," I explained. "She gets sucked in. It's like she suddenly has a passion for reading or something." I looked at my friend, who was nestled against the arm of the couch. "What are you reading this time?" "Science fiction. Apocalyptic, ironically," she clarified absent-mindedly. Her eyes focused on the end of a sentence, and then she turned the page. "So you're a book lover." Harper seemed interested, as if he'd found some common ground. I wondered if he was attracted to her. It wouldn't be surprising. Her brown eyes were glittering in the glow from the fire, and her curly hair was a perfect tangle of seductive femininity. "Book lover?" she practically snorted. "Not until recently. In fact, I don't think I've ever read this much in my life." "Well, a lot's happened in the last few weeks. We all cope with things in different ways. Maybe your way is reading, escaping to a world different from your own, although apocalyptic stories seem to defeat the purpose." Harper smirked, looking over at me. "And how is it you all find yourselves here in our seemingly abandoned neck of the woods?" I asked. We were 7 miles from town and at least a mile from any neighboring properties. With a sigh, Harper took a sip of coffee and thought for a moment. "We've been trying to stay away from heavily populated areas. It's safer that way." He trailed off. He stared into the flickering flames until something clanging in the kitchen brought him out of his daydream. Glancing at me, he asked, "What about you, Zoe? How are you doing with all this?" "Oh, you mean the end of the world, people I care about dying, crazies, animal attacks, Sammy dying, and my missing family?" I was being dramatic, my tone borderline hysterical. I shrugged.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't had much time to think about it.
I joked bitterly, curling deeper into my spot on the couch.
You and Dave haven't been getting along very well.
Sarah chimed in from the corner of the couch. She chooses now to say something. And what's that have to do with anything anyways?
What's going on with you two?
Her eyebrows rose in curiosity. I wanted to reach over and wring her neck for providing Harper the opportunity to ask me unwelcome questions, but I instinctively knew she'd meant no harm. It's complicated, but I think it's safe to say he's realizing we're better as friends, if that's even what we are. My eyes darted to my captive audience, hoping they'd be satisfied with such a vague explanation. Sarah seemed unconcerned with my answer, but Harper's grin had grown wide and knowing. Sounds like a lot's been going on lately, Harper observed. Maybe you could use a distraction. His eyes fixed upon me like a predator's on delectable prey. Is he referring to friendship or sex? He couldn't possibly mean sex. Harper was hot, but it was ridiculous to think he'd proposition me in front of other people. Rationality vanished as my eyes inspected every inch of him, starting with his golden brown skin and muscular build. He definitely intrigued me. Harper was friendly and fun, a change I welcomed. Unlike Sanchez and Biggs, whose noses were buried deep in their work, he was personable, taking the time to get to know us. His amiable persona made it easy to forget he was military trained and could probably kill someone with his bare hands. Not all military men are rough around the edges like Jason, I reminded myself. A distraction? I asked, needing clarification before I lost myself in thought. Yeah, a distraction. His dark eyebrows danced over his green eyes. There was no misinterpreting his meaning. Sex. Definitely sex. Biggs snorted as he sat at the kitchen table behind Sarah, shaking his head. You'll have to excuse Harper. He isn't always as smooth as he thinks he is. I'm not trying to be smooth. I'm being honest, realistic, human. Take your pick, Harper retorted. I put myself out there with no expectations, no false pretenses. If she's interested, fun times ahead, and if not, that's fine too. Life's too short to pussyfoot around. Shocked by the confirmation that I had just been solicited in front of the others, I looked back into the inquiring eyes of my new, very forward friend. I cleared my throat, seriously considering his pitch and trying to find the right words to respond. Well, your, offer is very flattering. I'll keep it in mind. Harper studied me for a moment, assessing my hesitation. You do that. Winking again, he finished off the contents of his mug and stood. I think you and I will get along just fine, baby girl. With a thud, Biggs dropped his backpack onto the ground beside me, and Sarah's bright eyes glanced up at him. Eager to refocus everyone's attention, I quickly asked, What about you, Biggs? Do you like reading as much as Sarah here? Indifferent to my smart-ass tone, he said thoughtfully, I do, actually. But I don't get to read as much as I'd like, unfortunately, since this... He searched for the word. Ending, Sarah chimed in again. What? Biggs looked at her curiously. The ending. This is the ending of the world as we know it. I mean, it's literal, I guess, but it makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Well, since this ending, I haven't had any free time to read. I gestured to the stack of novels on the table. I'm sure you can borrow one of Sarah's books, I suggested. She won't mind. Harper returned with his mug refilled. Again studying the titles on the spines, he chuckled. Yeah, man, there's some romances in there. You could probably learn a thing or two. He looked from Sarah to Biggs and shook his head when he noticed his friend gazing intently at the brown-haired beauty. Sure you can. I'm not sure what you like to read, but they aren't all romances.
Sarah's eyes flicked indignantly to Harper before returning to Biggs. "You're welcome to borrow any of them," she offered. As Biggs bent over to look through the pile, I sat back contentedly and watched. There was a sense of hope and excitement coursing through the room as a silent conversation passed between the soldier and my friend. It was a nice diversion.
"Anyway,"
Harper said, reclaiming his spot on the couch beside Sarah,
"I took a look at Dave's legs. He's doing really well, Zoe. I think you did a great job dressing his wounds."
He sighed, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. I set down my tea. The palms of my hands were sweaty from the warm mug. I couldn't have done it without Sarah's help. That girl has a way with gauze that I'll never have. Don't let her fool you. I barely did anything. I throw up at the sight of blood, Sarah added, quickly looking back up to Biggs with wide, horrified eyes. I mean, not really throw up, but...
"Well, either way, you should be proud of yourselves. He probably saved his legs."
Harper leaned back and took a deep breath. Under his playboy exterior, he was a medic first, an exhausted one. How's he doing anyway? I mean, other than his legs. I felt foolish not asking Dave myself, but I knew it was pointless. He wouldn't forgive me for a while. He's always been egocentric, I reminded myself. I knew I'd have to tell him what was happening to me soon if I wanted to salvage whatever remained of our friendship.
"He's better now that I got the alcohol away from him. He's sleeping it off. So we'll see how he's really doing tomorrow."
Rubbing his hand over his short, dark hair, Harper stifled a yawn. I glanced around the room and realized Sanchez and Biggs were finally digging into plates piled with ravioli. Examining their tired expressions, I asked, "When was the last time any of you got some rest?" Shoving a forkful of pasta into his mouth, Biggs muttered, "It's been a while." Setting her book down, Sarah's attention was on Biggs again. "How long were you out there before you saw the smoke from our chimney?"
"About a day or so," Biggs answered. "We've been trying to stay out of the towns. The last time we ventured into one, we lost members of our team."
With his words, a black cloud seemed to settle over the room. "We haven't seen any uninfected for 2 days," Sanchez explained from the table. "Uninfected? You mean crazies?" I asked. "Crazies, sick, anyone not normal," Sanchez clarified sharply. "We knew this might be our only chance to regroup." Frowning, she continued, "It's hard to know what to expect, so we aren't taking any unnecessary chances." Looking at her plate, she grumbled, "Not anymore." Abruptly, Sanchez stood and carried her empty dish to the sink to submerge it in water. She took her time before joining Harper, Sarah, and me by the fire. "Up until a couple days ago, there were 9 of us. We lost our commanding officer to a group of looters."
"There were just so many of them,"
Biggs interjected, still seated at the kitchen table. "I don't know if they were infected," Sanchez continued, "but they were definitely insane. They ambushed us and tried to steal everything we had. We were able to fight them off long enough to regroup." Peering up into Harper's solemn eyes, she sighed. "It's hard to know what to expect. Everything's different now." Sanchez looked back at me. "We thought we'd killed them all, but then another wave of them showed up. Our CO and 2 others were killed, and we lost 2 soldiers to the virus before that. There hasn't been a lot of time for resting," she said flatly. "As you can imagine, there aren't many warm places to stop in an area like this. We hoped the occupants of this cabin were dead. No offense. We weren't sure what we'd find inside when we saw the blood on the porch," she admitted. "Is that a body wrapped up out there?" Sarah's high, defensive tone startled me. "It's Sammy. The weather's been too bad. We haven't been able to bury him." Sammy was Dave's dog, I explained. "It's not like we're crazy or anything." Sarah looked over at Biggs, who was just finishing up his dinner. His blue eyes were sympathetic as he nodded in understanding. We know that now, Sanchez whispered. A deafening silence filled the room. The memory of fallen friends and lost loved ones colored everyone's faces. Dark circles, worry lines, and creased foreheads created a painting of grief. The sorrow-laden air was overwhelming. The others' raging turmoil swelled inside me, fighting for control. Tears crept into my eyes, but I forced them to retreat. While everyone's thoughts lingered in the past, something pricked my senses, and I suddenly felt self-conscious. I looked over to see Sanchez's eyes transfixed on me. Their intensity was disconcerting, and she wouldn't look away. She couldn't possibly know there's something wrong with me. I tried to rationalize, but I wasn't sure of anything anymore. Refocusing on the crackling fire, I cleared my throat to speak. Well, I'm glad you're all here. Except for Sanchez, maybe. We weren't sure what to do next. Sarah nodded, absent-mindedly stroking the scratches on the back of her wrist that she'd received while trying to save Sammy. I suppressed a smile and chose my next words carefully. Sarah, you keep touching the scrapes on your arm. Are they bothering you? I thought I saw blood. Feigning concern, I looked at her barely marred skin. Sell it, I coached myself, knowing that if I could get Biggs's attention, he'd take the bait. I'm fine, Zoe. Sarah's eyes were wide with confusion, and her ears were red with embarrassment. It's just a small scratch. But before she could say another word, Biggs appeared behind her. Victory. I smiled proudly and leaned back to observe the fruits of my labor. Can I take a look? Biggs pointed to her right arm. Cranking her head to the left, Sarah ended up with her face mere inches from his olive-colored belt. She looked up at him. Oh, sure, but it's nothing, really. Happy my scheme was working perfectly, I watched Sarah's gaze lock with the blonde soldier's. The attraction between them was obvious. I could practically feel the butterflies in their stomachs, elated and flighty as they stared at each other. Sarah's curls bounced as she stood and followed Biggs over to the bag of medical supplies. She reminds me of Danny. But, unlike Sarah, Danny would have jumped at the chance to flirt with a handsome man in uniform. Still, Sarah's curls, recoiling up and down as she walked, mimicked the way Danny's fiery red locks always jostled and drew the boy's attention. I heard a throat clear. Harper was watching me intently, one eyebrow arched. Smiling guiltily, I shrugged. I couldn't help it. Thank God for you and your medical supplies. Perhaps she won't lose her arm after all. We wouldn't want that. Harper grinned and stood to stretch. I guess I should check on our patient. As he walked away, I felt Sanchez's eyes on me again. Is something wrong? I lashed out anxiously, not sure I wanted to know the answer. I slowly turned toward her. Standing, Sanchez shook her head. You remind me of someone, she said as she walked away. You look so much like him. I heard and hoped I'd only imagined the woman's voice in my head. Date, December 18th, 9 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, house guests. Hey, Dee. Sorry you're having such horrible nightmares. I can't imagine seeing Cam in that state. I suppose this is how your mind is dealing with everything. But it seems a bit morbid, especially for you. Are the dreams getting any better? As for Cece, everything about her screams bitch. I can't believe she's blaming everything that happened with her family on you. It's not like you have any control over other people's actions. She's the one who has a fascination with Jason. So just remind yourself that she made the choice to stay behind with him. Don't let her take her anger out on you. None of that is your fault, Dee. Someone needs to slap her around a little bit. I'm sorry your day's been so shitty. Too bad we can't finish that bottle of wine together. A nice fire, a blanket, Jack curled up at our feet. Sigh. The truth is,
I'm in a weird spot too, so I could really use a drink. Dave and I still aren't speaking to each other, so I haven't had a chance to tell him about my, superpowers. I'm planning on telling him, but so much has happened with our new house guest showing up unexpectedly that there hasn't really been time. Yes, I said house guests. They're a military outfit from the East Coast. I think they're Army Rangers. They're under the leadership of a tight-lipped woman named Lieutenant Carmen Sanchez. She looks like a Latina pinup girl more than anything, but she's really serious and seems pretty badass. There are 2 other soldiers with her. Sergeant Dustin Harper is a medic. He's an island boy, super fit and hot, and he knows it. I think I'm going to like having him around. I also feel much better knowing that Dave's legs aren't going to fall off. Then there's Sergeant Riley Biggs. He's the tech guy and also seems nice. He's youngish and has a baby face and very pretty blue eyes. Our new friends couldn't have come at a better time. There are no working phones, the snowstorms haven't really let up, and Dave and I obviously aren't communicating well. With their skills and knowledge, we can finally get out of here. Thank God for generators, internet, fire, and sporadic radio signals. I'm sure there's plenty more to be thankful for, but you get the idea. Please be strong, Dee, and don't let Cece get under your skin. She'll come to her senses. If she doesn't, you better kick her ass. I'll write more tomorrow. I'm going to put my tunes on and try to get some sleep. Hopefully your wine kicks in soon. Have sweet dreams and give Jack a squeeze for me. Or a pat, whatever he prefers. Asta, Zoe.
Chapter 15. Danny. Cam kissed me excitedly. I couldn't wait to be with him again. I trailed my fingers through his hair, over his shoulders, down his chest. I was not to be denied. Still locked to his lips, I began removing his t-shirt. Some of his skin followed. I screamed. Grasping my shoulders, he rasped,
I tried, Dee. I really tried to hold it together.
His arms tightened around me like a vice, squeezing the air out of my lungs.
Won't I ever be enough for you? Why'd you leave me, Dee? You're tearing me apart.
For emphasis, he ripped a fist-sized chunk of flesh from his chest. No! 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 I cried out in horror. His weeping, decaying figure withered before me. You're dead, Cam! You left me! This isn't my fault! I wish so much that you were still here, but you're not! You died! I turned abruptly and ran, straight into a tall, blonde, mysterious man. When I glanced behind me, Cam was gone. The mystery guy, who I somehow knew was the hidden man from the previous night's dream, raised his hands to my face. His thumbs grazed my cheeks and wiped away my desperate tears. His light skin and chin-length blonde hair made him seem almost angelic, though the effect was offset by his roguish 5 o'clock shadow. The rest of his fingers moved from my face until his gentle hands tangled in my hair. Compared to Cam's melting grasp, his touch was comforting. His touch was alive. Before I knew what was happening, he was kissing me, the soft pressure of his lips against mine, the tightening of his hand behind my neck, the whisper of tangled breath. Hesitantly, he pulled away.
I think you're ready,
He told me with a triumphant smile.
Oh, I'm definitely going to.
Abruptly, I woke to Jack's low growl. When I opened my eyes, I realized he was standing over me, guarding me. My heart pounded, and I tried to control my sudden need to pant. Someone must be behind me. As Jack's warning sounds grew louder and more menacing, I slowly turned over. I kept my breathing even and opened my eyes the smallest possible amount, trying to maintain the impression that I was simply moving in my sleep. Jack crouched closer over me, his growl vibrating against my torso and long strings of saliva falling from his retracted lips. In the darkness a few feet away, a shadowy form coalesced into someone recognizable. Cece. What the hell? Where's Chris? Slowly, the unwelcome woman inched forward. Completely focused on staying clear of my dog, Cece was utterly unaware of my wakeful state. Confused and afraid, I remained still in the heavy darkness. Cece neared until she was only a foot away, and the tension in Jack's body increased, making the bed quiver. Wildly, I thought, why is she in here? Is she gonna hurt me? A plan. I need a freaking plan. Before I could think of something, of anything, Cece's concealed hand came into view, and my eyes burst open. Moonlight glinted dully off a combat knife clutched in her grasp, and time seemed to stand still. Jack's body coiled like a spring. Cece raised the knife. My breath caught, and I thought, I'm going to die. And then it was like the world pressed play. Simultaneously, Jack lunged for Cece's knife hand, and I lashed out. My nails caught the flesh on the right side of her face, gouging a trail from eyebrow to jaw. Using the momentary advantage, I scrambled backward across the bed and fell off the opposite side. I was perfectly happy to huddle on the hardwood floor, peeking over the edge of the mattress. Still on the bed with Cece's wrist in his mouth, Jack shook his head, and the knife clattered to the floor. I couldn't believe Cece wasn't screaming, considering the massive German shepherd with his fangs sunk into her flesh. Instead, she started to cry. Taking momentary pity on the woman, I commanded, "Drop it, Jack." It felt exceptionally odd telling my dog to drop a person's wrist. He obeyed, though he retained his aggressive stance. "Come here, Jack," I said weakly. I had to repeat the command twice before he would listen. Finally, with the bed between my attacker and me, and with my dog by my side, I cautiously stood. Minutes passed before Cece was able to do anything but weep. Looking through me, she mumbled, "I just wanted to know why you're..." Her pitiful attempt at an explanation faltered as her eyes focused on me. Her expression soured, turning ripe with hatred. "You're done, murdering bitch, and you'll never have him," she hissed. Pivoting unstably, she stalked out of the room. The whole confrontation had been so quick and quiet that it almost felt like it had been a second nightmare. Except Cece's knife was still on the floor where she'd dropped it, the only evidence of what had just transpired, besides her wounds. What did she say? I'll never have Jason? I could have told her that. I sat heavily on the end of the bed after shutting the door. Unexpected laughter bubbled out of my mouth, and I could feel myself teetering on the edge of hysteria. The whole situation was unbelievably ridiculous. Just my luck, the psycho wants to kill me, not because of her sister, but because she wants to keep me away from Jason. A deep, angry resentment simmered in my veins, and my laughter turned bitter. I'd been enamored of Jason, my best friend's older brother, pretty much since the first second I'd laid eyes on him as a little girl. But he'd never shown the least bit of genuine interest in me. Sure, he'd flirted, stringing me along affectionately, but we both knew there was nothing behind it. How dare he? It's his fault Cece has it in for me. As my laughter died down, my thoughts turned morose. Cam would be so pissed if I got killed because of Jason. Unconsciously, I wrapped my right hand around my opposite wrist. My thumb pressed into the familiar Celtic knot tattooed there, immediately evoking thoughts of Zoe. Clear reason washed over me. Thinking of Zoe usually had that effect on me. What should I do, Zoe?
You get your little butt over to Jason's room and tell him what happened. That's what you do. Now!
I decided that listening to my best friend, imaginary or not, was probably the wisest plan. Tiptoeing slowly down the hallway, I wondered what I'd find in Jason's room. Would Cece already be there, weaving lies into a tangled web? Would they be locked in a passionate, nauseating embrace? I reached the door and knocked quietly. Chris's voice, talking and laughing, was audible through the wood.
Do you think she's come back to try again?
Jason scoffed loudly.
I doubt it. I couldn't have been any damn clearer.
The door opened, and I just stood in the hallway, staring at Chris. My lips parted in an attempt to form words, but all I could do was take jerky breaths. For some reason, seeing Chris's earnest blue eyes brought me close to tears.
Danny?
Her jovial tone instantly melted into motherly concern.
What's wrong?
She hustled me into the room, shutting the door quietly behind her.
You must be freezing. Why aren't you wearing something warmer?
Jason, sitting at the small table across the room, straightened. He seemed to be studying every inch of me. His eyes scanned up and down my body, never resting on one part for too long. Numbly, I examined my state of attire. I had on my skimpiest set of post-apocalyptic sleepwear, tiny purple cotton shorts and a pale green tank top. The sudden realization that I was standing in front of Jason, barely covered, transformed the touch of his eyes. They singed trails of fire along my skin. Before I could die of embarrassment, Chris wrapped a fuzzy caramel brown blanket around my shoulders. She sat with me on the foot of the full-size bed while Jack settled at our feet. "Thank you," I said, surprised by the calm in my voice. "It's so," I realized, giving me strength. Still grasping my tattooed wrist, I recounted my recent confrontation with Cece. As soon as I finished talking, Chris rose and began pacing. Jason, however, remained seated at the small table, keeping his eyes locked on mine. After several long, deep breaths, he opened his mouth to speak, and the door burst open. John and Hunter marched into the room with Cece trailing close behind. She hung back in the doorway, watching me like a cat with a cornered mouse. Slowly, the corners of her mouth twisted into a self-satisfied smirk. Hunter, however, being entirely focused on Jason, hadn't noticed me perched on the bed.
Sir, I know Cece was pretty cruel earlier, but that's no reason for Danny to attack her. With her dog. I mean, look at what
he said, trailing off when he finally noticed me. "We had good reason," I said in chorus with a growl from Jack. Cece flinched at the sound of my dog's low rumble, making me smile inside.
Please,
Cece whined, her voice dripping with self-pity. A huge fake tear rolled down her cheek, and she winced when it crossed the angry red scratches that had been gouged by my nails.
She attacked me. So did her stupid mutt. Look!
She motioned to her face with her swollen, bleeding wrist, drawing attention to both of her injuries. I rolled my eyes at the ridiculous show and embraced the cold anger crackling within me. "I defended myself, you psycho! Maybe if you hadn't been in my room with a knife, I never would have scratched your pretty face." Hunter looked confused, but disbelief clouded John's expression. Cece took a bold step into the room, and Jason exploded from his chair. In 4 furious strides, he was in front of her, appearing larger and more dangerous than I'd ever seen him.
You are never to go near Danny again. I'm watching you. If you touch her, you're gone.
I wasn't sure if gone meant expelled from the group or implied a more permanent solution. Cece cried genuinely and reached out to touch Jason's hand. But Jace,
Get out,
he roared. She did. In the ringing silence, John surprised everyone by saying,
You can watch Cece all you want, but I'll be watching that one.
His finger pointed straight to my heart. He walked out of the room, pausing in the doorway to gloat.
I hope you enjoy looking at what you can't have anymore. Cece's with me now. She chose me.
And then he was gone. Hunter took a single step toward the exit to follow his friend, but didn't complete the action. He turned to meet Jason's eyes and then mine.
I'm sorry.
He apologized weakly.
She lied. Said you attacked her for no reason. I don't know you very well, but I do know her. I should have known better. I assumed the worst of you, and I'm sorry. I hope someday you can forgive me.
He hurried out of the room. Shutting the door, Chris said conversationally,
Well, I thought that might actually end in a fight. Can you imagine? Our merry little band of travelers would completely collapse. There'd be blood. Probably some of us would die.
Ignoring her, Jason squatted down in front of me.
Why don't you lay down in here and try to get some sleep? It's just after midnight, and Chris and I still have some work to do, so...
We'll be here. We'll look out for you. Hung unsaid. In the background, Chris continued talking to herself.
At least 4 of the men have had their eyes on Cece. I wonder how many she'll have believing her by morning. Could be difficult, though. Divide us further.
Really? Okay, I said, accepting Jason's offer with relief. I really didn't want to be alone. As Jason and Chris resettled at the little table in the far corner, I curled up on top of the bed's quilt, dangling my hand over the edge to rub Jack's scruff. An hour later, I was still awake, silent tears sliding across my face. I'd been crying long enough for my pillow to grow noticeably damp. What would I do if our roles were reversed? What if Cece had caused a delay that kept me from getting to Zoe in time? What if Zoe had been murdered? I'd blame her. I knew it for truth the second I thought it. Guilt seemed to wrap around me, heavy and constrictive. It's my fault. I tried to remain quiet, but the tears grew more insistent, demanding the participation of my whole body. A chair creaked in the opposite corner of the room.
No.
I heard Jason murmur.
I got it. Let's call it a night.
There was a scratch of chair legs on the floor, a dozen muffled steps, and the groan of the mattress depressing behind me. Remotely, I registered the sound of the door and figured Chris had left the room. Softly, Jason touched my arm.
You okay?
I could feel his heat radiating near my back. With only the thin blanket as cover, I was cold. It had taken the suggestion of Jason's warmth for me to notice. I shook my head and managed to croak, "It's my fault Casey's dead," before silent, convulsive sobs overtook me completely.
It's not your fault,
Jason whispered fiercely.
Cece should blame herself. She could have gone straight to Portland, but she chose to follow me. I'd decided to go after you hours before we left, and she knew it. And damn it, Danny, I'd make the same decision every time if it meant you'd survive.
I cried harder. In a heartbeat, Jason's arms were around me, his body curled behind mine. I could feel his breath rustling my mussed curls as he promised.
She won't touch you again. I won't let her.
Finally, warmth, I thought ecstatically as he held me tightly against him. Once again, I felt like I was in the protective embrace of a warrior, vengeful and fearsome. Slowly, my sobs died down, and I fell asleep. When I woke, the pale light of the December morning poured through lacy curtains, illuminating a whitewashed dresser and rickety oak table on the opposite side of the room. I was nestled against Jason's relaxed body. My head rested on his chest, and my arm draped haphazardly across his middle. His heart beat loudly beneath my ear, far too rapidly for someone still sleeping. One of his arms was hooked around my back, allowing his hand to grasp my waist. The other moved gently as he twirled one of my stray crimson curls. At some point during the chilly night, he had covered us both with an antique patchwork quilt. Oh my God. I'm cuddling with Jason. My thoughts faded to incoherency as I pretended I was one of the women Jason truly desired, not just one he comforted out of pity. I hesitantly looked up at him, and as soon as our eyes met, the tranquil expression slid off his face. He didn't know I was awake, I noted, disappointed. He was probably imagining I was someone else too.
Are you feeling better?
He asked softly. The handsome face gazing at me could have been carved from marble for all of the emotion it showed. I nodded. Seconds later, Jason extracted himself from our tangled position, and I was suddenly cold and alone on the bed.
Well,
he said gruffly.
we should get ready.
He disappeared out the bedroom door, letting Chris slide in.
I see you're up,
she said, and the day began. Date, December 19th, 8 a.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, drama, drama, and more drama. Hi, Zoe. So, wow, you've got some visitors. Do you think you'll all stay together? I'm glad you have some more people to interact with. I know you were getting pretty frustrated with Dave. And they're military people, so they can do a really good job of keeping you safe. That makes me super happy. Okay, I've got a lot to tell you, but I don't have much time. I apologize in advance for the potential incoherency of this email. First, Cece sort of attacked me last night while I was sleeping. She seems to think that, along with killing her sister, I'm out to take Jason away from her. Too bad for her, he's already gone. Not that he's with me, he's just not with her. Ha! Anyway, John is apparently her boy toy now, and he jumps at her every whim. Since he woke this morning, he's been trying to convince members of our group to blame me for pretty much every death not caused by the virus. He and Cece have managed to sway a few other guys to their way of thinking. She's eerily good at manipulating people. Well, guys mostly. Maybe she trades them sexual favors or something? Okay, I know you tend to get weirded out when I gush about your brother, which is understandable, but you're the only best friend I've got. Lucky you. So suck it up and listen. Yeah, Jason slept with me. I mean, like slept. I was crying, he comforted me, and then we just fell asleep. Really, nothing happened. Just cuddling, I promise. Though my stomach does get kind of fluttery when I think about it. But that's bad, right? I mean, so soon after Cam? Besides, wanting Jason means almost certain misery. He's like a Venus flytrap for women. You can stop gagging now. Also man-related, there's a mysterious guy who keeps showing up in my horrible Cam dreams. And he sort of kissed me before I woke up last night. I didn't mean for it to happen. Oh my God, why am I even talking about this? He's not real. My thoughts are too chaotic. I need you to tell me what the hell is going on in my head. How could I possibly dream of kissing some strange man when Cam has barely been gone for 10 days? How could I even consider being excited about cuddling with another guy? What the hell is wrong with me? I loved Cam. I know I did. I still do. Ugh, I miss you and need your amazing insight. Like, a lot. Ciao, Danny.
Chapter 16. Zoe. Date, December 19th, 11 a.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, I'm telling Dave tonight, and Cece is a bitch. Hey, D. First of all, I really want to beat the shit out of Cece. Just thinking about her makes me want to punch something. Got a picture and some darts? Could be therapeutic, I'm just saying. Oh, and under no circumstances should you be held responsible for anyone's death, D, no matter what Cece or any of her tools say. I'm so frustrated that you're even in this situation. Nothing that's happened in this goddamn apocalypse is your fault. Trust me. As for helping you interpret your chaotic feelings, I'm not sure what I can do. I know you loved Cam, so I can't even imagine how difficult it is for you to be away from him. I'm sure the fact that he never liked Jason makes all of this even harder. But I also know you've always had feelings for Jason. It doesn't surprise me that you're battling feelings for him now. You're only human, Dee. I say just go with the flow. Just be careful. I know that probably isn't very helpful. And kissing this MG mystery guy, well, you got to get action somewhere. Kidding. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It is just a dream. Unlike the soap opera you're starring in, there's nothing too crazy going on over here. Sarah and Biggs are batting eyes at each other, and Sanchez and Harper are hard at work mapping out a route to Fort Knox. Apparently, we're headed to Kentucky. And yes, I said we. We've decided to stick together, and I'm really happy about it. Anyway, Sanchez thinks there are more military personnel there, and that it would be a good idea to team up with them. On the Dave front, he's still ignoring me. The bitchy side of me wants to say, screw you, get over yourself. But I need to patch things up with him. If I don't, I know I'll regret it later. It's not like I have a plethora of friends and can afford to burn bridges. I've decided I'm going to talk to him today. I just have to wait for the right time, whenever that might be. I'm not really looking forward to it. At all. I'll keep you posted. Wish me luck. This could turn out really good or really bad. Remember to keep Jack with you at all times and stay away from Cece. She's the devil. Asta, Zoe. After taking my third shot in an hour, I could feel liquid courage seeping its way into my body. As Harper dealt a fifth hand of poker to Sarah and me, I tried not to think about how Dave would react when I told him the truth about what was wrong with me. I wasn't sure if I wanted the others to know about my strange ability, and I wondered if he would tell them. What if they banished me from the group? I was probably overthinking everything, but I couldn't help it. Booze tended to jumpstart my dramatic tendencies. I'd planned on confronting Dave right after I woke, but the potential repercussions had frightened me into silence. Not sure what to do, I'd turned to one of the bottles of tequila we'd hidden from Dave. I'd needed to settle my nerves, knowing the talk would happen sooner rather than later. Part of me pondered the probability that he would be disgusted or think I was a liar. But another part of me, the enlightened, drunk Zoe, was sure he'd gather me into his arms and tell me we'd figure out what was happening together. I wanted him to tell me everything would be okay. Tossing the playing cards onto the coffee table in victory, I pulled my right leg into my chest and rested my chin on my knee. My insides were warm and coated with temporary liberation. You win again, my raven-haired friend. Harper winked at me and excused himself to grab another drink. As I worked up the nerve to talk to Dave, I recalled the many times he'd come to my rescue, not just in my weakest moments, but by being my friend and confidant in Danny's absence. Dave had picked me up and taken care of me after my wisdom teeth had been removed. He'd given me tickets to the Smithsonian after my first exhibit opening, and he'd taken me to the National Arboretum to see the redwoods. I'd always missed them being away from home. Although cocky and self-centered, Dave was a good guy.
and remembering his kindness gave me the fortitude to tell him everything. Right now, I rallied. He'd limped his way outside moments before, and if I didn't act fast, I would miss my opportunity to be alone with him. Standing from my warm perch by the fire, I stumbled slightly before catching myself on the arm of the sofa. Harper's arm found its way around my shoulders, holding me upright. Wide-eyed, I looked up at him, wondering what his strong hands might feel like on the small of my back. I shook my head.
You okay, baby girl?
His eyes darkened as we both considered our proximity. Baby girl again? I tried to be annoyed, but I was lost in his asking eyes.
I'm drunk. I smiled and straightened myself.
Yeah, I just stood up too fast. Thanks. Inching backward to remove myself from his enticing hold, I continued toward the front door. I could still feel the heat of Harper's gaze as I walked away, but he said nothing.
Where are you going?
Sanchez inquired as she stepped out from the hallway. Her hair was down and she wore a tank top and sweatpants. I was surprised by how normal she looked without the formality of her uniform. I nodded toward the front door. Dave's outside. I thought I'd check on him.
Dave isn't using his cane. Maybe you should,
she said dryly and walked away.
Was that a joke? I couldn't believe it.
Readying myself for the blistering cold, I approached the front door. I stuffed my too long hair into the neck of my pullover, pulled up my hood, and added a black scarf for good measure. Grabbing earmuffs and a blanket, I opened the door. The cold air was icy against my face, but the alcohol that flowed through my body still warmed my insides. The night was dark and quiet. If it were a clear night back home, Danny would have come over to watch for shooting stars and make wishes about boys. But that seemed like a lifetime ago. Trying to stay on course, I scanned the shadows for Dave. He was right where I'd expected him to be, sitting in an old rocking chair at the far side of the porch and brooding. As I moved to sit in the chair beside him, his eyes remained fixed on the blackness that swallowed the landscape around us. I shuddered as the cold snuck into my warm cocoon of clothing.
It's freezing. What are you doing out here? Getting some air,
was all he said. We sat in silence for a moment. I craned my neck to look out beyond the porch awning at the twinkling stars. I'm sorry about the other night, Dave. I didn't mean to.
I don't want to talk about it,
he said sharply.
Well, you have to,
I snapped back.
You're barely speaking to me. I think you've said 3 words to me all day, and only because you had to.
I watched him, expecting a denial or an explanation, but no words came. Look, you're upset with me, and I understand why. I just need you to know what's going on with me. Everything after that came out in a rush. I knew it was going to sound insane to him regardless of my delivery, so I let the words flow before I chickened out. Something's happening to me. I know you're going to think I'm crazy. That's why I haven't told you until now. But you need to know why I pushed you away. I paused for a response, but he pretended to ignore me, so I continued. I've been feeling weird lately. I get these strange feelings when I'm around people. It's like a rush of sensations and images, but they're not mine. It's so unbelievable, I don't even know how to explain it. I don't want it to happen, but I can't help it. I can't control it at all. Uneasiness gnawed at me, but I tried to calm myself. Hearing my own words, I wasn't surprised to see I'd gained his full attention. He was staring at me, his hazel eyes like black holes in the darkness. Finally, I thought. When I touch you, I see things. They're memories, I guess, in your mind, and I can feel what you're feeling. When we were in the bedroom the other night, I saw myself in your mind, and it was just too much. In the shadows, Dave looked like a statue, expressionless and completely devoid of life. Gone were the cocky grin and charming glint in his eyes.
Are you going to say something?
I snapped.
You make me want to scream. Just as I was about to, he said, "Are you telling me you can read minds? That you've read my mind?" His voice was thick with disbelief, and he laughed at me. "All this time I was dating a psychic," he joked. "Don't be an ass, Dave. It's more of a feeling, and it just started happening. I can't predict the future or anything." The relief of finally telling someone made me want to cry tears of joy, but the fact that it was Dave and that he was being a dick made me regret my decision. I was fearful of what might happen next. In the palpable silence, I could hear my heartbeat quicken with dread. Oh my God, Danny was wrong. I shouldn't have told him. This isn't what I expected. I don't know what I expected. I should have told Sarah. He's going to tell everyone. They'll leave me here. "Dave?" I leaned toward him cautiously, realizing drinking in preparation hadn't been the best idea. The alcohol made me feel out of control and paranoid. "Stop it, Zoe. You'll be fine. Just lie and say you're drunk and don't know what came over you." Somewhat satisfied with the idea, I took a deep breath and said, "Never mind. I'm drunk. Don't mind me. You were right. I really just don't have any feelings." Before I could finish, the front door creaked open and Biggs stepped out. "Hey, where's the police station? We want to check it for working vehicles and gas." I caught his attention as I brushed a loose strand of hair from my face, and Biggs straightened. "Oh, sorry, Zoe. I didn't realize you were out here. I'll show you on the map." Dave offered and stood. "Dave." I reached for his arm, but he shrugged me off as he hobbled into the house. For the first time, I wished I could see his thoughts and kick his ass. What happens next? Date, December 19th, 10:45 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, I told Dave. Hey, Dee. So my plan to tell Dave backfired. About 30 minutes ago, I told him why I was acting strange and that I didn't know what was wrong with me or what to do. He didn't say much and then just walked away. What if he tells everyone? Worst case scenario, he thinks I'm losing my mind and tells Sanchez. If they think I'm one of the crazies, they'll leave me behind. Maybe I am, and they should leave me behind. I don't feel sick, but I also have no plausible explanation for what's happening to me. Is it because I was sick for a while? But if that's the case, if it's because of the virus, it wouldn't just be me, would it? Other people would be experiencing the same thing too. So far, it doesn't seem like Dave's told anyone. I hope he doesn't. But honestly, he's a wild card at this point. He won't even look at me. Harper, on the other hand, knows something's wrong. He keeps watching me and asking me if I'm okay. I want to tell him everything. I feel like I can trust him. But I felt that way about Dave, too. Now look at the situation I'm in. By the way, we should be in Fort Knox by nightfall tomorrow. I'll write to you when I can. Wish me luck. I think I'm going to need it. Take care, my friend. Hasta la vista, Zoe.
Chapter 17. Danny.
I think he wants to talk to you about something.
Chris told me quietly, nodding in Jason's direction. He walked several paces ahead of us on the cracked sidewalk. I watched his confident movements and shook my head. So why doesn't he just do it? I asked, thinking back on the dozens of times throughout the day that Jason had met my eyes, only to stride away. Chris pursed her lips and took a deep breath.
I don't know. He's acting like a little girl.
Maybe he likes me, I thought as butterflies whirled erratically in my stomach. Maybe he wants to set things straight, to tell me he's not interested. The butterflies turned sickly and died. Seriously, how old am I? Jason wasn't the only one acting like a little girl. Lost in thought, I peered around the small-town street we'd been exploring all afternoon. In reality, there hadn't been much to explore, and what there had been was pretty run down. The shops had offered little, but the building we currently approached held promise. It was a library, and it stood out in its modernity. Maybe we can find some books on something useful, like foraging or repairing power plants or building time machines. Jason reached the glass door first and held it open for Chris and me.
Such a gentleman,
Chris exclaimed as she entered the building.
Who would have thought?
Within seconds, she had her assault rifle drawn and set out on a sweep of the aisles and alcoves. My entrance, however, was halted by Jason's firm grip on my arm. Looking down, I was inappropriately excited to see his gloved hand wrapped around my sleeve. My heart gave an enthusiastic thump, which I tried to ignore. Jason, what?
Can we talk?
He looked down at me intently, his clenched jaw making the already sharp angles of his face more severe. I briefly wondered what it would be like to have an irate Jason staring me down as he'd done to Cece the previous night. I hoped to never find out. Beside me, Jack barked, and I turned my attention to him. It's okay, sweet boy. Go with Chris. He whined, but trotted off obediently. He might be the smartest dog ever. Jason led me inside and locked the door behind us. He didn't let go of my arm until he dragged me through the open entryway, beyond several aisles of reference books, and into a secluded nook created by 2 towering bookshelves and a sky-blue wall. Well? I asked, pressing my back against the wall while he paced. 3 steps away. Stop. Turn. 3 steps back. Pausing while facing me, Jason stared at the wall a few inches to the left of my head.
It's my fault, what happened last night,
he said quietly. I shrugged my shoulders in an attempt at nonchalance. Oh? I didn't know anyone was to blame. We're both adults. A little cuddling's no big deal. It's not like I've been thinking about it all day or anything, I thought sarcastically. Jason's eyebrows lowered and his eyes suddenly locked on mine.
What? That was...
After a moment of tense silence, he shook the scowl off his face.
That's not what I'm talking about. I meant what happened with Cece.
His pacing resumed. That was... what? Amazing? A really big mistake? As I watched him, the now familiar tangle of emotions, self-loathing, guilt, and desire, nauseated me. Taking a deep breath, Jason faced me again. His eyes bored into mine, imploring.
Before she went to your room, she stopped by mine. She thought we could just that things would stay the same after everything she said to you, after she hit you.
His eyes squeezed shut and his mouth pinched at the corners. When he finally opened his eyes again, they gleamed.
I could kill that bitch for what she did.
My breath caught. I don't understand, I said and stepped away from the wall. What's that have to do with what she did to me last night? I stopped a foot away from Jason, his size making me feel smaller than usual. He squeezed his hands into fists at his sides and gritted his teeth.
When she came to my room, I turned her away, said I was done with her, that she disgusted me. I'm pretty sure the next thing she did was sneak into your room.
Jason, it's...
I can't believe I was so fucking stupid. She could have killed you.
He reached his gloved hand out, but let it drop before he touched me. Jason, it's okay. In one step, I closed the distance between us and wrapped my arms around his neck. He was so unbelievably solid. I'm okay, I said against his thick jacket. He returned the embrace fiercely, lifting me until I was on tiptoes. With his chin resting on my head, I could feel him swallow, could feel him clear his throat. I pulled back enough to meet his eyes and inhaled to speak, but he beat me to it.
Well,
Jason said hastily, releasing me and taking a step back.
We should look around, see what trouble Johnson's gotten into.
He strode out of the alcove with me following a few steps behind. Okay? Looking over his shoulder at me, Jason wore his familiar, knowing half grin, hiding whatever shreds of real emotion he'd let escape.
You know, Red, she probably thinks we've been playing naughty librarian in a hidden corner. Too bad you don't wear glasses.
I stalked after him, berating myself for enjoying the images his words conjured. He was so damn frustrating. Whenever he let a hint of vulnerability show, he would try to fluster me with suggestive comments, attempting to make me forget. But forgetting was impossible. Shortly after our return to the winery, I found myself flat on my back on the cold, damp grass behind the house. I stared up at the slowly darkening steel-gray sky while I recovered my breath from having it knocked out of me. Again. Chris's smirking face invaded my view of the thick cloud cover, and she held out her hand. She could at least have the courtesy to appear winded. Ugh, Chris, I think I'm done, I managed to pant out eventually. She leaned down and grasped me under the armpits to haul me up.
Hun, you're nowhere near done.
She strode several paces away and sat on a white bench bordered by bloomless rose bushes.
Come here. We can take a little break before Jason has a hissy fit.
She finished with an eye roll. I plopped down next to her. Maybe I'm just not a fighter. What if I never get any better?
Then you never get better.
But that won't happen. Chris watched the two men grappling 30 yards away. Jason had Kai in a particularly uncomfortable position on the lawn. What makes you so sure? She caught my eye and grinned conspiratorially.
'Cause I'm training you, and I'm awesome.
I tried to laugh. I really did. But I couldn't stop myself from dwelling on the fact that I barely knew anything about Chris. She definitely was awesome, but what else was she? Who had she been before? Why had she left the base? I've been thinking, I said, but hesitated. Chris laughed softly.
You tend to do that. It drives him crazy sometimes, you know.
I'm sure. I joined her soft laughter. But why are you here? Okay, wow, I didn't mean that to sound so horrible. I shook my head in frustration. Angling my knees toward her, I tried again. Why'd you leave the base with Jason? Why'd any of you leave? When you guys talk about it, you make it sound like you had to escape or something. What? I just don't understand. Still looking straight ahead, Chris's eyes became distant, and she swallowed.
My boys, twins, got sick. They both passed the last week of November. They were almost 5, would have started kindergarten next fall.
She shook her head, her face reminding me of a stone angel in a graveyard. I clasped her hand and cleared my throat, but my voice was weak when I spoke. Oh, Chris, I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
Why would you? I didn't tell anyone. Jason's the only one who knew anything about my family before this.
She gestured mildly with one hand.
My ex and I'd been divorced for a year. The boys were staying with him when they got sick. They barely lasted 2 days, and I blamed him. I wanted to beat him to death for killing them, but the virus killed him a few days later.
I squeezed her hand, horrified by what she'd been through.
Children aren't supposed to die before their parents. That's what everyone says.
But damn it, I don't think any of this was supposed to happen, Chris said desperately. Of course not, I thought.
Our base was on lockdown, but this was unlike any lockdown I'd ever seen. Hundreds of soldiers patrolled the perimeter day and night after the first reported flu death.
She squinted in thought.
That was in mid-November. I doubt you heard about it. The military kept it quiet. We heard gunshots all the time. Jason told me...
She shook her head.
He said that people were getting shot when they tried to leave base. I didn't believe it until I saw it myself. We don't go after our own. Not like that.
After a long pause, she continued.
But the real kicker was that some people were allowed to leave, only if they were wearing a special yellow armband on both sleeves of their uniform, like they were chosen, like they were ready for this. None of it makes sense.
Unable to speak, I swallowed repeatedly. I felt like a vacuum had sucked every drop of moisture from my mouth. Her words implied that the military had known about the virus, had known about it, and had just let it kill everyone. My next thought shocked me like a bucket of icy water. Holy crap! Did they create the virus? Chris started up again.
Jason knew what had happened to my family, knew that I needed to get away from that place. They'd been dead for over a week when he came to me with his plan. So we gathered our little group, barely managed to steal some of the yellow armbands. That was really weird, actually. The guy guarding him was literally about to shoot us until Jason stepped closer to talk him down. It was like the guard got really confused all of a sudden. Anyway, we got the hell out of there a few hours later. It didn't go the way we'd planned, but we got out.
Finally looking at me, Chris said,
And now we're here.
I sat back heavily against the bench. Okay, wow.
Well, now I need to blow off some steam.
She patted my thigh.
Run through the exercises I taught you. Twice.
Chris stood abruptly and marched straight for Jason and Kai. Her opening strike at Jason was the last thing I noticed before I lost myself to the yoga-like poses. As I replayed her words and considered the possibility that somebody had orchestrated the end of civilization, images of maniacal scientists danced through my head.
Bend your knees more, but keep your back straight.
Kai said behind me. Startled, I fell on my butt. What is it with you Green Berets? Did you all take advanced classes in how to sneak up on people or something? I complained, picking myself up and brushing off my stretchy black pants. When I rounded on Kai, he held his hands in the air like he was caught in a stick-up, but merriment crinkled the corners of his slanted eyes.
Sorry, Dee.
Dee. I smiled sadly and shook my head. Cam. That's what he called me. I resumed my previous pose, appearing to sit on an invisible chair. Looking down at the slightly overgrown grass, Kai stuck his hands into his pants pockets and said,
Sorry. I won't.
Don't worry about it. It's also what Zoe calls me. She's Jason's sister, I clarified. Hearing you call me that makes me feel a little better. Reminds me of before. I lowered myself to the ground for the next position. You know, being around you guys makes this whole thing easier to deal with. Everybody's lost someone. Lots of someone's, really. We're all going through the same thing. Plus, I think Chris is magical or something. It's like she draws the shitty feelings out and heals me from inside. She makes me feel okay. I laughed breathily. Can he tell I'm serious? He'll think I'm nutso. Kai sat down on the bench and watched Chris and Jason spar. I was surprised by how well Chris was holding her own against Jason. I looked up at Kai. Sorry, that was probably way more info than you wanted.
No worries. It's good to hear someone talk about what's going on.
He gestured toward the estate house.
These guys aren't big on sharing. The military doesn't exactly draw in the touchy-feely type. So we walk around pretending everything's cool, but really, all this repression just turns us into hair-triggered dickheads.
Tell me about it, I thought as I stood to stretch my tired muscles. Kai continued.
I've noticed that about Chris, too. We should all be freaking out way more, but something about her, I don't know. It's like she really does something. And
he paused to take a deep breath.
There's something else. Have you noticed anything different? About you, I mean.
About me? Like what? Like Zoe? No. I sat down beside him. Have you? Kai closed his eyes for so long I thought he might not answer. He raised one eyelid, watching me through the narrow slit.
I get these feelings. It's been happening ever since I recovered. From the virus, I mean.
When he turned his reticent gaze on me, my heart melted. He's afraid. Of what?
I felt it when Cece went into your room last night. It was like I was watching a horror movie, and the suspenseful music was playing and getting louder and louder. I knew something bad was about to happen. And it also happened this morning in town right before I opened the door to a house. Some psycho bitch was waiting for us inside with a baseball bat. She nearly smashed in Dalton's head before I shot her. It's like I can tell when bad stuff is going to happen before it happens.
He looked away.
I know it sounds insane.
Yeah, I thought, but my heart wasn't in it. This wasn't the first crazy-sounding power I'd heard about. I stared ahead and watched the end of the battle between Chris and Jason. She beckoned for him to start again, but he shook his head and headed our way.
Crazy or not, I have to warn you,
Kai whispered. Surprised, I turned to face him. Warn me? About what? He leaned in.
Cece. The feeling's building up around her like it's gonna explode, and she hates you. Sorry. So I'm thinking the explosion isn't gonna mean anything good for you. Be careful, okay?
This isn't real, right? He can't know that, can he? But what if he is like Zoe? And what about Chris? My thoughts were frantic. I grasped my left wrist as dread seeped into my body, turning my bones to ice. Kai straightened and laughed.
Hey man, I saw you get your ass kicked by a girl. Was she too much for you? Is that why you ran away?
Jason glanced between Kai and me before he responded.
She needed it.
His tone was razor sharp. Kai stood abruptly and backed toward the house.
Right. Well, I just remembered. I've got this thing.
He turned and jogged away. Jason quickly took Kai's spot on the bench.
What was that all about?
Nothing, I responded instinctively. What the hell is up with this bench today?
It didn't look like nothing.
I rolled my eyes and heaved a sigh. He was just telling me something about himself, Jason. It's got nothing to do with you.
Fine, whatever. Show me what you learned today. Johnson,
he called to Chris, who was doing sit-ups on the lawn.
Get your ass over here.
I groaned. You can't be serious. I'm too tired. He stared at me with all the sympathy of a stone.
Ready to go again?
Chris asked him when she reached us.
No,
Jason said, not looking away from me.
Spar with this little girl. I want to see if anything's sinking in.
As I stood and walked away from the bench to face off against Chris, I made sure to add a little extra sway to my hips. Little girl, my ass. Date, December 21st, 11:55 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, you're not alone. Zoe, I'm sorry that it's been a few days since I wrote. Jason and Chris are working me extra hard. It's just because they're worried and want me to be able to protect myself, but now I'm always pooped. They were both with me yesterday as we searched Gold Hill. I appreciate their support and protection, but it kind of reminds me that half the group hates me right now and that I'm a weakling of a partner. I'm trying my best to believe what you said, but it's hard not to feel responsible for so many deaths, especially when I'm surrounded by people who think the exact opposite. Today I was with just Jason. We scouted for gas, but found little, only in cars locked in garages. What use will cars be when the fuel's completely gone? At least the garage shopping led us to some other useful supplies. We found a stockpile of MREs, those totally disgusting military meals that stay good for like 1,000,000 years, and some guns. They were locked up, but that didn't stop Jason. We stocked up on enough weapons for everyone in our group several times over, and enough ammo for all of us to get in plenty of target practice. I'm working really hard on learning how to use my little handgun. It's funny. I always hated guns, or was at least afraid of them, but now I sleep with one. To update you on the Cece situation, we're avoiding each other like the plague. Ha! I honestly think Jason would kick her to the curb, except he's worried about losing the bodies that would go with her. And supplies, too. Seriously, a bunch of the guys worship her now. They're like her own personal harem of dutiful slaves. It's creepy. Anyway, tomorrow we head out again to continue our insanely slow journey to Bodega Bay. I'm pretty sure we only have one more stop till we get there. Will we be too late? I'm trying not to let myself dwell on that thought. I haven't been very successful. By the way, Dave is a weak asshole. Forget him. I'm really sorry that I encouraged you to tell him about your superpower. I feel kind of responsible. Sad face. Hug. I know you're totally freaking out about what's happening to you, so I thought this might make you feel better. I think it is happening to other people too. Like it's a mutation caused by the virus or something. See, Chris, she's sort of able to make people feel better. And I don't just mean giving a hug and talking it out. She sits down with someone who's about to have a meltdown, and 5 minutes later, they're fine. She's done it to me a bunch of times. I think it's the reason I'm handling Cam's death so well, because really, I'm handling it too well. Like, unnaturally well. Plus, this guy in my group is pretty sure he can feel when bad things are about to happen. In fact, he feels it all the time around Cece. The point is, you are not alone. Cue the Michael Jackson song. So you're going to Fort Knox? That's sort of hilarious. You should take a bar of gold just for fun. Ha! But wherever you are, stay safe, okay? I miss you. Ciao, Danny.
Chapter 18. Zoe. It took us 7 excruciating hours to drive to Fort Knox. Luckily, Biggs and Harper had found a fuel-filled police cruiser, making our journey less cramped. Unfortunately, any potential silence was interrupted by the sound of the police scanner clicking in and out of range. If it hadn't been for Harper's friendly smile and his seductive, throaty laugh, Dave's sulking probably would have driven me mad. Hopefully we'll hear another broadcast today, Harper said as we neared our destination. He looked back at Dave and then up at me, sensing the tension between us. I'd been trying, unsuccessfully, to ignore my memory of the horrible conversation I'd had with Dave 2 nights earlier. I'd originally offered to ride with Sanchez and the others in Dave's truck, but being around her was equally unnerving, so I'd opted to ride in the same car as my fallen-out friend. Dave had made himself right at home in the uncomfortable back seat, stretching out his legs and folding his arms behind his head. He was pretending to be unfazed by my presence, and I didn't mind. I really didn't want to have a confrontation in front of Harper. I did, however, allow myself a smile every time Dave repositioned himself on the vinyl seat. There was something satisfying in seeing him behind the metal cage separating us. Finding fuel had been difficult, but Biggs and Harper's resourcefulness had resulted in just enough gas to transport us to Kentucky. But what about to Colorado? Well, what makes that base in Colorado so special anyway? I asked and cleared my throat. My voice was hoarse from disuse. I mean, I'm surprised the colony isn't in D.C. or in Virginia by the Pentagon, someplace that makes a little more sense. I looked at Harper. Any idea? He shrugged. We heard the same broadcast as you. I tried not to grow hopeful. Maybe they've created an antivirus. Maybe they can fix whatever's wrong with me. Yeah, maybe. Harper squinted skeptically, but the rest of his expression remained unchanged. I looked out the window, watching the abandoned town outside of Fort Knox pass by. As we wound our way through the deserted streets, I imagined its lonely storefronts crowded with people, eating at the quaint cafes, waiting at the bus stops, and walking in and out of the little shops. Instead, the sidewalks were desolate and littered with garbage. I tried not to think about the rotting corpses and the crazies that surely haunted the dark corners of the town,
instead taking inventory of what supplies the town might have to offer. I pointed to a large, boxy building behind a taco joint. "There's a hospital over there."
Good eye.
Harper approved.
We'll have to check it out later when we have the whole team. I'm sure there are a few crazies waiting for us in there.
Dave barked a laugh, but said nothing as he pulled a bottle of tequila out of his pack and brought it to his lips. I twisted in my seat. "Where'd you get that?" I asked angrily, knowing nothing good would come of him drinking again.
Don't worry about it.
Dave's voice was snippy, and he still hadn't blinked an eye in my direction. Trying to control my temper, I rolled my eyes and faced forward again. Harper glanced over at me sympathetically, but I pretended not to notice.
What's going on with you guys anyway?
He asked. "Nothing, just a lover's quarrel," Dave joked caustically.
We have a history. Some sort of connection, if you will. I've noticed,
Harper said, keeping his eyes on the road.
You shouldn't be drinking.
He glared into the rearview mirror, and I could feel his disappointment.
Not with all the pain meds I gave you.
Dave scoffed.
I'm not the one you should be worried about,
he muttered under his breath.
Damn it, Dave! You're such an asshole. Get over yourself and stop pouting,
I shouted.
It's like we're in 4th grade.
If you two are finished.
Harper pointed at 2 imposing tanks flanking the entrance to the base. Welcome to Fort Knox, the sign read. Ignoring Dave, who was humming circus tunes in the back of the squad car, I took in the lifeless scene around me. The landscape was mostly barren except for the woods that crept up behind the towering brick buildings ahead. Harper hunched over the steering wheel to get a better view through the windshield.
This place is so old. I'm surprised it's still standing.
We followed Dave's truck along the winding roads in search of the location the broadcast had identified as the makeshift command post, the civilian barracks.
They said there were survivors, but it doesn't look like it,
Harper said, putting the car in park. As we sat in front of a large gray building, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. A sudden wave of wretchedness washed over me when I stepped out of the vehicle. I don't like this place. Date, December 21st, 5:15 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject, something's not right. D. We have arrived. We're at Fort Knox, and I'm completely creeped out right now. Captain Jones and Second Lieutenant Taylor, they seem particularly attached to their titles, are the officers in charge here. In fact, they seem to be the only military people left. I don't like the way they've been looking at Sarah and me. There's an unquenchable thirst in their eyes. It's really disturbing. Since we arrived, Harper and Sanchez haven't been away from Jones, so I haven't had a chance to tell them about my bad feeling. At least I have Harper to talk to amidst this whole fiasco. Sarah's lost to her swooning heart, and Sanchez and I aren't really on friendly terms. Dave is deplorable. Harper, though, he seems to have befriended me. As for my weird powers, I'm definitely comforted to hear that some of your people are experiencing something like I am. It makes me feel a little less crazy. However, I'm not so comforted by what your friend said about Cece. I reiterate, be careful. Please. Jones is walking toward me. Great. He looks like he wants something. I'll write again soon. Asta, Zoe.
Chapter 19. Danny.
Learn.
It's him. Turning in circles, I attempted to peer through the endless gray mist. It was everywhere, dense and warm. I tried to escape it by running a dozen steps in a random direction, but the mist remained. It was oddly comforting, like soaking in a bubble bath with only candles for light.
Learn.
Where is he? I looked up, but there was still only mist. Embracing, soothing, caressing. The foggy gray substance surrounded me. It seemed to exist in all physical states at once. It was gaseous, allowing movement and breath. It was liquid, pressing against every inch of my body. It was solid, brushing against my stomach and tickling my neck.
Learn.
Is he doing this? He's not even real. So, am I doing this? My body grew warm. My pajamas became uncomfortably tight and itchy. Brushing sweaty palms against my cotton shorts, I drew a ragged breath. My fingertips had grazed the bare skin of my thighs, causing a burst of fiery pleasure. What the hell?
Learn.
Learn what? I rasped. The fog brushed against my ankles, then my knees, and then my thighs, creating unbearable tingles. I licked my lips and groaned, overwhelmed by the sensation. It was too much. I cleared my throat and screamed, Learn what?
Learn.
Suddenly the mist disappeared, and I floated in a sea of soothing, white nothingness.
Danny, wake up.
A man whispered. In bed, I lurched into a sitting position as I opened my eyes. In the faint dawn light, I could see Jason's face, tensed with a hint of concern, inches from my own. He was sitting on the edge of the bed with his hip pressed against the outside of my thigh. His hands gently gripped my bare shoulders. Everywhere he touched me, my skin burned with pleasure. Everywhere else ached for his touch.
You were moaning.
He murmured.
Bad dream?
Closing my eyes, I took a shuddering breath. I desperately needed to regain control of my body before I did something embarrassing. Not exactly, I breathed. When I reopened my eyes, Jason's irises shone with such intensity they seemed to be composed of burning natural gas. Slowly, like falling feathers, his hand slid from my shoulders to my wrists. I looked down at the quilt, overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze. Please, I whispered, unsure of what I was requesting. My body hummed in anticipation of where he might touch me next. At the same time, a small seed of doubt took root in my chest. Is he just teasing me?
Please what, Red?
He breathed, the words brushing against my neck like a caress. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see one side of his mouth quirk up in amusement. So he was just teasing me. He probably thought my infatuation with him was just one big, decades-long joke. Please stop touching me, Jason, I said, proud of the steadiness in my voice. His hands closed around my wrists, and his thumbs stroked the sensitive, transparent skin.
Are you sure that's what you want?
No. God, you are such an asshole. Yes, I snapped, ripping my wrists from his grasp. Using my go-to maneuver, I clambered across the empty bed, my escape only slightly hindered by the sheets, and fell off the opposite edge. At least I was running from humiliation rather than a crazy girl with a terrifyingly sharp knife. Get over yourself. You're not that amazing, I spat. I stomped across the hall to the bathroom and slammed the door.
I'll meet you on the lawn in 15 minutes.
Jason called through the whitewashed wood. He was laughing. Dick. What the hell kind of dream was that? I wondered grumpily while I glared at my reflection in the mirror. My vibrant curls stuck out in all directions. Evidently, it was a French braid day. Again. I pondered chopping off the whole frizzy mess, but I figured a short red afro wasn't really my look. As I deftly braided my hair, I studied my face. How long has it been since I wore makeup? 2 weeks? More? The thought was equally shocking and reassuring. I wasn't just girly Danny anymore. I'd become Survivor Danny, equipped with sore muscles and a practical fashion sense. After washing up, I returned to my room to dress and arm myself with my usual shoulder holster and pistol, assured that my nerve endings were back to normal. I tore open a peanut butter and chocolate chip protein bar as I exited the bedroom, tripping over my dog on the way out. Jack wagged his tail happily while I righted myself. "Good morning, sweet boy," I said between bites. He yawned dramatically and bowed, earning the last nugget of the tasteless bar. As I lumbered down the stairs, a plan of revenge formed in my mind. I waved at Chris and Kai, apparently the only other people awake at such an ungodly hour, as I neared the front room's largest window. I peeked around the heavy tan and green-striped curtain and spotted Jason standing on the lawn. He was staring off into the woods. Smiling, I led Jack to the back door, and we silently slipped out into the damp morning chill. Pausing on the back porch, I clicked my tongue, and my dog watched me intently. "Okay, Jack," I whispered, kneeling down in front of him. "You're going to go that way." I pointed to the left side of the house, and his eyes followed. "Find Jason. You need to be happy and loud." I scratched his neck with both hands. He licked my cheek in return. "Go find Jason," I commanded quietly and stood. Jack instantly trotted away, barking every few steps. Stalking in the opposite direction, I made my way around the house and found Jason watching Jack frolic like a month-old puppy. The grass muffled my steps as I snuck up behind him. I crouched, gliding the last few steps, and held my breath. Revenge is so sweet. I raised my foot and jammed it into the back of Jason's leg, making his knee buckle. Before he could regain his balance, my arm snaked around his shoulders and yanked him to the ground. On his way down, he grasped my wrist and pulled me to the grass with him. I used the added momentum and sat heavily astride his abdomen. He grunted. "Ow," he said once he'd regained his breath. Smiling down at him ecstatically, I bounced and proclaimed, "I win!"
You think?
He asked, raising his eyebrows. "Ha! I know!" I slapped his chest with both hands, hoping for another grunt. It didn't come. Instead, his gloved hands found my thighs and slid up to rest on my jean-covered hips. I was suddenly very aware of the fact that I was straddling him. Without warning, his hands tightened and he flipped me over onto the cold grass. He grabbed my wrists and held them together above my head. I squirmed, attempting to dislodge his hold on me, but I might as well have been fighting against iron restraints.
"Oh, Red, you'll never beat me,"
he whispered near my ear. In all of my wriggling, I'd managed to maneuver my right leg between both of his. I'd expended quite a bit of energy flailing about, but I had just enough left. With a grunt, I brought my leg up against his groin, hard. Groaning, Jason rolled off me and curled into the fetal position on the lawn. Jack ceased his enthusiastic prancing and jumping to crouch in front of Jason's face. He sniffed and nuzzled the man until he received some weak pets. I sat up and reached out to touch Jason's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Jason, but you told me that's what I'm supposed to do if a guy has me pinned to the ground." He didn't respond. "Jason, are you mad at me?" I asked weakly. When Jason finally sat up and faced me, he was smiling, if a little sickly.
"No, that was perfect. I wasn't sure you had it in you to really hurt someone, but now I know."
"Oh, thanks?" Jason stood, brushing off stray bits of grass. I did the same, still breathing heavier than normal from the exertion, and possibly from the excitement.
I'd say you're warmed up,
He said.
Let's wake everyone with some target practice.
We walked in silence, and as we neared the makeshift shooting range, I froze in horror. 3 of the cardboard targets had been painted, each with a different blood-red word. Shoot yourself, Danny. It was Cece's doing. It had to be. Unbidden, tears welled in my eyes, and I blinked them away angrily. I won't let her make me cry.
This needs to end.
Jason growled, turning back toward the house. He made it 3 steps before I planted myself in front of him. Jason, don't you dare! He stepped to the side to go around me, and I mirrored the motion.
Danny, move.
His voice sounded hollow, determined. No! I yelled. In my best impression of my angry Irish grandma, I placed my hands on my hips and demanded, You're not going after her because of this. Can't you see that's what she wants you to do? She and John and the rest of her idiots are probably waiting for you right now. If you go after them, then what? We all get in a huge fight and end up killing each other? What happens to the rest of us if they take you out? Jason, your calm logic, that's the only thing holding us together. Safety in numbers, remember? We need you. I need you. His jaw clenched at my last statement. You're staying here with me and finishing this damn training session. I tried my best to loom over him, which was difficult considering Jason was about a foot taller than me. I took a step toward him. Miraculously, he stepped back. Pretty sure he would follow, I brushed past him and returned to the shooting range. I hoped he didn't hear my gigantic sigh of relief. If they kill him because of me, I don't know what I'll do. Jason stood by my side for the next hour and coached me until the hateful words were riddled with enough bullet holes that they were no longer legible. Date, December 22nd, 9 a.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, it's getting old. Zoe. So I kind of had a run-in with Cece this morning. Is there such a thing as passive-aggressive bullying? I feel like I'm in elementary school saying bully. If so, that's what she's doing. She's such a bitch. Anyway, Jason woke me super early to get in some extra how to be violent training. When we got to our little makeshift shooting range, the words, "Shoot yourself, Danny," were written on the targets. Jason was ready to march off and end things then and there, but somehow I managed to rein him in. Who would have thought? I know you probably disagree with my decision to stop him, but I think they, Cece, John, and company, are trying to get Jason to attack them. Because, that way they'll have a good excuse to depose him as group leader. Maybe even kill him. I had a good reason, you see? I had to keep him safe. It's hard, though. I don't know how much longer I can stand this. Anyway, we're about to leave for Fort Bragg, where we have another 2-day stop, this time for Kai and Holly, Army Ranger chick, the only other one besides Chris. Will be a 3-hour drive from Bodega Bay, but I'll have to wait 3 more days to get there. This is so frustrating. By the way, I really don't like the sound of those 2 new guys you mentioned. Please be careful around them. Ciao, Danny. I walked around the driveway, studying my new surroundings. The house sprawled around me, enormous, beige, and boxy, looking more like a modern stucco apartment building than a family home. Dense chunks of forest surrounded the house, breaking up the fields of tall grasses. I meandered over to Kai, who had grown up in the outrageous place, and asked, "Are you sure about this? I bet we can still go somewhere else. Smiling, Kai placed his arm over my shoulders and pulled me into a side hug.
Nah, I had to come here eventually. I'd rather stay at my house than another random place. Sometimes it just feels right to come home. You know what I mean, Dee?
Yeah, I agreed. I want to go home too. My desperation to drive the 3 more hours to Bodega Bay was overwhelming, keeping me on the verge of tears. Kai tightened his hold on me and whispered,
It's worse here. Like the mother of all thunderstorms is building up around her, and I don't know what to expect. All I know is that it's going to be bad.
Goosebumps pebbled my skin, and a chill seeped into my body. Before I could respond, Chris appeared on my other side and slipped her arm around my waist, making us a sweet little trio of comfort.
What are you kiddos doing over here?
Seconds after she touched me, my dread simply evaporated. Just talking about home, I replied wistfully. Chris leaned the side of her head against mine.
We'll just have to be each other's home.
Kai laughed softly.
Are you ladies going to cry? Because if you are, I'll just be on my way.
He teased, but he didn't move an inch.
Ha! As if you'd ever give up the chance to cozy up with us.
Chris gave him a friendly slap on the gut.
I hate to interrupt this, whatever it is,
Jason cut in from behind us.
but I need to talk to Danny. Alone.
Kai's arm retracted from my shoulders like he'd been burned, and he hopped a yard away.
Right. Of course.
He ducked his head and hurried off. Weird. Chris's arm tightened around my waist as Jason stepped in front of us.
You too, Johnson. And take Jack,
he said. She let go of me and stepped so close to him that their shoes nearly touched.
If you make her cry, I'll punch you,
she threatened.
Really?
Jason's eyes strayed to my face.
Looks like you've already done a pretty good job of it. Does that mean I get to punch you?
I hadn't even noticed the wetness streaking down my cheeks.
Those are happy tears, you ass.
Chris snapped before stomping off with my dog. Chris and Jason's friendship was strange.
Danny, I know you're probably angry, but...
I stepped closer to him and he tensed. Angry? I hissed. You think I'm angry? Try pissed. Try frustrated to the point of needing to scream. Grams, your dad, who knows who else, might need us right now. And we could get there in a few hours, but no, we'll sit here for 3 days while they might be dying. Reaching out, he grabbed my shoulders tightly.
Fuck, Danny, I know. Don't you think it's been the same for me? Don't you think it's killing me to be so close and not be able to help them?
I don't know, I practically yelled. My gaze dropped to the flagstone driveway beneath our feet. How could I possibly know what you're feeling? You never talk about it. For all I know, you don't even care. I met his eyes, pleading. Please, Jason, just let me go with Chris. We'll find a car and get down there tonight. We won't take any of the group's supplies, and you can stay here with everyone else and honor your agreement. He swallowed and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Intently, his eyes searched mine. Please, Jason, I begged, my chin trembling. Suddenly, he pulled me against him in a tight hug and rested his cheek atop my head.
I'm sorry, Danny. I can't let you go. I'm so sorry.
An avalanche of tears poured down my cheeks, accompanied by hiccups and moans. Jason hid me in his arms as my sobs played out, sparing me the shame of breaking down in front of everyone. Once my tears had dried, he walked me up to the room I was sharing with Chris and settled me on the bed. He sat on the edge, reminding me of the incident that morning, how good his fingers had felt on my skin. "But my stuff," I mumbled, hoping to keep his mind from the same topic mine had drifted to. He pointed to a corner of the room where my pack and duffel bag sat.
Chris already brought everything up.
"Oh, where is she?" I asked. I sounded like a lost little girl.
I think she's helping with dinner. Danny,
"I know," I interrupted. If he stayed much longer, tried to comfort me some more, I'd start crying again. "Can I just be alone for a little while?"
Sure.
He replied and leaned in to brush a stray curl out of my eyes before standing.
I'll send Jack up.
"Thanks." When Jason opened the door, we were both surprised to find my dog sitting patiently in the hallway. He trotted in and hopped onto the bed beside me for some much-needed cuddling. As I curled around him, I heard the door shut quietly. While I lavished attention on Jack, I felt something odd attached to his collar. I lifted my head so I could see it and found a folded piece of paper wrapped around the leather band. Curious, I unwound and unfolded the paper. Feminine, bubbly handwriting covered the page.
Danny, you have a very important choice to make tonight. You need to leave. If you're still here by sunrise, we'll kill Jason and Chris, and then you and your dog. If you tell them about this note, they'll come after us, and we'll defend ourselves. Any spilled blood, like my sister's, will be on your hands. If you and your mutt leave before morning, we'll continue on peacefully. Without you, there won't be any more conflict. Make the right choice. Go."
Jack whined as the note slipped from my grasp. A single train of thought echoed through my mind. I can't lose him.
Chapter 20. Zoe. From my makeshift desk in the mess hall, I could feel Jones's mood, black and bitter, as he strode in. The stark, empty dining room was suddenly charged with an incessant hum, like mosquitoes trapped in a megaphone. I had the sudden urge to flee, but I didn't move. Meandering over to my table in the corner, Jones smiled and asked, "Zoe, my dear, how are you holding up?" He leaned his back against the wall, mere feet from me, crossing his arms and ankles nonchalantly like we were friends catching up on old times. Creep. We were indebted to him for letting us stay on base, so I knew I needed to keep my snide comments to myself as much as possible. I wasn't about to schmooze with him, though. "I'm fine, thanks," I replied. "What can I do for you, Captain?" "What are you working on?" he asked a little too curiously, ignoring my question. He stole a glimpse at my computer screen, but I closed the lid before he could read my email to Danny. Although I couldn't see his exact thoughts, I could feel his emotions prickling my skin ominously, leaving unwanted goosebumps in their wake. Alarm rang in my mind, but I ignored it. The group was down the hallway if I needed them. "So tell me a little bit about yourself, Zoe." Jones paused briefly. "What happened to your family? Are they in Massachusetts? Is that where you're from?" Although his questions were harmless enough, his emotions felt malicious. I didn't trust him. Seeing my wariness, he feigned offense. "Oh, come now, my dear. We're practically family now." My eyes narrowed. Realizing I was displaying my distaste for him too openly, I turned away and began packing up my computer. "I haven't heard from them," was all I said. "Do you have a history of mental illness in your family?" I froze. Why the hell would he ask me if my family is crazy? My thoughts lingered on the word crazy, and a feverish hatred suddenly burned through my body. Fucking Dave told him. Did he tell anyone else? Harper and Sarah would have talked to me themselves if they knew. My first instincts were to deny everything and to claim Dave had misinterpreted my meaning. I'd been drunk and only quasi-coherent. Everyone could attest to that. But Jones had approached me alone for a reason, and my instincts told me to keep quiet. What are you getting at, sir? My tone was more annoyed than I'd anticipated. Jones smirked sadistically and reached for my hair like an affectionate father. He stopped before touching me, and after hesitating for a moment, lowered his hand. You have a little spunk in you. Dave said you were different. Pausing, he waited for his words to ignite some sort of response. When my granite expression remained, he continued. Perhaps you're a little too different for Dave. He thinks you might be a what did he call it? Oh, yes, a crazy. He snorted with laughter. But I'm sure you already know that, don't you? He asked, searching my face for recognition. I'm not sure what you mean, I simpered, wondering if batting my eyelashes would be taking it too far. Having this guy as an enemy wasn't making me feel warm and fuzzy. Don't be coy, girl, Jones snapped. Telling me everything will only help you. I guarantee it. Yeah, right. His presence alone was threatening. I could feel his agitation. He was wound up and ready to burst. He considered himself superior to me and was pissed off that he had to placate me, a lowly woman, to get the answers he sought. I wasn't sure how I knew that exactly, but his emotions were growing stronger by the second. His aggression thrummed through me, and my heartbeat quickened in panic. I think you misunderstand me, Captain. Perhaps you can explain what you want from me? Full of self-satisfaction, he said, You wonder why I'm not completely freaked out like your friend Dave. I'll tell you a little secret. He leaned in closer. You're not that special. I've seen others like you. I've killed people like you. I pretended to be indifferent as I finished packing up, but inside my heart pounded like it was trying to break out of my chest. It took everything I had to appear calm. Who the hell is this guy? How many people has he killed? He said he's seen others like me. Curiosity overpowered caution, and against my better judgment, I dilly-dallied. I could feel beads of sweat forming in my cleavage. What others are you referring to? I'm dying to know, I taunted unwisely. That doesn't concern you. Jones sat down next to me, gripping my arm firmly to keep me sitting. What you need to worry about is what your friends will do if they find out you're a freak. We got rid of ours. He let his words sink in, then continued with false kindness. I only want to help you. Jones's concern was enough to make me vomit, and apparently my disgust was blatantly displayed on my face. He sighed. Look, let's cut the shit. Finally, I grumbled. Instantly he was furious. It radiated off of him. If you want me to keep quiet about your secret, you better do the same for me. His tone was harsh, and his words promised that really bad things would happen to me if I disobeyed. I've got a good thing going on here, and I don't need anyone poking around where they don't belong. He jabbed his index finger at my chest. For a brief moment, I wondered what Jones was hiding, but then an image flashed in my mind. It was of one of the women I'd met when we'd arrived. She was naked in his bed, scared and crying. Without warning, his calloused hand grabbed the back of my neck roughly, and my body tensed with fear. Low and venomous, he said, I know girls like you. You always get in the way. In that moment, I saw his plan to kill me. I saw his combat knife slicing into my side and then into my chest. A gun would be too loud, bringing too much attention too quickly. I didn't know if he was threatening me with the horrific image of my death, or if he was merely contemplating how he'd do it, but it didn't matter. I couldn't remain near him a moment longer. "Get your hands off me!" I demanded, but his fingers constricted. I muffled a shriek as my head snapped back. Jones's face was inches from mine, and I could smell his rank, sour breath. His eyes bored into mine as he hissed. "You see, girl, I'm a captain in the United States Army, and I have zero tolerance for bullshit. Don't even think about getting close to my girls. Don't cause any problems or ask any questions. I won't tolerate it." "You're crazy," I snarled, trying to pull out of his grasp. "That may be, but I've got my eyes on you. If I see you so much as look at anyone in a way I don't like, I will gut you like a pig. You know I will." I couldn't breathe. The room started to close in around me. His anger and my fear waged a war in my head until I could neither discern nor push the emotions away. I couldn't ignore them. I thought of Dave's betrayal as my death replayed over and over in my head. Somehow I managed to tear myself away from Jones's painful hold and flee. I raced outside into the freezing cold of the late afternoon. Through tear-blurred eyes, I could barely see 2 feet in front of me. I didn't care. After what seemed like an eternity of aimless running, I finally stopped, my throat raw from inhaling the frigid air. My body was numb with cold, and pain lanced my sides. I had no idea how far I was from my friends. I doubled over, dry heaving. I wish I could expel all the negative energy balled up inside me, but nothing would or could come out. A tree trunk supported me as I focused on controlling my breathing. "He's insane. He's gonna kill me. It's only a matter of time." "I need to find Harper," I said, trying to rally myself, but my voice came out raspy and indistinct. Looking around, I figured I was in the woods that butted up against the side of the base. The long shadows caused by the setting sun reminded me that winter wouldn't be merciful if I stayed outside much longer. I was improperly dressed for the frigid weather, my long-sleeved shirt and jeans offering little protection from the breeze that crept in through the trees. But I wasn't ready to go back. Standing up straight and composing myself, I heard Danny's voice in my head.
"Come on, Zoe, you're smarter than him, and you have an advantage."
I thought of the strange power budding inside me and tried to imagine how I could use it against Jones, but I couldn't come up with anything. I desperately clung to the hope that he was full of shit. But I'd seen his plan. I'd felt his determination like it was my own. If I didn't do something to stop him, he'd find a reason to kill me. Hearing a branch snap behind me, I spun around. Taylor, Jones's lackey, stood only a few feet away, watching me. His breath was visible with every exhale, and in the twilight his smile was demonic. "Shit. This is going to be so much fun," he said, chuckling devilishly. His eyes lingered on my exposed neck and heaving chest, and his hands twitched at his sides. He licked his quivering lips. As I registered what Taylor wanted, dread washed over me, making me jittery and queasy. "What the fuck's wrong with you people?" I screamed, and my throat seared in pain. I turned away to run, and he sprang at me. Grabbing my arm, he yanked me toward him, and I immediately jerked back. "Don't touch me, you son of a bitch!" I slapped at his hands. Unrequested, I could feel the excitement coursing through him. Once again, my unwanted ability to feel people's emotions was making it difficult to focus. Taylor's hold tightened as he laughed and shook his head. "It's funny that you think something's wrong with us." He wrapped his arms around me, holding me against his chest. His breath scorched the back of my neck as he jerked me to the ground. I struggled against him, but it didn't do any good. My forehead slammed against the hard earth, and my shoulder screamed in pain upon impact.
As I felt his tongue sample the delicate skin on my neck, I broke out in a cold sweat. His mouth was slimy and hot, and my body tensed at the thought of what he might do next. "Get off me, you psycho!" I shrieked. "What do you people want from me?" But I already knew the answer. Like with Jones, I could see Taylor's plan as it played out in his mind. He was going to beat me until I couldn't move, undress me one article of clothing at a time, and then he was going to rape me and probably kill me. Refusing to accept such a fate, I fought back. Taylor rolled me onto my back, and I jerked my knee up, aiming for his groin, but his body was too close. I attempted to bite him, but his sweaty palm slapped me so hard my jaw popped. I was momentarily stunned.
"Oh, come on. I just want to play with a pretty girl."
He wrestled with me, trying to control me. His spittle sprayed the side of my face. In that moment, I knew what cattle felt like in the rodeo, being roped into submission, humiliated and helpless. But I wasn't helpless. He'd have to beat me unconscious before I let him violate me. Distracted by the sight of my exposed stomach, Taylor loosened his hold on my right arm. I tore it away from him, gouging the side of his face with my nails. He froze in surprise and pain before slapping my face again.
"You stupid bitch."
Anger had replaced his taunting playfulness, and he punched me in the gut. I gasped for air, feeling like my insides had exploded.
"You're gonna get it now,"
he promised. Terrified, I started screaming and struggling with every ounce of energy I could muster. Surprised by my sudden display of might, Taylor studied me with dangerous amusement.
"You're a feisty."
He paused, his eyes darting around the darkening woods.
"You hear something?"
All I could hear was my muffled cries as I struggled to push him away. "Go to hell!" I screamed and kneed him in the groin, causing him to choke in pain. I elbowed him in the face before scrambling to my feet. As I took my first step to run away, his hand wrapped around my ankle. "No!" I sobbed as my other ankle twisted and I collapsed to the cold ground again. That was when I heard it. A dog's snarl and a man's infuriated voice.
"Let go of her, Taylor."
My vision was too blurred with tears to see the newcomers, but I continued to struggle. Surprise had loosened Taylor's hold, and I was finally able to scurry away, putting several yards between us. I crouched against the trunk of a tree, trying to salvage what little remained of my shredded composure.
"What the hell are you doing here, Vaughn? I thought you were dead."
Taylor shook his head as he stood, momentarily forgetting about me. The stranger nodded to the husky at his side, and it trotted over to me. I shrank away, unsure what it would do, but the dog only nuzzled my face and hands. I attempted to wipe the moisture from my eyes so I could see more clearly. The sweat on my hands was like glue, picking up loose leaves and dirt from the cold ground, and the debris scraped my stinging skin. The tender spots on my cheeks were throbbing. The man, Vaughn, stood in the distance, and although I couldn't see the expression on his face, I could tell he was a solid force to be reckoned with. I detested the thought of anyone seeing me in such a state, but I was immensely grateful he'd shown up. He just saved my life.
"You're a piece of shit, Taylor,"
Vaughn said in an even, scathing tone. He raised his left arm, aiming a pistol at my attacker. Taylor scoffed, but he looked nervous. With wide eyes and a wavering voice, he spoke.
"What are you going to do with that gun, Jake?"
Jake Vaughn. Suddenly, Taylor seemed more sure of himself.
"I don't think you have it in you to kill someone."
He took a step forward.
"There's a lot you don't know about me,"
Jake said as he glanced in my direction. There was recognition in his eyes I didn't understand.
"I should have known we couldn't get rid of you that easily,"
Taylor spat.
"You've been causing problems since you got here."
In the blink of an eye, he pulled out his own handgun and trained it on Jake. I screamed in warning. Before Taylor could pull the trigger, Jake put a bullet in the left side of my tormentor's chest. Taylor fell to the ground and blood seeped from the bullet hole. I hoped he'd been hit in the heart. Jake didn't move, studying the dying man crumpled in front of me like he was waiting for him to get up. The dog at my side barked just as I heard new footsteps coming up behind me. "Well, well, I thought you were dead." Jones's voice was eerily calm as he approached his fallen comrade. "I've been hearing that a lot lately," Jake said dryly. His eyes veered over to me, assessing my wounds from a distance in the dim light. My body shook violently as I sat on the ground, clinging to the husky. Jones's presence erased any relief Taylor's death had brought me. "What'd you do to my man?" the captain asked as he bent down and felt for Taylor's pulse. He stood up immediately. "You son of a bitch." His voice was eerily calm. "You killed him. Did you kill Bennington too? It's like you're trying to piss me off." "That's what I tend to do when people are trying to kill me," Jake said dryly. Advancing on Jake, Jones drew out his sidearm. In the seconds of chaos that followed, gunshots cracked as they briefly exchanged fire. I covered my ears and was about to run away when I looked back at Jake. "Shit," he hissed, crouching on the ground and holding his arm against his abdomen. His face was twisted with pain, his breathing was ragged, and his sleeve was saturated with blood. Jones had shot him in the shoulder. But Jones was down too. "Fuck!" he shouted, clutching his kneecap. Before Jones could lift his gun to fire at Jake again, the dog lunged. It tore viciously at Jones's arm, then clamped its sharp teeth onto his injured knee. The gun fell from Jones's hand, and I shoved it out of his reach. "Ah!" Jones cried out in pain. The captain's torturous screams harmonized with the dog's angry snarls, composing a gruesome ballad that reverberated through the woods. Leaning against a tree, I covered my ears with my shaking hands. "Please stop," I begged. As if by request, the world seemed to slow to a crawling speed. "Cooper!" Jake yelled, calling the dog off his assault on Jones. As the husky trotted over to his approaching owner, Jones remained on the ground, writhing in pain. His clothes were ripped and bloodied from the dog's teeth, but that didn't stop him from rolling over and reaching for Taylor's gun. Before I could scream another warning, a bullet hit Jones between the eyes, and he collapsed. I easily swallowed the bile rising in my throat as I realized my tormentors were dead. Jake had killed them. I looked up to find Jake leaning his good shoulder against a tree. As he repositioned his wounded arm, he flinched, his face pinching with pain. I hobbled over to him, my ankle throbbing with each step. When I reached him, I pulled off my long-sleeved shirt, not caring that I was left wearing only a tank top, and pressed the wadded-up fabric against his bleeding shoulder. "Oh my God," I said, visually searching his body for more wounds. "What can I do?" "Nothing," he said coldly and pushed me and my blood-soaked shirt away. Before we broke contact, I mentally glimpsed a dark-haired woman, bloody in his arms. Date, December 22nd, 6:25 p.m. From Zoe Cartwright to Danielle O'Connor. Subject: I've had better days. D. Have I told you recently that I hate Cece? Well, I do. Who the hell does she think she is? She thinks she can get away with all this bullshit, does she? Well, I think this is a perfect excuse for Jason to get rid of her. Seriously, he has no reason to hold back now. She's obviously a nutcase. Speaking of crazy bastards, you know how I mentioned Jones wanted something last night? Well, my encounter with him was less than ideal. Our conversation started with an interrogation and ended with me running away. Hindsight is a bitch. I really wish I would have handled the whole thing differently. I won't bother you with the morbid details. What matters is that they're dead. No, it wasn't me who killed them. A man named Jake Vaughn showed up and helped me. I don't know anything about him other than everyone thought he was dead, and he saved my life. I haven't seen him since. Regardless, I'm really happy Jones and Taylor are dead and never coming back. You can't imagine how horrible they were. Although those two assholes were crazy, there are some women here who seem okay. I've only briefly met them, but they're nice enough. Clara, Stacy, Tanya, and Summer. I'm pretty sure Summer's unwell, as in sick and mentally shattered. I can feel it when she's around me. Anyway, now that the psychopaths have been disposed of, everyone is settling into their new rooms in the barracks. I'm currently rehabilitating in my new sleeping quarters. We're being very official. I have my own room, bed, and even a pleasant view of absolutely nothing. Well, that's a lie. There's a dead dogwood tree outside my window, but that's about it. This base is pretty desolate as far as any scenery goes, but I'm anxious and moody, so now I'm just finding things to complain about. Not a surprise. In all honesty, I feel cooped up and about ready to scream. I haven't been out of my room at all today. Harper's forcing me to rest for a day. I'm not sure how long we'll stay here, but I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. I'll check in with you tomorrow. Zoe.
Chapter 21. Danny. Date, December 22nd, 11:30 p.m. From Danielle O'Connor to Zoe Cartwright. Subject, I'm so sorry. Zoe, I wish I had the magical power to teleport you. That would fix so many of the problems we're both having right now. We could look out for each other, and I really just need to get away from all the crap going on over here. You see, the whole Cece thing has escalated. A lot. I know you'll be pissed at what I'm about to do. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Earlier this evening, I found a note from the evil bitch. She warned me that I needed to leave the group. She said she, and her harem of idiots, will kill Jason and Chris if I don't leave tonight. I just lost Cam. And though I know it's not the same thing, I can't handle losing Jason, too. Or Chris. Or anybody else. Plus, there's the chance that all of this drama will calm down if I'm gone, and my friends will still be able to benefit from the safety in numbers deal. So, I have to leave. When you get this, can you send an email to Jason explaining why I left? As soon as I have a chance, I'll try to contact you. If I can't, I'll see you in Colorado. Nothing will keep me from finding you. I love you, Zoe. Danny. I'm done, Chris. Do you want to use my comp? I asked her after I'd signed out of the incriminating email account. From her reclined position on the bed, Chris nodded and held her hands out to accept the silver laptop. I quickly handed it over. Purposely fiddling with my fingers, I said, I'm going to Jason's room for a bit. There's some stuff I want to talk to him about. I put on a good show, making sure to sound a little breathy and anxious. Chris mumbled with a small smile, her eyes already glued to the glowing screen. Have a nice time. I rushed out of the room, Jack at my heels, confident that my performance had worked. As far as Chris was concerned, I should be spending the entire night in Jason's arms. She wouldn't be concerned when I didn't return. My next stop really was Jason's room, but not for either my stated or implied reasons. I tapped quietly on his door, 2 rooms down from mine. Make it quick or this won't work. The door opened partially, exposing Jason's expressionless face. Upon seeing me, he cleared the way to the room and motioned for me to enter. He was shirtless, and seeing his muscular torso paralyzed my tongue. I shook my head, finding it difficult to form the words I'd planned to say. His eyebrows rose in surprise.
You won't come in?
No, I just came to say goodnight.
To say goodbye.
Oh, I thought... Never mind.
You thought what? That I wanted to fight more? That I wanted you to finish what you almost started this morning? I guess all the crying wore me out, I explained. But I wanted you to know that I'm not mad at you. I wanted to tell you I'm leaving and that I can't stand the idea of being away from you.
Oh, good.
He said, sounding genuinely relieved. His eyes softened as he looked at me, and I felt an overwhelming urge to do something completely stupid. And taking a step forward, I stood on tiptoes and brushed my lips against his cheek. His rough stubble felt heavenly against my sensitive skin. "Good night," I whispered mere inches from his ear. My fingertips were pressed lightly against his bare chest. "I can't lose you." Before Jason had the chance to react, I stepped back and pulled the door shut between us. Like stalking cats, Jack and I ghosted down the rest of the hallway. Kai's family home was quite large, equipped with 2 sets of stairs connecting the first and second floors. I headed for the narrow set at the rear of the house, conveniently leading me to the mudroom and back door. Earlier that day, shortly after finding Cece's heinous note, I had gathered all of my essential belongings into my backpack and stowed it in the mudroom closet. With everyone focused on dinner and consuming the excess wine we'd brought from Gold Hill, it had been easy to complete the task unnoticed. The closet door creaked faintly when I opened it to retrieve my pack. I paused, hoping desperately that nobody had heard. Only the muffled sounds of drunken laughter permeated the door, separating the small room from the rest of the house. I resumed my movements, covering my body with suitable outerwear before quietly hoisting the pack onto my shoulders. Without a backward glance, Jack and I slipped out the door into the unconventional safety of the moonless winter night. We made our way slowly up a rolling hillside behind the house, me being especially careful not to twist my ankle in a hole or trip over anything. It was a long shot considering the tall grasses masking the ground. After about 20 minutes, my eyes adjusted to the darkness and my surroundings grew clearer. I finally felt comfortable with my decision to not use a flashlight. "Can you smell the horses, Jack?" I whispered to my cautious dog. I knew they had to be close. We'd passed a stable and expansive pastures on our way to Kai's house that afternoon. Halting, Jack raised his glinting black eyes to mine and sniffed the air. I felt like he really was searching for the scent of horses. On a hunch, I whispered, "Where are they? Take me to the horses, Jack." Jack instantly surged forward and trotted through the tall grass, slowing only when he realized I'd fallen behind. He took a path slightly more to the right than I would have, making me question my decision to use him as a guide. Suddenly, the faint stench of hay and manure wafted around me, and a long gray-brown building came into view. The stable. "Good job, Jack," I whispered, trusting my dog had been the right decision after all. Picking up my pace, I headed for the stable. Jack bounded around me with uncontrollable excitement. By the time we reached the door, he'd stopped to pee twice. Apparently, the excitement had been too much. Once we were safely inside, I relented on my flashlight ban. There were only a few tiny windows letting in the glow from the stars, and I needed light to find the necessary equipment. Unfortunately, as I began exploring the building's interior, I immediately noticed that an essential element of my getaway plan was missing: horses. Before I could investigate further, I was interrupted by a loud bang. "Shit!" I yelped, nearly jumping out of my boots. "Is someone here? Did I screw myself by using the damn flashlight?" Still, I didn't have the nerve to extinguish the little light. Bang!
Instead of running away and hiding, I slowly moved toward the far end of the long building where the sound seemed to originate. I wish Jason was here. Bang! Jack rushed forward, scratching at one of the large sliding corral doors. Bang! The German shepherd whined, and his scratching became more enthusiastic, punctuated by brief moments of digging. He wants me to open it? What the hell is on the other side? Jack, what? Bang! My dog barked loudly over and over again. Okay, but if I get mauled, it's your fault, I told him. He backed away from the door, lying gracefully on the cement floor. Bang! Grumbling, I held the end of the flashlight in my mouth and grasped the enormous metal door's handle with both hands. With heavy screeches and groans, it slowly slid open, and a huge paint horse burst through the space. I stumbled back several steps and dropped my flashlight. Well, that solves the horse problem, I thought as I bent to retrieve my sole source of light. The majestic horse ceased its anxious prancing and turned to face me. I couldn't believe that Jack was just lounging on the floor, oblivious to the potential danger posed by the larger animal. As the horse hesitantly approached me, I understood why. Every element of its body language screamed, "Help me, I'll help you." The sense of mutual need was so strong that I could feel it in my bones. It seemed to echo in my thoughts. The horse nudged my shoulder with its silken nose and raised its head to study me in the darkness. "Hello, beautiful," I said, tentatively reaching out my free hand and stroking its neck. In the flashlight's minimal light, I could tell very little about the horse's appearance, only that its coat was composed of light and dark splotches and that its legs were caked in mud. I resolved to get it cleaned up at the first opportunity. "I have to get away. Will you come with me?" I asked the horse, staring into its unwavering gaze. Taking an easy step forward, it rested the side of its face against mine. It definitely didn't mind me, and leaving it behind would mean it would die a slow death of starvation. There was only one option. The horse was coming with me. With a renewed purpose, I searched the storage room near the middle of the stable for the items I needed. Luckily, everything was neatly organized and had been kept in good shape. After an hour of packing and saddling, my small company of woman, horse, and dog was ready to ride off into the night. I started us slowly, allowing the horse and myself to grow accustomed to each other, but my urgent need to flee soon overwhelmed the steady walk. By the time we reached Highway 1 and were following the coastline, my new companion and faithful dog were cantering at a matched pace along the gravel shoulder. My consciousness seemed to fade in and out of awareness as the night flew by to the beat of hooves and the chorus of wind. I let the animals take charge, only caring that we stuck to the highway that would eventually lead us home. We took occasional walking breaks and a few brief stops, but for the most part we moved constantly through the chilly night. When the sun finally peeked over the hills to the east, I decided it was time for a well-earned rest. Aside from the exhaustion of all involved, we needed to get off the road in case some of my former group members came after me. Or worse, in case there were crazies out on a road trip. My body swayed to the steady, slow rhythm of the horse's movements. We passed a sign declaring Manchester, population 462, and I knew exactly where to stop for the day. My crazy aunt, Janet O'Connor, owned a ranch less than a mile south of town. Will she be there? Will she be alive? But the health status of my extended family didn't surpass my new group's need for a suitable rest stop. I dismounted and led the final quarter mile to Aunt Janet's property on foot. The poor horse had carried me an unbelievable distance and deserved a cool down before stopping. By the time we reached the house, my insides were knotted with anxiety. I'd never been overly fond of my aunt. Her animosity toward her younger sister, my deceased mother, had driven a wedge between us. She'd always sneered at the decisions my mother had made, the decisions that had led to my birth and my mother's death. My mother, Kiara O'Connor, had been a wild child. She ran away with an unknown American boy when she was 17, found herself pregnant and alone at 18, and died in childbirth at 19. Only Graham's and her unwavering love had saved me from the intermittent bursts of guilt and depression that plagued my childhood. Aunt Janet, on the other hand, had taken those opportunities to remind me of her opinion of my mother, that she'd been reckless and selfish, and that I was better off without her. I'd never believed my aunt, and had grown to resent her. Regardless, the idea of finding one of my family members dead was almost more than I could handle. But I had to check just in case. Leading the horse to the empty pasture, I sucked in deep breaths and steadied my nerves. If she's dead, she's dead, and there's nothing I can do about it. But if she's alive and needs help, I'll never forgive myself for abandoning her. The sweaty horse heaved relieved breaths at the removal of her tack. I hauled everything into the barn, and after neatly arranging it all, set out for the house with my dog. I really don't want to do this. As soon as I opened the back door, the stench from inside waylaid me like a freight train, carrying death and sadness as its cargo. I searched the house's interior quickly and found my aunt in her bathroom, her corpse barely recognizable with its gray mottled tones and misshapen parts. She must have passed early on, I thought numbly.
"Let's go, Jack,"
I said, trying not to gag. He followed as I rushed from the house, gasping for the fresh, frigid morning air. I returned to the barn in a daze, found some oats, and brought them out to reward my new equine companion. Aunt Janet's dead. What about Graham's? No, stop it. I need a distraction. What's your name, pretty girl? I asked the horse as she ambled closer, eager for the treat I offered. I thought back on all she'd done for me, providing a means of escape from a desperate situation. Without hesitation, she'd taken me away, flying through the night like Pegasus. I think I'll call you Wings. What do you think? She nudged me with her nose and raised her head to study me with an intensely blue eye. I had the odd impression that she was accepting the name. All right, Wings, let's get you washed up so we can rest, I said, stroking her graceful brow. She nudged me again, eagerly this time. As I washed her, I took note of her beautiful coloring. Large coffee brown splotches colored parts of her coat and mane, contrasting with the snow white around them. What I thought was mud caking her legs turned out to be dark, crusted blood. Wings, however, showed no signs of injury. What happened, Wings? She snorted softly and looked away. Was it that bad? Or am I going crazy and having an imaginary conversation with a horse? She snorted again, and I eyed her suspiciously. When she was finally clean, brushed, and happily munching on dewy grasses, I settled myself in the barn. With a sleeping bag, a bed of hay, and a roof over my head, I knew my life could have been much worse at that moment. Jason and Chris could have been dead. Jack could have been dead. Crap, I could have been dead. Even though I'd just found my dead aunt's body, and even though I was separated indefinitely from the few living people I loved, my mind remained unnaturally calm. The thought that I'd done the right thing by protecting my friends comforted me, and my exhausted body coasted toward sleep. With my dog cuddled next to me, I almost felt content. Almost.
Chapter 22. Zoe. The steam was like a blanket. It enveloped me in its protective warmth, shielding me from the chilly air that awaited outside the locker room. We'd only had access to cold water at the cabin, and a hot shower was something I hadn't been sure I would ever have the luxury of enjoying again. It was better than I remembered. It was intoxicating. I savored the feeling of the nearly scalding water as it washed over my adulterated skin, lessening the tension that saturated my battered, weak body. Although my muscles protested nearly every movement, especially my shoulder, something about the physical pain was comforting. It was a declaration that I was a survivor. Despite the insanity and danger of the last couple weeks, I was still alive. I may have been wincing in pain, but I was still breathing. Grudgingly, I shut off the water and reached for my favorite oversized towel. It had been among the few possessions I'd taken from my house in Salem. As I limped toward the locker where I stowed my clothes, my wet flip-flops squeaked against the cement floor. The locker room was dimly lit, the single working light bulb leaving the room full of shadows. Why didn't anyone fix the lights? I wondered, only to shake the question from my mind. There was, no doubt, some deplorable reason Jones and Taylor would have left people to wander in almost complete darkness, vulnerable and unaware. After putting on a pair of navy blue sweatpants and a white camisole, I reached into the locker for my long-sleeved shirt and hairbrush, only to find I'd forgotten them. Of course I did. I'd been scatterbrained all morning. I looked through the nearby lockers, hoping to find a misplaced sweatshirt or extra towel to wrap around my shoulders for the short trek back to my room. In my search, I caught a glimpse of myself in a small mirror hanging inside one of the lockers. I was instantly thankful for the room's dim lighting. Dark, wet hair framed my pale, battered face. My once delicate features were grossly altered. Normally my lips were soft and pink, but now they were raw and split in several places. My eyes were bloodshot and shadowed, and the left side of my face was swollen and stained with deep purple and red bruises. At the sudden memory of Taylor's breath on my neck, I looked away. I was glad the bulbs had burned out. I didn't want to see the extent of how badly he'd hurt me. At least I could cover up the rest of my wounds with clothing. The heat of the shower was dispersing throughout the room, and I could hear the wind outside whirling around the building. It seemed to be vacuuming out every last ounce of warmth. I shivered, eager to return to my room and the warmer clothes that awaited me there. Dipping my head down, I wrapped the towel around my wet hair and secured it with a twist. I gathered up my dirty clothes as quickly as I could before hobbling out of the locker room. As I passed through the heavy metal door, I grabbed the green hand towel I'd hung on the handle, signaling the showers were in use by a woman. Only 6 more doors, I noted as I shuffled down the hallway. Although the barracks were huge, our numbers were few, and we occupied only a portion of the dorm-like building's first floor. The rooms were modest, each containing only a bed, a nightstand, a wardrobe, and a desk, though the number of boxes we'd filled while relocating the previous inhabitants' belongings suggested otherwise. I had apparently wound my hair too tightly inside the towel. My already aching head was starting to feel like it was going to explode. The pressure was too painful to ignore, so I shifted my things into my left arm and attempted to pull the towel loose with my free hand. Abruptly, I tripped on my own flip-flop and lost my balance, my ankle shrieking in pain. Thankfully, I caught myself before I fell onto the cold, unyielding cement floor. I straightened with an irritated grunt and yanked the towel once more. When it gave way, my hair fell over my eyes, blocking my vision. I took a step forward and hit something solid and warm. Shit! I stumbled back, dropping my dirty clothes and damp towel. Strong hands grasped my upper arms just in time to keep me from crashing into the wall, making my bruised shoulder throb.
Are you okay?
A deep voice asked, low and tense. Peering through the tangled black curtain of my hair, I saw Jake. He was frowning. As soon as our eyes met, he let go of my bare arms. I was surprised to see him, the man who had saved my life, and words escaped me. I'd wanted to talk to him all day, to thank him for helping me. However, before I could say a word, he strode down the hallway and disappeared around a corner. Only then did I note that he'd used both arms to prevent my clumsiness from adding more bruises to my battered body. He was shot in the shoulder. I saw it. Maybe it was just a flesh wound? I limped the rest of the way to my room, shaken by the encounter. I snatched a purple long-sleeved shirt from the wardrobe, put it on, and began hobbling back and forth. Why couldn't I just say thank you? It's not that difficult. I stopped in front of the small window and peeked through the mini blinds, just as I'd done when I'd awakened. I could see the woods beyond the compound. The pines jutted up into the sky like arrowheads along a steep ridgeline. The window afforded me a safe view of the place that haunted me every time I closed my eyes. Chills pricked my skin as I remembered the horrors that had taken place in those woods the previous night. No matter how many showers I'd taken, I hadn't been able to scrub away the memory of Taylor's filthy fingers sliding along my flesh. I could almost feel his hot breath on my face. Ah! I yelled as I spun away from the window, too frustrated to mute my outrage. It was infuriating that I'd put myself in that position. Knowing how close I'd come to being that insatiable pervert's next course made me want to kick my own ass. I wanted a do-over. I wanted to show the bastard that I could hurt him the way he'd hurt me. I wanted to see fear in his eyes. But I knew that was impossible. Besides, if I was being honest with myself, I never wanted to revisit that terrifying moment. Ever. I'd do whatever it took to make sure I never felt that hopeless or powerless again. Gathering my wet hair into a ponytail, I thought about Mr. Jake Vaughn. Why'd he push me away in the woods? Even in the hallway, he'd fled as fast as he could. Was he embarrassed that he was wounded? And who was that blood-covered woman? I couldn't figure out why he'd been avoiding me after saving my life. Not that I expected him to confront me with words or to wrap his arms around me, although my face felt flushed thinking about the latter. I flung the thought away. I can't believe he even had to save my life. I was pissed at my ineptitude, feeling both disappointment and regret. I tried not to be offended by Jake's rejection, but my efforts failed, and I clenched my trembling hands.
You know, it takes more muscles to frown than it does to smile,
Danny would have told me.
You really shouldn't do that, Zoe. I know you don't want those wrinkles.
I can't help but smile at the memory of the words she'd said to me so many times. Danny's imaginary voice added,
Look on the bright side,
reminding me to keep my pessimism in check. I was lucky to be not only alive, but relatively unscathed after my close call with the spawns of Satan. I'll talk to Jake tomorrow, I told myself. Taking a deep breath, I focused on relaxing the tension that had seeped back into my body. I pictured towering redwood trees, seagulls swooping over the ocean, and a puppy-aged Jack chasing floating seaweed at the edge of the surf. And then I thought of Sammy and Dave. I saw flashes of red, hating him for the pain he'd caused me. Worse, I hated myself for ever giving him the opportunity to be such a douchebag. Son of a bitch. I sat down on the bed, working up a really good scream, when Knuckles rapped on the door. Sarah bounced in with a stack of clothes.
Hey, stranger. How you feeling?
She busied herself by placing my clean laundry in the wardrobe. Thanks, Mom, I said sarcastically, feeling completely useless. She faced me wearing a sympathetic smile. Her eyes were prettier than I remembered, chocolate brown with long, dark lashes fanning around her eyes. With her elegant angles and bubbly personality, it was no wonder Biggs liked her so much. Her features twisted as she took in my appearance.
Your swelling's gone down a little, but your bruising's gotten a lot worse.
Great, I sighed, making my sides ache, and flung myself back onto the bed. I instantly regretted it.
You don't look like you've been resting,
Sarah said, and I could feel her eyes on me. Of course I have. I've been doing absolutely nothing all day.
Pacing and brooding isn't resting, Zoe. You really shouldn't be walking around on your ankle. Why don't you sit and sketch or something? It might help clear your mind.
How do you know I've been pacing? I asked defensively. Sarah grinned and picked up my hairbrush off the desk.
Cooper's been watching your shadow under the door all morning.
She motioned for me to sit up, pulled my hair out of its elastic band, and began brushing.
You need to rest. You've been through a lot, and
I can't stand being useless, I complained. I feel like I should be doing something. I hate being coddled. Her final stroke through my tangled locks jerked my head back. That isn't helping my mood either. I can brush my own hair, I snipped.
Then do it, because you look horrible.
She relented and tossed the brush onto the bed, ignoring my glare. I'll leave you alone, but you're just being...
Zoe,
Sanchez said, finishing Sarah's sentence as she strode into the room.
Yeah, sure, that's what I was going to say.
Sarah studied me appraisingly.
Not that you will, but let me know if you need anything.
Shaking her head, she walked out of the room, shutting the heavy metal door behind her. Sanchez stared at me, her eyes narrow slits of contempt and judgment.
You don't look like you've been resting.
Yeah, so I've heard, I muttered, straightening the wool blanket beneath me. Please leave me alone, I thought, looking around the room for something to focus on. Sanchez still made me feel uncomfortable. I wasn't sure why she was in my room, but I wanted her to leave. Unfortunately, she sat down at the edge of the bed and just kept looking at me. Finally, she said, I need to talk to you about something. I raised my eyes to hers, waiting nervously. Dave told us what happened. Groaning, I dropped my head into my hands. I suddenly felt like a criminal waiting for the jury to decide my fate. Us? So everyone knows? I'm not completely sure. We haven't had a group discussion about it or anything. I don't know who'd believe it anyway, but it doesn't matter. Her eyes softened, and I thought I sensed sympathy. You're safe with us, and we won't let anyone else try to harm you, no matter what. I was surprised to hear sincerity and conviction in her voice. Of course we won't. Harper chimed in as the door swung open. He winked at me and came over to kiss my forehead. How you feeling, baby girl? Relieved, I glanced up at him and smiled, but the expression faltered as my busted lip pulled apart. At seeing my discomfort, Harper winced and set a tray with water and meds down on the nightstand. I'll try not to tease you while you're healing. You look too pathetic. My mood lightened. I already felt better in his presence. You're not the only one who's experiencing these changes. I blanched. It was the second time I'd heard Sanchez's voice in my head. When I looked back up at her, searching her expressionless face, I noticed the dark shadows around her eyes. She looked exhausted and disheveled, unlike her usual polished self. Okay, what the hell's going on? I screamed at her with my mind, but she didn't answer. Regardless, I couldn't tear my eyes away from her. I felt anxiety pouring out of her, charging my skin like electricity. "There's something Harper began, but his words were drowned out by whatever was happening between Sanchez and me. "I think Harper can help us," Sanchez explained. "I haven't told him about me yet, but he has theories about your unique skill. We can't be the only ones experiencing these changes." I knew that a few of Danny's companions were experiencing something similar, but reading about it wasn't as reassuring as witnessing it. I finally had concrete proof that what was happening to me was real. My sanity was no longer in question. I wanted to cry with relief. "Can you hear me?" I attempted to ask Sanchez, but again there was no answer. Oblivious to our mental conversation, Harper watched me expectantly. "Did you hear what I said?" he asked. Crap, I'd forgotten to listen to him. "Sorry, my head's hurting. I'm having a hard time focusing," I lied as I rubbed my temple for added theatrics. When I looked back up at Sanchez, her face was inscrutable. "I said, there's something I need to tell you," Harper repeated. I looked from him to Sanchez with dread. Harper stood by my bed with his arms crossed, and before he even spoke, I knew I wouldn't like what he was about to say. I suddenly wanted to throw myself onto the bed in a temper tantrum and sob because everything seemed so shitty. But I refrained, knowing that such a reaction would be unbecoming of a 26-year-old. "I'm not going to freak out if that's what you're waiting for, H," I fibbed. "Good. Then you should know we're staying here for a while. It's too dangerous to travel during the winter." He opened a bottle of ibuprofen and handed me 3 capsules, along with a glass of water. I swallowed them begrudgingly. My throat was still sore from screaming in the woods. As I sipped the water, I wondered how the postponement would alter my plans to meet up with Danny and Jason. Sanchez finally broke the silence. "We know you're eager to meet up with your friends at Peterson." Seeking privacy, I stood and walked over to the window. "We're going to announce it tomorrow during breakfast when we're all together. We'll go over our plans with the group and see who's on board," Harper explained. "I'm adamant about staying," Sanchez told me. "Our group just got a hell of a lot bigger. It's not smart to keep traveling now, especially when we have everything we need right here." It was sound justification, but I still didn't like it. You need to do what you need to do. I heard Harper's heavy footsteps as he approached me. "I'll come get you when it's time to eat. Rest up in the meantime, okay?" He placed his hand on my good shoulder and squeezed lightly. I could feel his concern, and I was comforted to know he cared. "There are worse things than staying here a little longer," I admitted. When he ordered me to lie down and stop pacing, I groaned, but promised I would. Then they were gone. Once again, I was alone with my thoughts.
Chapter 23. Danny. When I woke, the warmth of the summer sun was seeping into my skin. A gust of tangy sea air caressed me, cooling my body from the heat. My whereabouts were more than a little disconcerting, considering I'd fallen asleep in a barn in the dead of winter. I opened my eyes and found that I was sunbathing on my favorite stretch of beach near my coastal hometown. Looking to my left, I fully expected to find Zoe's curvy, bikini-clad body reclining languorously. We only ever came to this particular spot together, but my best friend was nowhere in sight. Confused, I sat up and looked around. Everything was exactly as it should have been, from the Pacific Ocean's rhythmically crashing waves to the rocky outcropping erupting from the sand several yards away. Everything except the tall man silhouetted in the bright morning sky. As the man Zoe had dubbed MG walked toward me, I should have been nervous and panicking, ready to run away. But I wasn't. I was annoyed. "You!" I exclaimed, hopping up from my sandy towel. I stomped toward him, ignoring the excessive sway the sand lent to my stride. In my little purple and green polka dot bikini, my strut was positively strip club worthy.
Me?
His smooth voice was growing familiar from our dreamtime rendezvous. He leered, happily taking in my state of undress. Yes, you! What the hell? Repeating learn and surrounding me by a bunch of molesty fog. That's so not okay, especially because I dreamt you up to begin with, which means it was really me doing it to myself. I was growing increasingly weirded out by my own subconscious. With raised eyebrows and an unsuccessful attempt at not smiling, MG responded,
Is that how it came through? Interesting. And what exactly do you mean by molesty?
You know, your fog was totally feeling me up, everywhere, and making me feel things. It was very annoying, and you should already know all of this. You're in my head. He was most definitely smirking.
Are you saying my fog turned you on?
He took several steps, closing the distance between us. As soon as he was within arm's reach, I remembered the last time I'd met him face to face in a dream, the night Cece had tried to slice me open. I don't want you to kiss me, I blurted. MG barked a laugh.
All right. I'm here to teach you. I suppose I can do that without touching you.
He finished with a deep, dramatic sigh. Suddenly, I was completely frustrated with my stupid brain for continually conjuring the strange man in my dreams. Seriously? I yelled. Why do I keep dreaming of you? I don't even know anyone like you. You chase away my rotting boyfriend, kiss me, and tell me cryptic things. What the hell? My brain is so demented. Maybe I really am one of the crazies. This is so incredibly, pathetically me. I dream you up, Mr. You are ready, Mr. Learn, Mr. I'm here to teach you. Stop laughing at me! I shrieked the last words like a banshee.
Wow,
he said with a chuckle.
You're adorable when you're angry.
Jack appeared beside me, and together we stalked off toward the ocean, seeking comfort from its familiarity. Staring into the endless, ever-changing blue-gray abyss, I heard the coarse sand compacting under MG's footsteps as he approached. For a while he said nothing, standing close enough that I could feel hints of his breath on my neck. Beside me, Jack began a low, steady growl. MG heaved a lengthy sigh.
I'm real, Danny.
Excuse me?
I'm real, not a creation of your sleeping mind. I live, I breathe, I sleep and have my own dreams.
Right, I scoffed, turning away from the rolling surf to face him. After staring into his sincere sky-blue eyes, I laughed and patted his cheek. To prove how not real he was, I kissed him. Or at least I tried to. With a frustrated grunt, MG gripped my shoulders and held me away from him.
I have to teach you some extremely important things, and I can't do my job if you think I'm some fantasy. Not that I'd mind, really.
His mind seemed to wander briefly.
But I have to teach you, so...
He started, gritting his teeth and squeezing his eyes shut like he was concentrating on something.
When you wake, it'll be 3:23 in the afternoon where you are, and your dog will be standing beside you, whimpering at nothing.
What? I asked, unbelievably confused.
If I'm right, you'll know I'm real. I couldn't possibly be a creation of your pretty little red head because you don't know those things. You couldn't know those things, not while you're sleeping. I'll see you next time.
But... I mumbled to a mouthful of hay. I was awake. I was peeved. And I was staring into the worried face of my beloved whimpering dog. Crap, what time is it? I hastily checked the watch I'd scavenged several days earlier. It was 3:23 p.m., exactly the time MG had predicted. Double crap! Maybe it's just a coincidence. Or maybe he is real. That's totally insane. Thinking through the situation, I realized it wasn't really that crazy, especially considering Zoe's unnatural new talent. So why couldn't the man spend his spare time wandering through people's dreams? Or I'm losing my mind. Sitting up, I shook my head to clear the mental cobwebs and immediately regretted both actions. Ow! I groaned. I think I'm broken. Every muscle, bone, and inch of connective tissue ached relentlessly. I considered braving Aunt Janet's house-shaped tomb in search of prescription painkillers, but I decided a half-dozen over-the-counter anti-inflammatories would do just as well. Pushing through the pain, I ate and got ready in record time and started hobbling around the barn in search of useful items, like a pad for my unbelievably sore, possibly bruised butt. It had been about 6 years since I'd last ridden a horse, and though I kept myself in okay shape, nothing could prepare the body for horseback riding like, well, horseback riding. The last time I'd ridden, I'd taken Grams, Zoe, Jason, and Tom, their dad, on a farewell trail ride. The Bodega Bay Riders Ranch, my summer employer, had a tradition of comping a family and friends joyride for employees as a parting gift. I'd worked there for 4 consecutive years, so they'd been especially generous in their offerings. The 5 of us had spent the entire day with a picnic lunch, riding around the coast and hills surrounding our little town. Zoe and I had been shocked when Jason had shown interest in the outing. He'd been home on leave for a few weeks and had overheard us talking about the adventure.
Can I come along?
He'd asked. Zoe and I, in the midst of consuming copious amounts of chocolate chip cookie dough, had just stared at him in awe. Jason never wanted to spend time with us. Not ever. He'd always preferred hanging out with girls he could have sex with, which hasn't really changed. I'd said, sounding completely idiotic. Zoe, being her amazing self, had exclaimed,
Yeah.
Under the table, her feet had jabbed into my shins excitedly. She'd witnessed every moment of my obsession with her older brother and had known I would want him to join us, desperately, even if I'd been momentarily speechless. And so we'd all ended up on the trail together in a day of simple joy and relaxation. Jason had been friendlier and flirtier than I'd ever seen him. It was the last time I saw him before I met Cam. And with that errant thought, my mind tried to unravel into emotional chaos. Cam is dead. And Callie. And Aunt Janet. No, I couldn't let myself lose it. Not now. Not here. I needed to do something to avoid the dark thoughts. They loomed on my mind's horizon like a mass of enemy troops, their attack inescapable. It wasn't a question of if, but when. I filled the afternoon and my disobediently wandering mind with saddling wings and loading up our bags. Appearing to sink into the glittering ocean, the sun set as we left the familiar ranch and plodded onto the shoulder of the deserted highway. No longer occupied with menial tasks, my brain was free to wander once again. It began slowly, the depression lurking around the edges of my mind, longing thoughts of the world before the virus crept in, followed by heartbreaking images of death. Every ounce of my being wallowed in loneliness and despair. Cam, Callie, Aunt Janet, everyone is dead. Everyone except the people I just cut myself off from. What if something happens to the few people I have left? How long will it take me to get to Zoe this way? Was this a huge mistake? Should I have stolen a car? Where would I have found gas? What am I even doing? I shook my head, trying to dispel the questions unraveling in my mind. What will I find in Bodega Bay? That Grams is dead? And Zoe's dad? Will anyone still be alive? What if Cece lied? What if she goes after Jason anyway? What if she already did? If he died, was dead, I knew I'd never be the same. The Danny who'd recovered from Cam's death, from the death of the world, would cease to exist. I would become the personification of revenge and vengeance, misery and death. My next thought stole my breath like a kick to the chest. Am I in love with Jason? The pieces of Cam I carried in my heart began to wail and beat their imaginary fists against the inside of my rib cage.
How could you abandon me like this? How could you love him? I just died. Did you even love me?
No, I loved you. I know it. I wanted to spend forever with you, but you died. I suddenly despised myself. Maybe I deserve loneliness. If I stay away from everyone, I can't betray, hurt, or abandon them. It'll be as if I never existed. They're better off without me. With that final thought, the attack lessened, reducing to a slow barrage near the surface of my awareness. I lost myself in the rhythm of Wings' canter. In the faint light of pre-dawn, I spotted a sign through bleary eyes. Woodside Campground, next right. It had been another long night, and though I was tempted to push through the final 25 miles to Bodega Bay, we needed to stop. I was hurting badly, and the animals were showing obvious signs of weariness. What do you guys think? I asked my animal companions after dismounting. The horse whinnied and bobbed her head, while Jack rolled onto his back and stuck his feet in the air. He was playing dead. My sarcasm, it seemed, had rubbed off on my dog. Delightful. Let's get you unsaddled and find something to eat, I told an exhausted Wings. Her stamina was impressive, far better than mine, but even she looked utterly pooped. As I set up my little orange and white tent for the first time, I was thankful for the slowly rising sun. I was afraid to admit that I needed the instructions to manipulate the fabric and poles into something resembling a shelter. I couldn't help but think about the people I'd left behind. Jason would be waking soon. He always rose with the sun. He was weird like that. In a few hours, he and the others would begin their second day of searching the city of Fort Bragg. I guiltily wondered if Jason blamed himself for my sudden departure. I'd made it abundantly clear that I wanted to continue on to our hometown, and he'd flat out denied me. But not before he'd let me glimpse the deep emotions hidden beneath his stoic facade. Not for the first time, I wondered how Jason had reacted when he discovered I was gone. And Chris? Kai? With my campsite finally set up, I crawled into the tent and then into the sleeping bag, cringing in pain. I hurt like hell. Loneliness and self-loathing kept me company as I tossed and turned, trying to find a comfortable position. My last hazy thought was of MG. Will I see him again? I wondered, before finally falling into a fitful sleep. Again, I woke somewhere entirely different from the place I'd fallen asleep. Much to my surprise, I was standing with a badminton racket in my right hand. As I looked around, my surroundings coalesced into a jumble of odd elements. A perfectly trimmed grass field extended in all directions, met by a cloudless blue sky at the horizon. A net appeared in front of me, justifying the racket clasped in my hand. Zoe stood on the opposite side of the net, patiently waiting for the game to begin. Conjuring a birdie, I served. The joy of playing with Zoe, especially doing something we hadn't done since the carefree days of high school, overtook me, and I laughed. I felt 200 pounds lighter, like I might just float away with happiness.
It's time for doubles matches,
announced a booming, disembodied voice. I half expected it to continue with,
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Out of nowhere, MG appeared and stepped onto my side of the grassy court while Jason did the same on Zoe's side of the net. We had our partners. I took a moment to study the two new arrivals. MG was around the same height as Jason, making him about 6'4", but Jason was thicker, his body more heavily muscled, and where MG was pale and blonde, Jason was tan and raven-haired. For the briefest instant, both men's clothing disappeared, giving me a full view of their various attributes. I hastily returned their t-shirts and shorts, blushing furiously. MG smiled like the Cheshire Cat.
What was that all about?
With my cheeks still burning, I looked back and forth between the two men and mumbled,
Who's he?
MG asked, his smile turning snide. Jason, and that's Zoe, I said, pointing at her with my racket. Hi, guys.
Hi, Dee,
Zoe replied.
Hey, Red,
Jason purred. Glaring at Jason, MG ordered,
Shut up, both of you.
Hey! I shouted and threw my racket at him. Nobody tells my friends to shut up in my dream except me, especially not you, MG.
MG?
He asked, cocking his head to the right and raising a questioning eyebrow. Yeah, it's short for mystery guy. You haven't exactly told me your name, I grumbled. Laughing, he nodded.
You barely know me, and you've already given me a nickname. I'm honored.
He finished with a mocking bow. So you were right. It was 3:23 on the dot, I admitted through gritted teeth. I wanted to get the I told you so moment over as soon as possible. Relief flashed across MG's face and quickly disappeared.
I know,
he said. I was surprised he hadn't seized the opportunity to gloat. So
now I'm going to tell you something extremely important, which you probably won't believe.
He paused, and I gestured for him to continue. He stepped closer, letting me see the truth in his eyes.
You see, people who survived the virus have been demonstrating remarkable abilities. It seems to be a result of the virus itself, a spontaneous genetic mutation. Every single person I've seen has either experienced this mutation or lost their minds entirely. I'm sure you've noticed all of the completely insane people running around.
I nodded, feeling numb. The crazies. But I'd also witnessed abilities like he was describing with Chris and Kai. And then, of course, there was Zoe.
Most of these abilities are too weak or so useless that they're inconsequential. A few of the more powerful and advantageous, however, could be essential to human survival. I, for example, can consciously enter the sleeping minds of others, as you've seen. I'm especially drawn to the dreams of people with a certain type and strength of ability.
I was getting the distinct impression that ability was an official term wherever MG was.
I've been drawn to you since you recovered.
I shook my head. Then your ability must be broken. I don't have any special powers. No sparks exploding out of my fingertips or objects floating around the room. Even so, I needed to keep him talking, explaining. He knew what was happening to Zoe, and Kai and Chris. I glanced at the imaginary Zoe standing placidly across the net.
You surprise me, Danny. Most are resistant, even angry at the idea. But you must already know someone experiencing the change. You know it's true.
He claimed, watching me carefully. I tore my eyes away from Zoe, desperate not to give away her secret. What do you think I can do? What's my ability? I asked impatiently.
I have several guesses, but I know one thing for sure.
He smiled knowingly.
I'm not going to tell you. You won't believe me without seeing it for yourself, so I have an assignment for you. It should help you pinpoint exactly what you can do.
And that would be?
When you wake up, experiment. Don't talk to your animals out loud, and see how your day progresses.
Why?
Just do it, okay?
He said, suddenly right in front of me. His hand reached out, and his fingertips brushed down my arm.
What were you thinking about when you caused that brief wardrobe malfunction earlier?
Staring into his inquisitive blue-gray eyes, I retreated into my mind.
Chapter 24. Zoe. I'd been awake for hours. Lately, restful sleep had become foreign to me. Every time I woke, I thought. Every time I thought, I worried. I couldn't stop replaying the attack or worrying about Danny traveling alone. I thought about Jason's panicked response after I'd written to tell him why Danny had left, and I feared he would do something rash. I wanted to ruin Cece as much as he wanted to, but the hostility in his email was hair-raising. I also wondered about what was happening to me. I was changing, evolving somehow, and though I knew Harper and Sanchez were there to help me, I was afraid. After repeatedly counting every knot in the wooden rafters over my bed, I managed to memorize and draw them. When I grew bored with that, I sketched seashells and other things that reminded me of home. In the midst of failing at my third attempt to get the shading just right, I gave up and threw my pencil across the room. I heaved myself off the bed, hastily dressed, and hurried out of the barracks, hoping a breath of fresh air would whisk away the cords of insanity unwinding in my mind. Being outside was uncomfortable. The morning air bit at the healing scrapes on my face and hands, but the sunshine made it worthwhile. I wasn't the only one out enjoying the early morning rays. Off in the distance, a rabbit hopped around on the barren ground, foraging for breakfast. Little finches jumped from branch to branch on a leafless, withered tree, chirping and playing. I walked softly, trying not to disturb them. Feeling partially rejuvenated, I let my mind run away from me. Hope took root deep inside. Maybe we'll get an early spring. But my optimism faded as gray clouds drifted in front of the sun, casting baleful shadows. I let my feet determine the pace and followed a winding sidewalk through the abandoned base. Where are all the dead bodies? I wondered, not for the first time. I shuddered and hoped I wouldn't stumble upon any of them. As I strolled down the path, surrounded by dark, empty buildings, an eerie feeling settled over me, like I was taking a guided tour through the future. Graffiti art was a popular medium of expression during the ending. You'll notice we're all going to die, painted on the brick buildings to your right and the rusted doors of the personnel offices to your left. When people started losing their minds and or dying during the apocalypse, chaos ensued. In all the uncertainty, people left everything behind. They looted and scavenged, leaving Fort Knox the abandoned footprint of civilization you see here today. What was once home to thousands of cavalry, artillery, and infantry soldiers became home to squatters, freaks, and a new breed of humanity. Nearing the enormous gym, I shook myself from my demented daydream. Sarah had told me that Biggs and Harper had taken to playing basketball there when they had downtime. Concentrating, I could hear the sound of a ball being dribbled inside. My curiosity was piqued, and I made my way in to see if my friends were playing an early morning game of horse. Pulling my hands from the warm sanctuary of my pockets, I pulled the clunky metal door open and stepped inside. The dribbling continued until the door slammed shut behind me. Walking further in, I spotted a single person in the vast space, and my smile faded. Jake,
breathing heavily, held a basketball against his side with one arm as he waited to see who had disturbed his morning exercise. His face hardened when I stepped into view. It was the perfect opportunity to thank him, but I was distracted by him. Perspiration glistened on his jaw, and his black t-shirt clung to his brawny, heaving chest. As he rubbed a hand over his short, damp hair, his sculpted biceps flexed, and I found myself silently hoping he would.
"Did you need something?"
he asked abruptly. Yet again, he didn't seem happy to see me. I was just... Frustration eroded the thought I was trying to articulate, but before I could make a second attempt, the door flew open.
"There you are."
Harper's amicable voice perked my mood up like a thirsty flower given water.
"I went by your room, but you weren't there."
He nodded to Jake, then caught my eye and motioned towards the doors.
"Let's get some breakfast."
I glanced back at Jake and wondered if I would ever get the chance to thank him for saving my life, or to ask him what his problem was. Our eyes met for only an instant before he looked away, but I thought I saw curiosity in his gaze. Walking back outside with Harper, I asked, "What's his story?"
"Jake? I'm not sure. Why?"
I shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. "Just wondering." Harper slid his hands into his pockets.
"I don't know. You've known him as long as I have. But I think it's safe to say he's a pretty private person. He probably isn't sure he can trust us. I'm the same way."
"I really can't see you being reserved, given your history of scandalous propositions in front of everyone," I teased. He winked.
"It all depends, baby girl."
Laughing, I shook my head. "You know how demeaning that is, right?"
"What, you don't like your nickname? It just seems right." "I like the way it takes you by surprise every time I say it."
"I just can't believe I'm letting you call me that." A sudden frigid gust of wind assaulted us, and we quickened our pace. We continued on toward the mess hall in silence. When we stepped into the giant dining room, a small group was clustered around a long cafeteria table in the far corner. I could feel their eyes on me as Harper and I crossed the room to the breakfast buffet. They probably wonder whether I'm crazy or not. My concern vanished as my mouth began to water at the sight of bacon, biscuits, and gravy. My appetite had definitely returned.
"OJ?"
Harper asked, pouring some into a glass. "Yes, please." We carried our trays to the table and sat down by Biggs, Sarah, and the other women. Halfway through our meal, I heard shuffling footsteps and looked up to see Dave and Stacy walking into the mess hall. The scrapes on my face pulled as I scowled at the sight of my former friend. I hadn't seen him since the incident in the woods. Stacy's brow furrowed sympathetically as she took in my damaged appearance, but she quickly caught herself, forced her mouth into a warm smile, and waved. I quirked my lips slightly, trying not to disturb the progress of their healing, and smiled back. Dave stopped, looking like his feet were suddenly glued to the ground. His face paled, and I lowered my eyes, focusing on my plate of food. I needed to smother the rage billowing inside me. I needed to hit him. Just ignore him, I told myself. "All right, everyone," Sanchez said as she marched into the room with rolled up maps and blueprints under her arm. "We got a lot to cover today, so let's get started." She looked around. "Where's Summer and Jake?"
"Here."
Jake nonchalantly strode into the dining hall, pulling a sweatshirt over his head. Cooper, the husky, trotted in behind him, his tail wagging and his tongue hanging from his mouth. I watched Jake as he walked to the buffet and started plating his breakfast. The other women were distracted by Cooper, fawning over him and playing with his velvety ears and bushy tail. I, on the other hand, couldn't tear my eyes away from Jake. Again, I was surprised he was moving around so well only a couple of days after being shot.
Do you mind?
Sanchez said in my mind. Snapping my head to the right, I met her stare. I sheepishly looked down at my breakfast and picked at it with my fork. I wondered how and why our bodies reacted to the virus so differently. With that thought, I studied the other members of the group, considering the possibility that Sanchez and I weren't experiencing these changes alone. What aren't they sharing?
And Summer?
Sanchez looked over to Tanya, Summer's sister.
Where is she? I haven't seen her since yesterday afternoon.
She's still not feeling well,
Tanya said softly.
She decided to stay in bed a little longer. I'll fill her in on everything.
Her eyes were full of worry.
Let Harper know if she needs anything,
Sanchez said and clapped her hands together.
Okay, let's get started.
Sanchez began by informing everyone of the decision to stay in Fort Knox for a few more weeks.
We have an armory to inventory. We need to figure out exactly what to take when we do leave.
Glancing at Jake and me, she continued.
Some of you are in need of medical attention, and Harper has access to an entire hospital here. We have shelter and enough food to last us months, if needed. There's no logical reason to leave until the weather gets better and we have a plan of action.
There was dissension from Tanya and Clara, two of the women who'd already been on the base when we'd arrived, which wasn't surprising. They wanted to get as far away from the place as possible. I'd only seen a glimpse of the atrocities Jones and Taylor had inflicted upon them. I could hardly imagine the horrible memories that awaited them around every corner.
I know things haven't been easy for you the last month or so, but I guarantee you'll be safer with us,
Sanchez promised them.
Obviously, the virus has changed things. Life's different now, and more than anything, we need to be prepared for what comes next. My team and I will do everything we can to make sure nothing happens to you, but if we leave, it'll be more difficult. We need to know what we're up against before we move on. The more information we can collect before leaving, the better.
Silence surrounded us as her words hung in the air, threatening to dissolve the illusion of peaceful solitude we'd clung to over the last few days. I felt a twinge of anxiety. A few weeks seemed like a long time to wait, but I understood Sanchez's reasoning. I hoped to never come across anyone like Jones or Taylor again.
That gives some of us time to learn how to defend ourselves, too,
I said, partially raising my hand to interject. I made a conscious effort not to lock eyes with Dave. Harper looked at me and grinned.
If you insist, that'll be fun,
he said playfully. Ignoring him, Sanchez nodded.
I'll get to that in a minute.
Biggs joined her at the head of the table. He unrolled a few of the maps and held them up, pointing out the hospital, the repair garage, and several places where we could find more supplies and clothes on base. Sarah's eyes were appraising, never leaving him as he explained our modes of communication and our emergency plan, should there be any sort of infiltration.
The internet's been on and off all morning, but it's safe to say it won't last much longer. As for transportation, we're working on it. Jake, since you said you know your way around an engine, we need you to get a few vehicles up and running. I'm not sure how difficult it'll be since it looks like they've all been tampered with.
Biggs paused, considering something.
You obviously know how to use a gun, so we'd also like you on the patrol team.
His eyes shifted to me.
Zoe, you're going to be Harper's medical assistant. You'll begin training with him in the hospital today.
I want a full inventory of the medical supplies we have at our disposal,
Sanchez added before assigning the rest of the duties. As she started to dismiss us, I interrupted. What about the self-defense lessons? Sanchez's dark eyebrows arched, and she looked like she was hiding a smile.
Those of you who want to learn how to protect yourselves, which I encourage each of you to do, come see me,
Sanchez told the 7 civilians in the room.
Zoe, since you're so keen on the idea, you can start as soon as you've healed a bit more.
I think I'm...
Harper, come see me later so we can discuss her sessions,
Sanchez said, cutting me off.
Or you could just ignore me. When she left, the rest of us returned to our meal, chewing absent-mindedly.
This sucks,
Sarah said under her breath, and we all shifted our attention to her. She looked around sheepishly. I mean, this whole learning how to survive thing, I already miss mani-pedis. Laughter broke out around the table. Harper stomped his foot and tried not to choke on his coffee as he swallowed. I'm going to miss wet t-shirt contests. Reality TV, Stacy added, and Tanya agreed. Biggs smiled. My mom's chicken and dumplings. Yeah, definitely mom's cooking, Harper agreed. She could make a mean meatloaf. What about you, baby girl? Harper asked, taking a sip from his mug. His eyebrows danced as he waited for my response, and I knew he hoped I'd say something inappropriate. Everyone was focused on me, waiting. There were a lot of things that came to mind. Fresh-made saltwater taffy, Bob Ross reruns, pub crawls with Danny. It's hard to choose, but definitely fireworks shows on the 4th of July. I didn't know you liked them so much, Sarah said, raising her eyebrows in surprise. There was a lot Sarah didn't know about me. Yeah, ever since we were freshmen in high school, my best friend and I would sit up on my roof, drink wine coolers, and watch the fireworks. We looked forward to it every year. I smiled. Even after we moved away, we'd always come home for that. I know what I'm going to miss, Dave said, interrupting my happy recollections. Red Sox games. I rolled my eyes. Surprise. What about you, Jake? Sarah asked. He was the only one at the table who hadn't said anything. He glanced at me, then around the table. We all waited in anticipation. Hurry it up, people! Sanchez called from the doorway. Harper! Biggs! I need to talk to you! Reminiscing forgotten, we hurried to clean up. I gathered the dishes from the table and made my way into the kitchen to help Stacy. I had just set the armload down on a stainless steel counter when I heard Dave clear his throat behind me. My body stiffened instantly. I spun and attempted to step around him, spiteful thoughts snarling in my mind, but he reached for my arm. The moment his unwelcome fingers wrapped around my wrist, he recoiled like he'd been burned. His mouth hung open and his wide eyes glanced back and forth between his hand and my arm. Shit, Dave, I'm not contagious, I blurted. I can't believe I ever had sex with you. Sorry, he apologized hollowly. He was nervous, frustrated, and filled with regret. His emotions were more palpable than they'd ever been before. I was tempted to shout obscenities at him, but he was too pathetic. Instead, I sighed and rolled my eyes. Part of me, the stupid, kind part, began to forgive him. His head was bowed in shame, and he wouldn't meet my eyes as he said, I'm sorry for what I did. Even though I could feel how truly sorry he was, I waited for him to continue, finding vindictive pleasure in watching him squirm. I was drunk and pissed off. I wasn't thinking clearly, he said, giving me nothing but lame excuses. My anger flared, stifling the forgiveness that had begun to take hold in my heart. You can't fix this with apologies and excuses, Dave, I snapped. They were going to kill me. He breathed heavily, seeming to contemplate what he would say next. Growing impatient, I spat, Just leave me alone, and turned to walk away. Zoe, I fucked up. I've been a mess because of everything that happened with Sammy and us, and I was taking it out on you. I'm sorry. His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides as his eyes darted around the industrial kitchen. I just can't stand the thought of you hating me. For the first time since the cabin, I really looked at him. The old Dave had vanished. His features were drawn, and the egotistical gleam in his eyes had dulled. I don't hate you, Dave. I just don't trust you anymore. I turned back to the dishes stacked on the counter, wishing he'd just go away. He stepped up beside me. Do you want me to help you with those? My palm raised automatically. We aren't friends anymore, so let's not pretend we are, okay? Irritated, I escaped the confines of the kitchen, making my way outside and heading toward the hospital. Finding Harper and starting my medical training would be the best way to keep my mind off Dave. Having fled from the barracks without a jacket, I pulled my sleeves over my hands and folded my arms in an effort to insulate against the cold. It was about noon, and the sun was peeking through ominous, ever-changing clouds as they sped across the sky. Clear skies seemed like a distant memory, just like my life before the virus. I had to concentrate hard to remember the way some things smelled, like laundry fresh from the dryer, while others were still easy to recall. Dad's scent of wood chips after working in his shop, and Danny's candy-scented perfume. I found myself wishing I'd done things differently, that I'd embraced life more. I used to be a fun person. Danny and I would laugh so hard our faces hurt and we nearly peed our pants. When was the last time I really laughed? I thought of Harper and appreciated our flirtatious friendship all the more. I used to be adventurous, too. I searched for the elusive Bigfoot, went whitewater rafting, and whittled wood with my dad. But the last 5 years were a blur of work and horrible dates. When did I change? Between graduating from high school and leaving for the East Coast, I'd managed to lose myself. Had I known life was as changeable as the clouds looming above, would I have taken a different path? Fortunately, I'd reached the hospital. I didn't have to think about it anymore. As I entered the boxy building for the first time, I took in the bleach-white walls, textured ceiling tiles, and chaotically arranged chairs. Fake plants occupied the corners of the ER waiting room, looking too lively and out of place. I was glad there was daylight so I could see where I was going. Unlike the barracks, the hospital wasn't being powered by generators. The soles of my shoes squeaked as gray and blue carpet gave way to polished vinyl floors. Generic watercolor paintings hung on the walls, a variety of flowers and leaves. I tried to imagine swarms of people rushing in and out of the emergency room doors, barking orders at one another and hustling from one patient to the next. It disturbed me to think that the facility would never again be filled with so much energy and purpose.
It's about time,
Harper teased from the end of the hall. He was wearing a knee-length lab coat. Yeah, I hit a detour called Dave, I told him as he ushered me into a wide-open space filled with a nurse's station in the center, a half-dozen curtained treatment bays along the far wall, and a glass-walled medicine room immediately to my left.
Here, put this on.
Harper gave me a lab coat of my own.
I've already started sorting through the meds, jotting down what we have.
He handed me the clipboard he'd been using, pointing out a couple of hard-to-pronounce terms.
These are the vaccines and compounds we need to find, if we can. Let's finish taking inventory today, and we'll see what else we can scrounge up tomorrow. Make sense?
I nodded.
Thanks, baby girl.
I headed into the medicine room and started sorting through the boxes and vials in the cabinets, compiling a list of everything we had. Morphine sulfate injection, 5.5 milligram milliliter vials, 7 boxes. Morphine sulfate tablets, 15 milligrams, 100 count bottle, 5 bottles.
Hey, Doc,
Jake said, his rumbling voice startling me. I whirled around to find him standing in the middle of the emergency room. His intense brown eyes were locked on me, like he was trying to will me away with his mind. As I stared back, I wished I knew what he was thinking. I waded through my emotions, hoping to recognize foreign feelings, Jake's feelings.
but my new sensory receptors seemed to turn on and off as they pleased. Currently, they were off, providing no insight into the mysterious Jake. Suddenly, I realized I'd been looking at him for too long. I turned back to the open cabinet, surprised by the mixture of emotions and excited energy I was feeling. I didn't want to give either Jake or Harper the opportunity to watch my fair skin grow rosy with embarrassment. Wiping my sweaty palms on my jacket, I refocused on my task.
So, you're finally going to let me take a look at those stitches?
Harper asked Jake, his voice growing louder as he made his way over to me. He set a tray full of shiny, scissor-esque contraptions on the counter near me and asked,
"Can you find some extra sutures and add them to the tray, baby girl?"
He winked and turned back to Jake.
"Doctor's orders,"
Jake said, sounding unconcerned. If I'd just been shot, I'd be a little more than indifferent about it. Abruptly, Cooper bounded into the room, nails clicking on the floor and tongue hanging out. I abandoned my clipboard to pet him, and he leaned against my legs, wagging his tail enthusiastically. You saved my life, too, I realized, bending down to rub his belly.
"Zoe, would you bring me that tray, please?"
Harper asked from the nearest treatment bay. He sounded distracted.
"All right, let's take a look."
As I brought the assortment of pointy tools over, Harper motioned toward the examination table, and Jake settled on the crinkly paper covering it. Cooper followed suit, situating himself on the floor directly below his master. Looking back up from the dog, I started to set the tray down on top of a waist-high medical cart.
"Just hold it for a sec, would you, baby girl?"
Harper walked over to the sink. In his most inquisitive doctor voice, he asked Jake,
"How have you been feeling?"
while washing his hands.
"All right."
Taking a clean roll of gauze from a drawer, Harper returned to his patient.
"I've got a feeling the wound's fine, but playing basketball wasn't a great idea. I'm concerned you've pulled some of the stitches out."
Harper frowned as he put on a pair of surgical gloves and said,
"Take your shirt off."
"I'm sure it's fine. It doesn't hurt."
Jake grunted, pulling off his long-sleeved shirt effortlessly and exposing the most toned, masculine body I'd ever seen in person.
There was no way Harper didn't hear my sharp intake of breath.
Really? I felt unbearably uncomfortable. Harper cleared his throat and continued.
"You're probably right."
He was eyeing me like he'd caught me raiding the cookie jar.
"But it doesn't hurt to check,"
he added. Before he could begin examining Jake's shoulder, the door swung open. "Harper, Summer needs you," Clara said from the doorway. Her straight blonde hair was tangled and her eyes were wide with panic. "Something's really wrong with her. She's getting worse and Tanya doesn't know what to do." Clara's voice tapered off when her eyes settled on Jake. Although only his back was visible to her, Clara didn't seem able to peel her eyes away. Did she forget about Summer already? She looked as dumbfounded as I felt, but her heated stare told me there was something more between her and Jake. My fingers tightened around the edges of the tray before I set it down and returned to inventorying. I remembered the look on Jake's face the night he'd pushed me away and the scowl I'd received every time I'd encountered him since then. Are they together? Frustrating jealousy flared up inside me.
"I'll see what I can do,"
Harper said.
"Zoe, check Jake's wounds while I'm gone."
My heart started pounding. But I was still unsure if my thing was public knowledge, and I had no idea if Jake knew. The possibility of seeing his memories and feeling his emotions was enticing, but it felt wrong, like an enormous, unforgivable invasion of privacy. Harper grabbed his medical bag before coming over to me. He placed an encouraging hand on my shoulder.
"You did a great job with Dave's injuries. I'm sure you'll be fine. Just make sure all his wounds are clean and that the stitches are still tight. I'll come back when I can."
Registering the concern in my eyes, he repeated,
"You'll be fine."
And with that, Harper left. As I locked eyes with Jake, my self-consciousness resurfaced. It was both disarming and unwanted. Jake raised an eyebrow expectantly, seeming to say,
"Shall we proceed?"
When I didn't respond, he looked away. It's the perfect opportunity to thank him, I reminded myself, but his impatience and dismissiveness made me hesitate. Jake resituated himself on the table, making his chest and arm muscles flex, and my blood suddenly felt like lava coursing through my veins. Although unexpected, the sensation was thrilling, and my body tingled with excitement. Afraid of touching his skin, especially in my excited state, I made sure to grab a pair of disposable gloves from the box beside the sink after I washed my hands. Cooper whimpered as I approached the duo, his eyes pleading for more attention. Jake bent down and lovingly stroked the dog's head before sitting back up to watch me impassively. As I began unwrapping his arm, I could feel his eyes on me. I could almost hear the questions forming on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't speak. His eyes, earnest and aware of something I could neither sense nor see, betrayed his expressionless face, but only for a moment. With one blink, his revealing stare disappeared. Knowing I wouldn't get a better chance, I took a deep, steadying breath and said, I haven't had a chance to thank you. For saving my life, I mean. It was excruciatingly difficult trying to thank a man who could barely stand to be around me.
"No need to thank me,"
he said curtly, looking through me. The ridiculousness of his answer triggered my defenses. Why not? I know what would have happened if you hadn't.
"But I did. So can we just drop it, please?"
His rushed, quiet tone was all I needed to get the point. Whatever the reason, he didn't want to talk about that night in the woods. Yeah, sure, whatever, I said coolly as I picked up one of the stainless steel utensils and used it to pull the matted gauze from Jake's wound. It came off more easily than I'd expected. What happened between you and Bennington? I asked. Jake's conversations with Jones and Taylor kept replaying in my head. Jake met my eyes.
"He thought he could kill me, but he was wrong."
He watched me closely, waiting for my reaction, but I just shook my head at his vagueness. I wanted to think of something clever to spit back at him, but my annoyance vanished as I cleaned the crusted blood from his skin and took my first good look at his wound. I must have frozen because Jake looked at me oddly.
"What's wrong?"
he asked, the baritone of his voice startling me. I didn't want to sound more foolish than I already felt, but something clearly wasn't right. You needed stitches? He crooked his neck to see the wound.
"Yeah? What's wrong with it?"
I took a step back, completely astonished. Absolutely nothing. The look on Jake's face wasn't one of curiosity or concern. Instead, he seemed unaffected by my words. It's almost entirely healed, I told him, hoping he'd provide some insight into his apparent lack of surprise. It's barely been 3 days.
"I guess I'm a fast healer,"
he offered casually, looking around the room. But I saw the blood. You were in so much pain you could barely move. I replayed the gunfight in my head, remembering how his features had twisted in agony. He's hiding something. I studied him carefully. You don't seem surprised. Has this happened before? He smirked.
"This is my first time being shot."
That's not what I meant. Do you always heal this fast? He looked into my eyes but said nothing. His silence was all I needed to confirm my suspicion that he was more than he seemed to be. Checking the unscathed flesh where his wound should have been, I tried another tactic. Why do you keep pushing me away? Frustration had enabled me to blurt out the question that had been nagging at me. Jake stared at me, his eyes narrowing and his thumbs tapping the padded table. "Jake!" Sanchez said, hurrying through the swinging emergency room doors with a grin. "We found some more fuel in one of the warehouses, but we're having a hard time getting to it. Can you help?"
Looking around the emergency room, she asked, "Where's Harper?" "I'm checking on Summer. She's not doing well," I told her. Sanchez considered the information for a moment, but her eyes soon brightened with enthusiasm. "Come on," she said to Jake before heading back down the hall. Jake glanced at me, reaching for his shirt. "We done here?" "Hold on, I need to take out the stitches," I said as I leaned closer.
"Just leave them,"
he snapped. "Well, at least let me put some gauze over them until Harper can take them out," I said, frustrated. "They'll catch on your shirt and tear out. It'll take like 5 seconds. Jake blocked my hand, and even through the thin gloves, the heat of his touch electrified my skin.
"I'm fine,"
he responded flatly. The morning light shining through the high windows washed over Jake's face only inches from mine, and for the first time, I stared into his eyes. His irises weren't simply brown like I'd thought, but they were amber with pale golden flakes around the pupil and were ringed with ebony. They held secrets. Suddenly, his emotions invaded my mind. He yearned for something, and his anger and apprehension roared through me. I saw the girl again. She was looking up at him with nearly violet eyes, and her tears were mixing with blood as they streamed down her cheeks. She took a final, uneven breath. Like he could tell I'd seen too much, Jake pulled his hand away and yanked his shirt on.
"Thanks, but I'm fine,"
he repeated roughly before retreating down the hall. Cooper trailed only slightly behind him.
You've reached the end of Part 1 of After the Ending, Book 1 in the Ending series by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. If you're enjoying this audiobook, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other books in this world and series information in the description below. Thanks for listening.